Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the College Genesis, the chief host. And as always, we have explosive topics and stimulating debate and discussions and commentary. But you're one and only the College Genesis. And like I said, this show tonight, as always, is going to be an explosive show. We urge people to join us tonight and discussing these topics that I feel that are important to our community. I don't waste time with gossip and a lot of stuff like that. I get right to the point of discussing things that matter in Black America and the world beyond, in Black America and African American extended community and the Pan African, the Black world. And so, therefore, and I pretty much got my finger on a pulse of Black America and the world at large. I know what the direction Black America's going. Not saying that I basically stick my finger out the window and see where the winds are blowing, but I basically do take what they call a body temperature. I take the pulse or the blood pressure reading, whatever you want to call it. Or vitals. What do you call it? Vitals. Your vital. I take the vitals of Black America and talk about them on the show. What is your EKG rating? What is the pulse rating? What's your blood pressure rating? What's all the stuff like this? So all these things politically and economically and socially, I like to keep my hand on it. So you can call me Dr. College Genesis if you want to. You can call me College Thanos. You can call me a lot of things, Some nights when I'm doing my sermons, you can call me Reverend Collar, You can call me Bishop Collar, So whatever it is, the College Genesis coming to you is the College Genesis multiverse, the College Nation multiverse, and I could come in many different forms side, but the main thing, I'm coming to you as a supernatural force, basically, in the world of Black America. I'm also a premier person with you can call me the psychologist colleague because I have a PhD in Negroology, So therefore, tonight we're going to talk about the fact that the matter is people don't know this, right? Is that Black America has never had leaders or leadership. We've never had that. And so people say, well, what about such and such? What about such and such? Well, tonight I'm going to make the case that there never was Black leadership in America. We never had leadership collectively. We have people who led Black people, right? But they led Black people for their own selfish thing, And this guy, look, this is another thing. This is what I'm talking about. Umar spoke to a African leader. Now, what would that Umar Black leader and Umar have to talk about? Not a goddamn thing, A big guy from Zimbabwe. So the heck what? What is that going to do? What is he going to do? Is he going to help Umar with that school and everything? They're going to sit there and talk about snow. We got to stop snow bunnies when I. Did he talk to him about why Zimbabwe has the Miss Zimbabwe right now as blonde hair and blue-eyed white woman? What did they talk about? This is what I'm talking about. The whole called Black leadership is a running joke. It's the biggest joke, and the white people sit back and they laugh. Do you think they were going to let 45 million people, any group of people or people, have control for over 45 million people in this country? No. Controlling Black America is job one. They control us through what jobs we have, where we live. They control the movies we watch, the music we watch. Everything Black America is under control, and there's no friggin' leadership at all. Ruto visited Haiti today. This is what I'm talking about. Even in Africa, you don't have any friggin' real leaders. If we had leaders, the Black race would be much further in the world if we had real leaders. You know who's a leader? Vladimir Putin of Russia. That's a Russian leader. That's a leader. Donald J. Trump is a leader of white America. That's a leader. We don't have leaders. All we have is spokesmouths, and stuff like that. Yeah. So the bottom line is this: we don't have leaders. All we have is a bunch of people that get online, talk a bunch of smack and whatnot. Talk like they're this and that, but they have no power. A leader really has power, to do stuff. You know, so the bottom line is this: we have no leaders and everything like that, because the bottom line is a leader will lead to a government. Traore is okay. I guess he could say he's a leader of a fiefdom. Burkina Faso is a fiefdom. So of course we got leaders of these small countries and everything like that. I said Carl's been looking at my stream. No, I haven't. I never seen one of your streams before. And look, if you guys got a stream in the chat and whatnot, put them up there and I'll look at them and I'll give my opinion. But be honest with you, if you want me to look at your opinion, I have like a few people on YouTube that I listen to and whatnot. And most likely I don't, if I'm not subscribed to you and I don't get this notifications, I haven't seen your stuff, So Denzel, no, I have not seen any of your videos, If you think your videos are good, post the link in the chat room. I'll subscribe to it and I'll give my commentary or a comment section. I'm interactive like that. So Burkina Faso, Burkina. Okay, Burkina Faso, whatever it is, man. Does it really matter what you call it? Does it really matter? Does it really matter? Burkina, Wakanda, what you call Wakanda and boom shakalaka, speaking shnagalaga. Who cares, man? The bottom line is this. No, I don't make mods, bro. I'm not giving no more mods out until I hit 1,000 subscribers. No more mods. So the bottom line is this. We got the real Donald Trump and whatnot. If this is Donald Trump, I seriously doubt it, but if he is Donald Trump, man, salute to you, my friend. I hope you win. Because like I said, you may not like Donald Trump, but you got to admit that man's a freaking leader. I wish we had a black man, a black leader in Black America, but a leader basically has. And I put it like this: we did our study years ago in the BAIO. We said a real leader is a black nationalist, right? Our ultimate goal is a nation of our own. If you cannot do that, right, as a black nation, form a black nation or build some sort of black infrastructure, you are not a leader. The problem in Black America is they want to run their mouth, right? But yet we got to rely on the white community, the white structure for everything. That's not a leadership. A leader provides for his community. Now, we do have a people who could lead like Robert Smith, but people reject Robert Smith because it's simple. Robert Smith is married to a white woman, so a lot of black people will write him off just for that freaking fact. He writes because he married to a white woman. They don't care. That guy could be a real leader of Black America, but black people don't want that. We look at superficial. You ready to give Kamala Harris? Some of you give Kamala Harris, and she's not even black at all. But here's a man, Robert Smith is a actual black man, gave $40 million to HBCU, to Morehouse for graduates and whatnot. That's not enough for black people, only because I think a thing like this, John Smith said, lead us, Carla. I don't know if I run it because black people don't want to listen to what I have to say. Black people are freaking hard-headed. They don't want to listen to what I say because it's too comfortable in America, and you're too comfortable with mediocrity and being on the bottom, right? Now, if you want to rise and be great and everything like that, at one time, I grew up in New York. Probably the black people in New York, probably the most advanced group of black people that ever lived. Probably had the highest standard of living, the highest education, everything. Black New York, people who grew up in the state of New York are probably the most advanced, had the highest standard of living, most privileged group of black people that ever lived, If you could duplicate that from the 70s and the 60s, late 60s, 70s, and 80s of black people that lived in New York when I had good jobs and everything, built nice communities and everything, if you could ever get them days back, we'll be fine, New York is a shithole now because of immigrants like you, G-Star. New York is a friggin' beautiful, the most developed place on the friggin' planet, New York is not a shithole. It's tall, high-rise buildings, the infrastructure, the highways, the many subway systems and train systems and everything like that. New York, and right outside New York, you go to upstate New York, you're right there in the mountains when it's so friggin' beautiful. 1 minute you're in the friggin' city, and the next minute you're in the country when you go in the Palisades. and it's so friggin' beautiful. New York State upstate New York is the most beautiful place on the planet. When you're up in the mountains right there, and you can look down, you see the cloud. You're so high up in the mountains when you're on the highway, you can see the clouds are down in the mountains. You can see the clouds next to the mountains and whatnot. That is, and you see down beneath, you see rivers and streams running. It's the most beautiful sight you're ever going to see. The Catskills in upstate New York is the most beautiful place on the planet, bar none. I grew up in the Catskills, and I grew up camping and doing stuff like that in upstate New York. And that is the most beautiful place on the planet. New York is the most beautiful state on the planet. It's the most developed state on the planet. So it is. Before the invention of automobile, there was literally short. You look. The bottom line is this. Look. The bottom line is this: New York is not no shithole. So I don't know where you've been. You obviously never been there. Even with all the problems in New York, Wisconsin. What is Wisconsin? Wisconsin is nice too, but I'm just talking about the beauty of upstate New York. The Appalachian is unmatched anywhere. I've been all over the country. I've been to many places. Right, upstate New York is the most beautiful place. Upstate New York actually reminds me of Nimba County in Liberia. That's what it reminds me of. The mountains. I love the mountains. I love mountains because when I was a kid, we used to go hiking and stuff like that. We used to go on summer vacation trips and everything like that. It's beautiful upstate New York. Then you got these small Amish villages in upstate New York where you can go there and people still living like that in the 18th century and whatnot. You can go there and get stuff like that. Really Amish people. And you got the Hasidic communities up there in upstate New York. And you got these little small towns and hamlets. It is friggin' beautiful, especially in the wintertime. Yeah, I would look. New York City, it does not have trash on the sidewalk. If they do have it, it's because you got these stupid migrants there that are fucking it up. Get rid of the migrants, and New York City will be the most beautiful place on earth once again. As simple as that. Get rid of all the illegals and the migrants, and New York City will turn back into a first world city. Still a first world city, but it will look like it again. So we're talking about that tonight, folks. We're talking about we never had real leadership in Black America, right? This is why it angers me when people come by and they actually every 4 years. You only see Black leaders every 4 years. They come around and have the audacity to threaten us and bullying us and telling us who to vote for. And we tell all the time. I tell people all the time, as no one is in a position of telling Black people who to vote for. Nobody. If Black people do not want to vote for Kamala Harris and they're feeling Donald Trump, let them do it because you have not provided anything for them. So we're basically on the Black, I'll be honest with you, right? And I guess Donald Trump figured this out. Black America politically is up for grabs. There's nobody that could claim to be Black America to think they got the Black vote on lock. That's the mentality where I think Black America is leading to because every last single leader and everything like that, we've realized they failed us, and they never brought home the bag. They never brought home anything. They could have basically the Black leadership when Donald Trump offered that platinum plan and it offered to help fix the HBCUs. If Black leaders would have rallied around that and produced some tangible stuff right now, they would have credibility. But they basically were just like cowards, scary ass people. Oh, he's a racist. So I'm not gonna do nothing. So they walked away with Joe Biden. The only thing you got at Joe Biden is a Juneteenth holiday, right? And you walked away with nothing with Joe Biden, and you're not going to walk away even less than Kamala Harris. And the bottom line is now these same leaders who walked away from the table when Donald Trump was in president, he was offering you stuff, and then you walked away and you didn't get anything, right? Now you want to come back to us and tell us to vote for this lady Kamala when you didn't deliver on anything, you didn't deliver on anything. So like I said, we never had leadership. Why? Because the so-called Black leadership is first and foremost a Democrat, well, sometimes a Republican too, but anytime somebody is wedded to a political party more than they're loyal to us, there's a problem. And the bottom line is, as you would know, a so-called Black leaders are loyal to who's signing their checks. That's it in a nutshell. If you're not basically sending that Black leader money and paying for his bills or sending his kids to those nice schools and everything like that, or getting them a spot on radio. So there used to be a time where people who tried to be Black leaders, they used to get on Black radio. We used to have Black radio stations, and we used to have Black magazines and everything. That was enough. But now people see them big checks of getting contracted with MSNBC, Fox, and what's the other one that Candace Owens part of, and all these news outlets and everything like that that are not controlled by us and everything. And it's all about the money. When I heard Ron Williams got a $3 million contract with Fox News, I'm like, that's what it's all about. He used to be a so-called spokesman for the Black community, but he was working for NPR, which that was his paymaster, NPR. That when people get them high salaries, folks, and they work in the system, that's their leader. Whoever's paying them is that big salary is their leader. Don't be a fool. There's no such thing as a so-called Black leader and whatnot. You say, well, Carl, what do you think about Minister Farrakhan? Okay, I like Minister Farrakhan, but his thing is the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad. His ideology and allegiance is to the Nation of Islam and that ideology and continue Elijah Muhammad. That doesn't do anything for us, And I ask the question, I tell the question, like, if you love Elijah Muhammad so much, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't call yourself our leader, So like this, I don't think we say Diddy was a leader. He wasn't a leader, He was a figurehead, and people looked up to him and admired him, right? He tried to do the rock your vote or die. But, when you talk about a leader, you talk about sacrifice. You got to be lead by example. Diddy, for all his everything like that, was not an example as far as a leader. A leader has to live a life and be an example to the people. They have to be an example. Yeah, folks. Dave says got another bombshell topic. Yeah, we're gonna really open this topic up tonight, man. We're gonna really like this. There has never been a Black leader in Black America. We never had leadership. We never had anything. Why? Because even when we did have leadership like Garvey and everything like that, somehow the disconnect between people who want to lead us, the real people like Garvey and Malcolm X and whatnot, and the masses of people, the two never came together. The head and the body never came together. It never happened. People can quote Malcolm X all they want. They can quote Garvey all they want. But you never carried out and what Garvey was talking about. You never carried out what Malcolm X talked about. Although we have these figureheads, oh yeah, somebody's a leader, but what's the sense of having a leader if you're not doing anything? One thing I do like about Donald Trump and any white leaders and whatnot, when they say they're going to do something, they do it. We got this, you understand? A white man says he's going to build a city in the desert of Las Vegas, and he's going to make it a place where people can come in. And people will buy into it, People will buy into it. Why? And people respect that. Even people that come and say, Black people don't understand. Black America don't understand. Why does a white man in America get so much respect and love? Because he produces. He's in a position of power. Say, well, we don't have the power when that. Then if you really can't fulfill your dreams in America, you can't lead Black people. Then give it up. Then let Black people follow Donald Trump. Let them follow Donald Trump and let them follow whoever it does if you can't produce. And that's what the problem with the Black leadership is. They want all this power and everything, and they can't produce jack, They can't produce anything. All they do is we believe in these people because they look like us and they wear our arguments and everything like that, but they cannot produce anything. They cannot build anything. They cannot do anything for us. And like I said, when they built, when there's a couple of guys got together and say, we have a little city called Las Vegas. We're gonna basically build city, and people are gonna come there and everything like that. Who would ever know Las Vegas would take gambling? Think about it. Never in the history of mankind, people would make a whole city based on gambling, knowing the fact that there's people. America is rich enough to bring people in there, and as long as you have an airport, people can get there. People will come there just to gamble. And that created jobs and everything. People are like, something, gambling's a sin and everything like that. But what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas, And you look at this stuff like that, it's like only a man who has real power and leadership can make something like Las Vegas happen. And the bottom line is this: a man with vision. In order for you to be a leader, you have to have vision. Not only just vision, you have to be able to carry it out. The means to carry it out. If you cannot do that, do not call yourself a leader. When you basically build things like a Teamster union, when you build things like a Wall Street corporation, when you're putting thousands of people to work and stuff like that, you're building factories and everything, you are a leader. You are a leader. Why? Because you're providing direction and empowering people. If you cannot do that, you are not a leader. A leader is more than somebody getting up there on a podium and making a speech and a rabble rouser like Al Sharpton. That's not a leader. You know, Diddy is not a leader, bro. Diddy has never built anything for black people. He was a leader to people in his inner circle, his ass kissers and ass munchers. 50 Cent and Diddy and Jay-Z are not leaders. What do you get that through your thick heads, Zongo? They're not leaders. The bottom line, he was a leader to his label and the people, the little 12 people on his payroll and whatnot. But he's not no leader of Black America. Black America has never had a leader. Black America has always had a leader. Yes, some black people here and there got leaders in their individual organizations and stuff like that. But Black America on the whole, that's why I said it's imperative that we just basically tell these people that are freaking trying to lead us that you have no right to talk to us. You have no right to tell us the thing because you've never built the sort of community where there's a connection between what you're saying and putting food on the table for the masses. So since that does not exist, you have no right telling somebody how to vote. And that'll kill the whole thing. Every time somebody says, "Oh, you vote for Trump? You vote for Trump?" So who the fuck cares what you think, how we vote? You are nobody so-called leadership. Think about it. Think of the nerve of these people. They don't provide no jobs. They don't provide no directions. They have nothing on the table, but they think they have the ability to tell you how to vote. That is just the epitome. That smacks of slavery. A slavery. All the black so-called people think their leadership is nothing but modern days. They learn from the slave masters. Slave masters used the whip to whip people in line and whatnot. What did the black man get out of slavery? Nothing, but a misery. What did black people get out of the people telling us to vote and everything like that and leading us to the polls? Nothing. So tell me what the difference between you and our ancestors who worked for free and here now asking us to vote for free. Don't have any tangibles, no proof of anything. When you're in power, like I said, they had the golden opportunity when Donald Trump, first president in history, ever reached out to Black America and said, let's talk at least, let's have a conversation. Let me open my office up to talk about things. They rejected that right. They should have, if he was bluffing, they should have called him, but didn't they owe it to us to freaking at least look out, hear Donald Trump out what he was saying? He's the president of the United States. No, they never did that. So, and when they tell me that tells me that they don't give a damn about black people, They think they can rule us, tell us who to vote for, and not deliver anything, AAs reject leadership. No, we don't reject leadership. We just reject fake leadership. People who basically get up there and talk about their leaders and they don't do anything. That we're getting sick and tired of. People getting up there speaking on our behalf and they haven't, first of all, when you see people like Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, they don't have a consensus on how black people feel. Even Umar Johnson, nobody who knows what the hell they talk about. Booker T. Washington was okay. Frederick Douglass, but these people didn't have the support of the masses of black people. Even them. Booker T. Washington, in his Atlanta Compromise, right? He was hailed by the white community as the new Negro leader. How was Ralph Bunche our leadership? Ralph Bunche was a diplomat from the United States. He spoke for America. So the bottom line is he did not represent us. I think at this point in our history, right, white people basically, if we had real leaders that said, look, this is the direction of Black America and everything. This is what we deliver. This is the way we're going to vote. Imagine if Black America was something like the Teamsters, right? Okay, we as a collective, we support this political party because we're benefiting. We feel it's in our best interest. But then at no time we say, something, we're going to switch it because, this person got a better deal and stuff like that. People respect that. But what people don't respect is black people just going out there. We're not organized. We gain nothing from a political system. And we basically go out there and vote for the same people, the Democrats, all the time. And we get nothing. Like Trump said, what do you got to lose? We have everything. We're dead last in everything. You go to places like Baltimore, right? Who are the leaders? Democrats. And it's like a sickness. We don't want. We listen to the same people telling us the same thing, and it's almost like we're so sick. We haven't. We don't make no advancement, nor do we expect make advancement. Colin Powell was a good man, but he was not a so-called leader. I don't think you guys understand what I mean by a leader. A leader. Yeah, when you say a black leader, see, you guys are so used to black people having no power and no real power. Colin Powell couldn't sign anything to improve anybody's life. He didn't have the power for that. He was getting paid by he worked for the Defense Department of the Bush administration. So what the hell? And the State Department, one of those. He worked for the State Department or the Defense Department, one of those. So what the hell thing? So Elvis is being a smartass, talk about Meg Thee Stallion and Ice Spice are leaders, and St. James. This is what I'm saying. This is a disrespect we're talking about. He says Rick Ross is not. Are you serious? Tell me you're joking, St. James. You gonna say Rick Ross? You gonna mention a black leader and Rick Ross in the same sentence? This is what shows you. This show tonight is going to show you how far gone Black America is. That immigrants come over here and they actually look at somebody like Diddy and everything and think that's a so-called black leader. My understanding of a leader is somebody basically. A leader is Donald Trump. That's a leader. That's a leader. He lives by example. And the bottom line is he says he's going to do something. He's basically saying, when I get in office, I'm going to have the largest mass influx. He knows that people are angry. They're hurting over this immigration. Many people in America feel like they're losing their country and everything like that. They feel like they're losing their identity in this country and everything like that. They feel America is being disrespected. Along comes a man and says, I'm going to restore this country and make it great again. That's a leader. When is somebody going to say, we're going to make Black America great again, So what if he's a bigot? He's a leader, And I admire that about Donald Trump. He does not give a damn what you think about him. He knows he's leading pretty much white America. 250 million people, probably the most powerful single group of people on the planet, the most powerful country in the world and the most powerful people, the white community in America. And he's making inroads into the Black American community because Black people are starting to like Donald Trump and everything, despite all the racism and everything. Like, we're starting to like that. A lot of Black people, not me, but I think he's okay. But a lot of Black people really love Donald Trump, really, really love him, because he actually is breaking the ice with Black America, And the bottom line is this: Donald Trump is a leader, Donald Trump is a leader, And so, say what you want, So how you gonna say LeBron James and Dwayne Wade? Dwayne Wade had his son transition into a freaking female. So are you serious? You gonna say he's these guys are leaders? How leading what? Leading what? What can LeBron James do besides dunk a basketball and whatnot? And all these basketball players and everything. Are you guys stupid or what? Like I said, I do believe the people. I thought when I was doing this show, did I attract some high IQ Black people and whatnot? This and I'm seeing now that most Black people are freaking ignorant when we're so far gone and whatnot that you would actually say LeBron James is a so-called Black leader, Dwayne Wade, who freaking transitioned his son into a freaking female and whatnot, So the bottom line is, I admire Donald Trump because I believe he's a real leader. Say what you want. I think Vladimir Putin is a leader. I like strong men like that. They're leaders. They don't give a damn. A leader's not supposed to be loved and liked all the time. A leader is somebody that's going to get in there and do what needs to be done. Like I said, the hardest choices require the strongest wills. In the words of Thanos, the hardest choices require the strongest wills. And sometimes, like Abraham Lincoln was a leader. Half the country hated him, but he knew that he had to do what he had to do to save the country. And so he couldn't look at what was popular at the time. And when a leader comes in, he has to make those hard decisions, even if he don't sound too good all the time. Even if he sounds harsh, if he sounds mean and everything, that's a leader. He doesn't give a damn about your feelings, So the bottom line is this, And you talk about Trump. I do think when this thing is over and whatnot, a lot of you people are gonna be out of here, man. A lot of you people are gonna be going back on a boat to your country you came from. That's what's gonna happen. And that's it. And the majority of Americans, yeah, they want immigrants. They want these things like this out of the country. And Donald Trump says, you know something? Yeah, it's time for these people to go. They're destroying our country and everything. It costs this country $42 billion a year with illegal migrants and everything like that. $42 billion of taxpayers' money a year goes to housing and taking care of illegal aliens and everything. And people, Donald Trump is saying to American people, saying enough is enough. And the only person who's going to step up and become a leader and do something about it is Donald Trump. And that's why he's going to win this election. So that's what I say about leadership. Now, black leadership or whatnot, all our black leadership, all they know how to do is let me show you what a black leadership is. Let me show you what a black leadership is. This is a so-called black leader. Now this is somebody that purports to be a black leader right now. You guys think this guy's a black leader right here? He says he'll be a gorilla and make gorilla sounds for the money. This is your so-called black leader in America. Say he'll be a gorilla. That's what he'll do to make that money. This is your so-called leader. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Why we coming with these topics tonight? TD Jakes. You got to be kidding me. You said TD Jakes the leader? Are you freaking on crack, bro? Oh, sorry. I was want to give myself Man Parish, Two Sisters, and hip hop bebop. I remember old school hip hop folks, back in the days. Man Parish, right out of the Bronx. Man Parish and Two Sisters and whatnot. Hip hop, that was hip hop back in the days, underground hip hop back in the days, back in the mid 80s. That was beautiful beautiful time period, man. I remember the time period. Let me tell you something. New York was the best place in the world to grow up. No, I don't think Umar Johnson and Tariq are leaders. No, they don't. Now they're online, they're grifters and they like this and whatnot, So the bottom line is this: why would you say Bishop Eddie Long is a leader? None of these people are freaking real leaders, Just because somebody's in front of black people running their mouth don't mean they're a leader. A leader can make a difference in people's lives. A leader can move mountains. A leader can take you there. All our people that call themselves leaders can't do a damn thing for black people. Never did nothing and cannot do anything for black people. Tell me what Tariq and Umar Johnson has ever given black America. What can they do to black America? Nothing. They don't have any friggin' ability, any power, any ability to do anything. They can't put millions of black people to work. They can't bring no leaders. If we had leaders, we would have investments in black inner cities and stuff like that, bringing factories back from overseas and whatnot, because we'd be so organized that our community would be so organized and be thriving right now in black America once again. But we don't do that. We're still waiting on the white man to provide a job for us and whatnot, So, yeah, he said, Elvis, you can't be serious. No, these people, like I said, these people are clowns. We get people like Elvis, they come over here and whatnot. They're fucking clowns, They're clowns. They don't know nothing about black America. And these people are actually in our social networks and everything speaking, Or Jonathan Miller. Tariq, leader of who, Jonathan? Leader of who? People who follows him. Who follows? There's 45 million black people in America. The bottom line is this: nobody knows who them are. Nobody knows who Dynasty Mir is. Nobody knows who College Genesis is. Nobody knows who Umar Johnson is. You ask any black person, nobody knows who Umar, and nobody respects Umar Johnson. Nobody follows Umar Johnson. Everybody, people look, when it comes down to it, it's all about bread and butter. Umar Johnson don't put any food on the table. He doesn't have any jobs or any opportunity for anybody. Not as Tariq. So how can they fucking be leaders? The only people that follow these people are weak black men. Weak black men follow other weak black men because they're looking for somebody, like they're not serious about doing anything. I'm a leader. I don't think you guys really know what a friggin' leader is. The last real leader we had in this country, to me, was Marcus Garvey. That was the last real leader, Black America, that came on the scene. I believe that we had. That's in my personal opinion. Malcolm X was supposed to be the heir apparent to that, but when he got assassinated, there was nothing after that. Farrakhan had the opportunity. We gave him the platform. The Million Man March probably was the most powerful movement in Black America, but Farrakhan squandered it. Don't tell me I was there, and bottom line, I lived through that, The Million Man March was supposed to transform Black America right now into the power that it was. But Farrakhan basically didn't have his shit together. He was in over his head. It didn't happen, Jonathan, shut up. Most black people in America, Marcus Garvey had a movement of about 5 million people in America alone. He had all these organizations, and he had the steam line. He had businesses and everything. Yes, and to this day, my grandfather and grandparents were Garveyites. We're from Harlem. We're Garveyites. Garvey was the real thing. Black America followed Garvey. I don't know what type of black people you come from. I don't know if you was out there friggin' eating chitlins and fucking thing like that. But the black people I know from New York to Jersey to South whatnot, they were all Garveyites, especially on the East Coast of America. They were all Garveyites. And you still to this day got a lot of these other organizations came out of the Garvey movement. When you see people like Daddy Grace and Father Divine and a lot of even the Abyssinian Baptist Church, those are all products of the great Garvey movement, and those are basically black. The black church, for the most part, is a black nationalist institution, and they all support the Garvey movement, So the bottom line is, yeah, Garvey was a freaking real leader, That man was real. That's why they had to get rid of him. They had to deport him. Yeah, okay. All jokes aside, the Obamas are good. Elvis, you need to shut the hell up, man. I'm not listening to what any refugee immigrant got to say like this. What's good for black people? I don't respect anything you got to say for Black America, right? You take that third world shit back to Liberia. Obamas are not no goddamn leaders for Black America. Obama should have never. We bought into Obama because we were not awake back then, Bishop Mason. I don't know who the hell Bishop Mason was, So the bottom line is this: none of these people could basically move the needle as far as Black America, So the bottom line is, and also about Liberia and Garvey. I just think that was the whole thing about Garvey, that Liberia thing. That wasn't even his idea. If you read my book, Journey to the Promised Land, the idea of settling in Liberia came before Garvey. Garvey just ran into that thing, So the bottom line is, we never really had leaders, If we had leaders, we would be much further right now in Black America. Because I've heard people like from Dr. Claude Anderson, all these people got good ideas. But why is it that we got these people, Amos Wilson, all these people that say blueprint for Black power, but nothing is being implemented? Why are we going through all this if we so-called had leaders? Because we never had leaders, That's why we never had leaders. None of these leaders can make a difference in our living conditions and anything like that. Everything we have in America, Black America, I could safely say we did on our own. We don't need leaders. That's why I said I'm not gonna get up here. If since I'm a success in my business, I'm gonna say I owe it all to this Negro right here, this Negro spokesman right here. Without his leadership, I would not have the business. No, I can't say that, because I can't say anybody in Black America helped me get to where I'm at right now. I'm sorry to say that, not a damn thing, I'm not a member of any freaking real organization except the one I created, you know? Creflo Dollar is not a leader. Creflo Dollar is a crook. That's like, I think you guys just trolling me tonight, you know? Creflo Dollar is a leader. Well, anyway, I'm gonna start opening the chat room up, the thing up tonight. You know, I want to hear something, what people got to say about this topic. You know, I assert that there's no leadership. You never have, because black men are just nothing but cowards in this country, right? And a real leader is basically a nationalist, a black nationalist, right? And these people don't want to bump heads with white America. You're so busy trying to fit in with white America and stuff like that. You know, you don't want to become leaders, you know? TD Jakes. TD Jakes is a homosexual. TD Jakes slept with P. Diddy. So I'm going to call him a leader. Are you fucking stupid? That's what I'm talking about. People got to be fucking dumb, you know? Z-Dog is just trolling, you know? What's going on, brother?
Hello, Carla. You hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, Carla? Good evening, man. Our leadership, man. You're right. Our last great leader was Garvey. After that, we had
we had
leaders.
spokesmouths and agitators and everything like that. Garvey was the last real leader we had.
Yeah, Garvey mobilized. I say Garvey. The Garvey movement was a global movement.
Yeah, that was the last time
that was a global movement.
But when he spoke, he was uncompromising. That's why he was a
leader.
And
Zongo too. Zongo don't know that he's in a Pan-African country. Ghana's supposed to be a Pan-African principal country. They got the black
you saw what they held. You saw what they did to Kwame Nkrumah.
He's supposed to be more Pan-African than us. Yeah, Zongo,
but you understand something.
Where you at?
Kwame Nkrumah introduced Pan-African to Ghana, right? And they got rid of him, you know?
Did a coup on him, mess him up. Come on, man. You know, Garvey he affected generations.
Yeah.
You know, my father, they grew up in a Garvey movement, like you said, grandma.
Talk about C.B. King and betrayed Garvey. That's not. It wasn't a cartel. I don't think Liberia was ready for the Garvey movement anyway. You know,
no, they wasn't ready.
They weren't ready for that anyway. So
that was going to be too heavy. That was going to be too heavy. It was going to be too many. It was going to create too many enemies, man. Because you're talking about
the country, man.
You talking about
the British would have every excuse to invade the country and whatnot.
Yeah, it would have been a war. It would have been a war, because at that time you got to look at the political climate.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. What Elvis don't do. Elvis don't look at the political climate. He don't put nothing in the proper context.
No, he doesn't. And then you have to make tough decisions at those tough times.
Yeah.
So it was leaders making tough decisions. If I make this mistake, this could happen. You know, it was a count. You know, it was decisions probably that they didn't
not ready. Liberia was not ready for Garvey radical.
Oh man, it would have been pandemonium, because it would have flooded the zone.
And so the black race was that weak. The whole entire black race was that weak. You know, the only thing that weakened the West in Africa was World War II. World War II damaged the West that they had to sort of pull out of Africa, because they had to rebuild Europe. Had it not been for Hitler and World War II and then the Cold War, these people would still be ruling Africa directly. You know.
Yeah, you know, God. Like you said, Garvey. Everybody still rock the red, black, and green today. You got to look at it. You know, like Garvey. Garvey is generational, man. It's generational, no one's ever
picking up the banner from Garvey's time and said, "Look, let's carry out what his mission was." Right. If we give it to the African continent, right, they bumble everything. All they know how to do is tribalism and full. I just one guy, right, that follows me, right. He's a good brother and everything like that. He's a Liberian brother, but he's a Pan-African right there. But the guy, man, he's like all over the place, right? So
the problem with the modern day African on the continent, they believe too much in socialism. They believe in too much. They got to get out of socialism and get into the capitalistic system,
right? And like this,
and start thriving.
Think about just what you were saying. He was like basically saying, "I hate Paul Kagame." I said, "Why do you hate Paul Kagame?" Oh, he's working with the world capitalists. Look how I said. So in other words, you're a Pan-African. You only believe black people in Africa should be poor. You know? So in other words, basically, because Rwanda is successful, could it be because he's organized and they emphasize education? If the kids in the country got laptops, they have no natural resources, but yet that country is they can basically build that country just on that. They got human resources, you know, a highly educated population. That's all you need to develop. You know, you don't need natural resources. You know, because look at Liberia and all these countries that got natural resources and they're freaking backwards. You know.
But it's gonna be backwards. You know, you don't have the intellectual mindset to
Yeah, you don't have the
do those things.
intellectual base.
You don't have the derivative base. You don't have the engineers. You don't have. What are you doing with the resources? If you got rubber,
You have
you're
no
not making
financial system.
tires.
You have no
You not no
financial. There's
finance.
no
Yeah,
financial system in
yeah.
Liberia.
You don't have
There's no trust funds. There's no banking. No corporate system.
bonds
There's
and
nothing.
stuff like that. You don't have.
There's no bonds. There's nothing. You know, it's like damn. You know. So the bottom line is, when Liberians, you know, instead of doing that, Liberians want to fight you on every little thing. When we won, we ruled the country. We won shit. You know. So it is what it is, man. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is, but Black America, you know, I just think it's coming a time where I think we're tired of these people that we see. You know why? You know what it is? Social media is destroying these so-called Black people.
Or social media, man.
Social media is changing everything. You know why? Because before, people don't realize this, right? Barack Obama was like the last president before social media took over. You know?
Yeah.
And I do believe, check us out. If Barack Obama tried to run in this time with the social media, YouTube, and all that, he would not have run, you know?
Oh, no. It's been
The
too
only thing
much
most people got their information about Barack
information
Obama
out there
on the mainstream media, you know? And I remember when I was on social media, what was, big at that time? MySpace. And nobody was really talking about politics. We didn't think politics and stuff like that would hit social media.
Nah, we never thought that. I remember
out of
MySpace.
nowhere, who started? I think who started it was really Umar Johnson. You know, he was on Facebook. It started on Facebook. You know, MySpace died because people started getting political. You know, during the Obama era when the Tea Party was formed. Remember that?
Yeah, Tea Party.
And everybody started talking politics. And I was in my social network
site. People was really on Twitter too. A lot of people was getting on Twitter because Twitter was starting up too.
Twitter was
going on.
And the Ning,
the iPhones was getting more advanced at that time.
Exactly,
a little bit.
So all that stuff changed everything. You know, all that stuff changed everything when social media came out. You know, social media started coming out. And people now with apps, with apps on their phones,
the phone, the mobile era.
I remember when I first started, I had to get on AOL and the dial-up shit. Remember that?
Oh man, I remember that.
So therefore, AOL Netscape.
You had to do. I used to do it at night when my parents go to sleep. Just
somebody calls
the phone line. Yeah, somebody
called. They knock you offline and whatnot.
It was free. You got to think about it. People got it was free though, Kyla. It was free.
No, I had to pay for my thing with AOL.
No. At first it was free. At first, you just had to pay for AOL. But I'm talking about like the connection and stuff. Like you didn't have to pay. You just use your phone line.
Yeah, use your phone line. Yeah,
just use your phone line.
And you also had to plug it in through the Ethernet cord. You didn't have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you didn't have no Wi-Fi. Then it came out with DSL. It came out with DSL, made it faster.
On your mobile phone, everything like that. So information that was was not available in 2008.
Yeah.
So now it's harder for people to come up here and say Obama would have never won if we would have had Wi-Fi and this more communication, because people have been questioning everything about him right now. But I'm looking at it now. I was like, wait a minute, where this guy come from? I remember I had an old Black Tail magazine. Remember that magazine, the Black Tail? I found. Check this out. I found an old issue of mine, right?
The '90s.
Yeah, check this out. When I found an old issue of mine, right? I remember getting back in '98, right? And also I was looking through it, and guess who was like the feature author in that one? It was Barack Obama. Dreams of My Father. And I said, oh, that's where I remember this guy from. So they're like this. No, I'm not that old, St. James. When I just said basically, AOL, you're talking about 2007, 2008.
AOL, Yahoo Messenger.
Yep. All that stuff like
Yeah,
that.
we know all that stuff, bro.
So the bottom line, that was back in the
MSN
day.
Messenger. They had
And when YouTube
MSN
first came out,
Messenger.
remember people would put up stupid videos of it. Like,
YouTube really was for learning. It was
like when
really
people
it was
when
a
I first got
learning. It
on
was for
YouTube, right?
educational.
I said YouTube it, right? So everyone just putting up stupid. This is me in my backyard with my pet dog, and stupid stuff
Stuff
like
like
that,
that.
right?
Stupid
But then
stuff.
out of nowhere, people start putting up videos talking about politics and stuff like that. And then people say, "Oh, I got these amount of views." And then YouTube started becoming popular. People were doing response videos to people and stuff like that. So it evolved into this now. So I would love to see if Barack Obama could come up in this stage of thing, like which people are vetting and scrutinizing people.
It'll be tough.
It'd be tough. It'll be tough right now, man, because he was like the last time, he got by because mainstream media loved him, whatnot. Nobody was really asking questions, about his background, what he believed in, whatnot. No one knows about his speeches at Columbia when he was there and stuff like that, what he stand for and stuff like that. No one knew.
Nobody knew? Yeah,
no one knew. It was all records, everything
I feel like Obama was a scam. He scammed.
It was a scam. That was the biggest scam program, but we bought into
it.
him.
I'll be honest with you.
Bought into I voted for him twice.
I voted for him twice too.
Check us out, because they basically said, "Yo, he's a black." I just saw that beautiful black family, and I wanted.
It was an image, It was just. I look at it from a symbolic standpoint. I ain't even.
And also, and to be honest with you, I hated George W. Bush.
Oh yeah. No. The problem too. George Bush too. He messed up a lot. He messed up American image. So it was at that time for like to just put a new face in power. That's what they needed to do, because George Bush messed up the white man image for.
Check us out. What you call Dave? Check us out. Look at that stupid person. You voted for a black immigrant. When Barack Obama was not a black, he identified as a so-called African American, which he was.
He identified as African American.
That's how these people are a bunch of losers. When they come over here and try to claim Barack Obama, he's not part of your.
And people love Michelle too. You got to remember, people love. If Obama was married to a white woman, he wouldn't have got.
Oh, if he was married to a white woman, he would have never freaking.
He wouldn't have got elected. So
now he got elected.
He was
a black, strong black.
He got the black woman. He got two black girls. He got the great image. It's a great image, great speech. He could put a lot of. Obama could put a speech together. He, put a great speech together.
I saw him when he came to Virginia Beach, right? He came to Virginia in his closing argument tour. He came to Virginia Beach, man. They were selling Obama's shot glasses. I bought a couple of those and whatnot. Obama beer mugs, whatnot. I was like, damn. It was like Obama mania at that time.
Obama got all of us, right? He got all of the shirts.
His dad was from Kenya. Look, Obama.
That's what got us too. Like, oh, he from Kenya. His pops from Kenya. Oh,
but that was the time when black people saw black people just black. Yeah. And social media changed our opinion about that, because we listened to black immigrants and say, okay, that's how y'all really think about it. That's how y'all really think about things. And Black America over the years just started basically saying, something maybe, like this, because bottom line is, I'm saying right now, with the immigrants in this country and whatnot, I never thought that before, if you were black, you were just black. You know what I'm saying? We support you, whatever like that. Now that's not the case anymore. The social media just
changed. Man, kind of, and it changed. Social
media changed everything. It's because Africans and immigrants running their mouth all the time and whatnot. Black America just changed, man, over the years, Like, we no longer see people as just black. We just see them as, if you're not Black American or part of our culture, or if you're not down with our culture, you don't have to be necessarily Black American, but you got to be down with our culture.
Yeah, at least understand what's going on.
A lot of people want to come here. And like I said, check us out. I got a freaking, I finally got my TikTok working, right? I'm going to see if I can play this one video. And hold on, let's see if I can find it. Let's see, stop screen sharing. And I got my TikTok. This one Nigerian girl, she just dropped the friggin' jewels, man. Let's see if I can find my TikTok on TikTok. Okay, let's see, TikTok. No, let's see, TikTok. Let's see. I don't know how to do this. TikTok. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Yes. Okay. Favorites. Okay. Can you guys see the video?
This is my
I'm
opinion
playing.
as a Nigerian who was born and raised in Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
Ruston,
I'm good. Now I
Louisiana,
see it
to be
works.
exact. You cannot come from the
Listen to this,
outside
Elvis.
into America and then tell Americans how they need to receive you. Daniel Caesar, James and Fuhad, Tyler. You cannot come into America, want American exposure, American dollars, American what's the word? American support, American fans. You cannot enjoy the benefits of having a core American audience without understanding the American people. I was trying to really decide what the difference is between like Tyla, James and Fuhad, and some of these other art like Daniel Caesar, some of these artists who have come
Oh, hold up.
to the US and why it's been easier to cancel some of them and versus like a Chris Brown, who have also had a long history of mistreatment of like dark skinned women and black women as a whole. And I was like, oh, it's because they're coming from the outside into America. See, as a Nigerian who was born and raised in Louisiana, I did deal with a lot of sort of the otherism that happens as a diasporan individual. I was called the African booty scratcher, blah, 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 blah. You know, I've had the same story that any immigrant child would have. Here's the difference. Me personally, I understand why that was the reaction. I understand why me coming in as something that is completely different from anything that's happening in this 20,000 person town would elicit some reaction that's like, whoa, 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 wait, what's going on here? African Americans here in the US rightfully are protective of their culture. They're rightfully protective of who participates, who gets to claim it, who gets to see it. And I get that. So when they were weird about me coming into the scene, they're like, where are you coming from? What's your thing? What's your thing? What I did was not lash out because they questioned where I came from. I just showed them who I was. And I never had a problem. Not since then. They asked me and I let them ask. And I said, I understand why you feel the way you feel. I get it. I'm not what you think I am. I'm just me. I'm just trying to go to class and do my thing. That's it. And I don't have any ill will towards you all. I don't want anything from you. I just want to go to school and have friends. And after that, honestly, I never had a problem again. I never had, and I'm still African, still in Louisiana, but I never had a problem because I came into American culture and I took a step back and said, I'm not from here. Let me understand their perspective because I'm going to live amongst it. I'll never understand the audacity and gall that is required for you to come from outside into an environment and then because you see the opportunities that environment can give you and then tell the environment you're going into how you want them to receive you. You don't know those people. You don't know them. You don't know them. You don't know them. You're not them. And you didn't take the time to get to know them. You didn't take the time to get to understand their culture, why things are the way they are. You just want the money. And that's what happens. You wanted the money. You didn't want to take the long way to understand why you're getting the money. And now you're not going to get the money anymore. So sorry. Hate to break it to you. This concept of people who are Africans or outsiders coming into the US with this highfalutin, just this high degree of just uppityness is confusing to me because I'm like, surely you're not talking shit when your country, Nigeria, is looking the way it looks. We're talking down on African Americans? Did we everyone's December. Go to your village. Is there a road? There's not mine. There's no road in mine. So I'm not gonna open my mouth to talk about how African Americans live because there's no road in my village. So I don't know what exactly the uppityness I'm trying to bring to the table. I'm confused. South Africa.
She's from Nigeria.
What's going on over there, huh? Are y'all still killing Nigerians? Are y'all still killing us because you don't want us because we took your jobs? Is that what's going on? Like, because since y'all are so uppity, since y'all have everything together, what happened to that? Like, y'all want to come to America, get American dollars, get American exposure, get the platform that having American buy-in gives you, but you don't want to understand the American people, the Black American people, the Black American experience, the Black Americans. And it's not right. And again, I'm saying this as an African whose both my parents were born in Nigeria. My mom was fresh to America when she had my brothers and me. And now living in the US my entire life, over 30 years, I just don't get where Africans get off coming to America and then having an attitude about the Americans. Aside from the fact that the whole reason why you as an African come to America and have an opportunity is because African Americans did the damn thing and fought for the opportunities that allowed us from Africa to come here and be able to get a better opportunity. That's because of the Black Americans here. Aside from that, it is crazy to go to somebody's house, to go inside someone's house, and then tell someone inside their own house how they're supposed to react to what you brought into their house. You're inside their house. If you don't want what they want, come out the house. Stay in your own house. But don't come here and then be mad that the people here want something different. That's just coming from me. I just suggest that if you are an artist, a person who looks like us, who's trying to benefit from looking like us, but trying to keep yourself above the fray, I would highly encourage you to stay out. You ain't gonna come here. You ain't gotta come here. You can stay in London. You can stay in Canada. You can stay.
You need to call Tariq Nasheed.
There. Where they appreciate your uppity.
She's preaching the truth.
Stay where you are loved and where you are so cherished. Stay there, and stop coming here and then being mad at us for having an opinion on what you brought to the table.
All the Nigerianness has been beaten out of her. I don't recognize.
For calling you out on your bad behavior. Stop being mad at us for saying, look, y'all don't really have a leg to stand on when calling us ghetto. Because what's ghetto is apartheid. Tribalism, sweetie. Why are we diaspora, honey? Because they use tribalism against us. Like, let's just start putting two and two together before we start demanding the Black American dollar. Okay? And again, I'm saying this as a person whose identity, I'm Nigerian.
She's never been to her village, I can guarantee you that.
Nationality, I'm American.
Yeah, she don't want to go to her village, bro. That's why she's in America, right? No one wants to go to a village, bro.
I don't.
You don't want to go to your village. That's why you in America, scary ass.
Reparations. If there are reparations ever
happen, I still own a home in my village.
Nigerian Americans should not.
You ain't gonna go to no village, Igwe. You know,
and get reparations from those people because they call.
Yeah, I'll believe that when you and Zongo go back to your villages and whatnot. I'll believe it. You know,
money from them because me as a Nigerian, I should not get from the American government. Americans need to pay the Black Americans, the African Americans who built this country and built the opportunities that allow me, a Nigerian, to come here and have jobs doing things. They need to get their money. They're just okay.
This is
so yes, just an FYI. If you're coming to America to come get American dollars, understand the Black American, African American experience first, or stay home. Okay. this is my opinion as a Nigerian who was born and raised in Louisiana. Yeah, Ruston, Louisiana, to be exact. You cannot come from the outside into America and then tell Americans how they need to receive you.
I think we have seen that.
Daniel Caesar,
Yeah,
James
she's
and
the
Fuhad,
rerun.
Tyler.
Yeah, we already seen that. All right. Yeah, well, like I said, folks, the reason I play that is because that doesn't that remind you of everything I go through with Mike Olawale. He's gonna come here from his dusty village in some godforsaken place in Nigeria and tell us what we should be doing and how, nigga, you don't belong here. That's what I never understand. And bottom line, and American, not just Black Americans, everyone's tired of it. Everyone's tired of that. You know, people coming here and basically telling us how rotten we are because we're Americans and everything. Like they got all the answers to everything. And when if you got all the answers, why are you over here? Why isn't your country doing well? That's a question I can never ask. You know, your country was so great. Why the fuck are you here? You know, if I was doing if I had my own country and I was doing great and everything like that, I wouldn't fucking be in somebody else's country. You know, I'd be right where I was born at.
Some of us are global citizens. The world.
I know that bullshit about global. I don't buy it.
Can we go with the globalist talk?
Most of the
globalist points.
Most of the global citizens. Most of the global citizens are third world people using global citizens as a place to freaking mooch off the industrialized world. You never see freaking people from the industrialized world in large numbers seeking refuge in a fucking third world country. It never happens. It's always people trying to get to migrate to the advanced countries and whatnot. That's all it is. And but the guise of global citizenship.
But the problem is you fail to industrialize your resources. Nobody wants to do that in these third world countries.
It's too much work. It's too much hard work.
Well, they always claiming to be global citizens. You come to the United States and you get a fucking job. Global citizens, they go to Jamaica and they create all the damn businesses. They modernize the country and they own all the resources. That's globalism. Your ass ain't globalizing.
Yeah, the people that come and bring billions of dollars into invest.
How can I flee when I still own a home in Nigeria? How can
I don't want to hear that crap.
Hey, does your home look better than Afro Stink Tank's home? And he looks like he's living real bad in Nigeria.
The job, if the job,
I give credit to Black Americans for being global citizens. They helped Ethiopia start their whole airlines, and they worked on with them with their Air Force. Black Americans went to Ghana, building hospitals and everything. That's globalism. Your asses ain't no global shit.
Blacks Without Borders, right? Those are global citizens. You know, they bring in
those are global
real estate and some of every high tech businesses to South Africa. That's a global citizen.
The Indians over there trying to get the Kenyan airport, that's global shit. The Indians that have the businesses in Nigeria, Airtel, that's global. Your asses ain't doing nothing global. Shut that shit up.
Hey, Jonathan, didn't you flee because you got warrants or something? Don't you owe child support? Why you fled to Nigeria?
You can't leave the United States with over $2,500 worth of child support.
Right. That's how.
Did you know that? Did you know that? You didn't even know that, did you? You didn't even know that, did you?
The point I'm making is this: when you have money,
and wait. I was just in the United States, and somehow I made it to Nigeria again.
Well, you need.
I've been to your country and your area more times than you have in your lifetime in 1 year. That's bad, Chukwu.
That's all I'm saying.
Chukwu, you will flee. You're just like your daddy. Your daddy sucked. You suck. It's in your DNA. Get over it. But you can always change.
You hate her. You hate people who succeed, but
you ain't succeeding, buddy.
Hate is a form of envy, so I receive it. Go ahead.
You're not succeeding, buddy. You're not gonna lie to me.
I'm winning. I'll be retired in my.
You're 40s. Winning because you're in a country with good electricity, good water.
Post the link, Carla.
That's the only thing you're winning.
Well,
you're winning because you're in America.
Country. I'm winning in your.
I'm sacrificing right now to make your country better. I'm taking the L.
Where am I gonna start?
I can't drink the water.
What am I? Hold on, where am I gonna meet some of these Nigerian winners, man? I'm in the professional world, man. I would love to hook up with some Nigerian businessmen but I just don't see them. Where they at?
Kala, the Nigerians that come on your show, they're always winning from the United States of America.
Go to Houston, Carter. There's a lot of them there.
I don't want to go to no damn.
No. We're talking about the people in Nigeria, those winners, not the ones that left and got a job in America. That's not the winner.
I would say Virginia and Maryland are the best place in North Carolina. These 3 states right here are the best places in the world for black people to live at. Black people got so much going on here and whatnot. It's unfucking real, man. You know, everything, man. Banking, finance, you know, mutual funds, everything, man. Black people in corporate America here, man. It's just unreal what's going on in Virginia.
You know what it is?
What's up, Dollar Bill? Dollar Bill, you there?
I had to get my microphone together. Good evening,
what's up, Dollar Bill? How you doing, Dollar Bill?
The topic
I hope you ain't here to beat up nobody today.
Although I said, the topic of tonight is I said we've never had leaders or leadership. Leadership and leaders are 2 different things. You could provide leadership. I believe I provide leadership. But I don't consider myself a leader. That means
you can't say that, Carlo. If you provide leadership, you got to consider yourself.
Whether people listen to it or follow me are 2 different things. But I put leadership out there because I live by example. You know, leadership is just living by example.
Yeah, leadership starts at home, right?
Yep.
And I try to tell people that everything starts at home. So, you know, the first time you're a leader in your home, and then you become a leader in your community. And then from there, it goes out. You know, charity begins at home.
Yep.
And so we're having a problem with leadership because we're having a problem with the home, right? And so if we get back to where we're supposed to be, where we were actually even in the 70s, okay, where we were the leaders in family. When people talked about family, they were talking about us. They weren't talking about white people. They weren't talking about Latino people, if they even exist on this plane. They were talking about African Americans in this country. We were leaders in our home.
Black American women aren't really going for all that these days. That's the issue. So.
Young people, I don't know. Yesterday I sat up here and I took everything because I decided that I didn't want to argue. And it took me everything for this young 21-year-old kid and telling me, how we messed up, what we didn't do right in society. And he let white people completely off the hook, as if, we were in control of this country.
Exactly.
So I sat up there and I took the abuse because I tried to understand where he's coming from and what he's all about, right? And all he's talking about is how he's running through women and dogging them and disrespecting them. And I'm saying to myself, the same issues that you had in your home, you're angry with me. I'm a man who went to college, okay, not because thought I was great or good. I went to college because they wanted to give me $4 an hour, actually $3.35. And I said, no, man, I got to do better than this. I can't work for $3. And minimum wage at that time was $3.35. So I had no choice but to go to college. I just wanted to do real estate, really. Okay. But I had a baby face and, people looked at me like I was a little child and they weren't interested in putting their life savings in my hand. So I had to set up deals and have those deals go to other people instead of me. So I just said, you know what? I might as well just go to college, try to get me an education and see what I can do with that. I didn't do it because I was highfalutin or I was part of the boule or anything. I just wanted an opportunity in life because I knew it had to be something better than making $4 an hour.
But Dollar Bill, do you agree that, the family is the most important structure for the community? So without strong families, you can't have a strong Black community. And the issue is that there's an issue with building and maintaining strong families in America. I think it's a cultural issue. I think there's a lot of thug culture, thought culture. People are comfortable just having children, not getting married.
No, I don't actually think they are. And I'm glad you said
Black
that.
America is a victim
because
of success.
The first thing that you have to do to create a strong family is to have an economic base. If you don't have an economic base, you can't have a strong family. White people have discovered that. That's why, Carlo was talking about how he would meet educated white women who started homeschooling, and stayed home and left the corporate world where they were making money because they realized that they couldn't impart their values
But let
on
me
their
ask
children.
Are white supremacists stopping black people from getting married? Is it racism?
I'm saying economics.
No, but okay.
Economics is
Let me tell you
stopping
something.
people
Hold
from
on.
getting married.
Is that Truco answering that question? Let me answer that question, Bill. The problem is Black America is a victim of its own society. If you have a group of people that don't have a purpose, right? What other purpose is there but just to have fun and party and everything? Black America at one time used to be a serious people. You know, we were godly people, we were serious people, and we had people that said something to the world, how we thought the world should be. When we integrated into American society, right, we lost all that, right? So we let white people make all the decisions and everything. So we stopped listening to the patriarchal society. When we had a Black patriarchal society, we knew that we had to work hard. The Bible says work hard, and you have to find yourself a wife. A man who finds a wife. That was the value system we had. Now you take that away from us through the movies, culture, and everything like that. Why? Because that's the way America was moving. So if we're going to be more American, then we got to get rid of these values that kept us as a people. You understand? And also, well, we're not in the same boat as we was back then, because if you incentivize women that they have their own careers and their own money and stuff like that, and marriage is not even a necessity and everything like that. So marriage is, everybody wants marriage eventually, but people back in the days used to be married like 21 and 22 was the average age of a young couple. They would say young couple, right? They were in the early 20s. Now people are waiting until their 40s to finally settle down and get married, you know, and that's what the problem is. You know, most people eventually get married, but they settle.
But it's because of economics.
No,
this is economics. You know,
this is a crisis of accountability. People are not taking accountability. To building marriages is something that is on you as an individual. It's a personal thing. You cannot push it off to society, to the economy.
Well, I know that, but like I said, but how do we bring back how do we bring back a culture unless you only way it's going to happen, and it's not going to be pretty, unless you have a Black nationalist culture again, right? Which they said we have to build a Black family. I've seen it happen. I've seen sisters like, there's one sister I saw, this was years ago, right? Never forgot this, right? I remember she was a fine little sister, right? She was sitting in her car reading the Final Call, right? And the guy that was inside the 7-Eleven, right, was some dude like a friggin' brother, but he was like a nerd, you know? That's like a nerd, right? Like, and she was basically like, yeah, we're gonna do this thing. We're gonna build. She was like talking about, yeah, because it was right around that time of the Million Man March, right? And she was like, yeah, we're gonna build a Black family. This girl was only like around 20 years old, you know, and so basically, I'm saying like that. It's when the Million Man March happened, the number of marriages and stuff like that did a slight spike. But after that, people went back into the hip hop, all about the Benjamins, popping Cristal and all this kind of lifestyle.
But can I say something to the young man? Because he says that we're escaping accountability.
Correct.
That is not true. You let me explain before you jump on me.
Okay.
Because I know you're ready to pounce on me, right? You cannot have a family, okay, in this society if you can't take care of them. And in fact,
something happened. I didn't hear
irresponsible.
You cannot have a family and what?
It's irresponsible to take a wife and children if you can't provide for them.
You're in and out. It's something about irresponsible. I didn't hear what you said before that.
No, we're hearing you clearly. Yeah, we hear him fine.
Perfectly.
I think it's your phone. Maybe you get in a call or something.
Okay, my bad. Okay, go ahead. My bad. Is he talking? Because I don't even hear anything.
Hey, yo, peace.
No, I didn't. Give me a minute. What I'll say, okay, before my phone went off, because I had to take care of some responsibility from my father. He's 89 years old. You cannot have a family if you can't take care of them. It's irresponsible of you to take a wife if you cannot provide for her.
Well, can you have a baby if you can't provide for them?
You cannot. If you cannot have a wife, you shouldn't. We're talking about people and families, right? We're not talking about baby mamas. We're talking about families. You cannot. I'm talking about men, not women. We're talking about men. We're men talking about men, right?
Who impregnates the women? Which party impregnates?
That means they could be males. I'm talking about men.
Oh, okay, so we're giving fussy definitions.
No, it's not a fuzzy definition. I'm talking about
you
men.
can't allow this little dude to do this shit.
No, I'm not going to argue
dude,
with
him. In your country, in your area, you guys claim to have very high family values and blah,
Don't
blah,
go
blah.
there, Jonathan. I know where you're going. Don't go there, Jonathan.
Explain why y'all asses can't get that shit together.
Here's what I will say.
Let's go there.
No. Explain why y'all asses can't get that shit together.
Are you married, Jonathan? How many baby
mamas?
Yes.
Now explain why your ass can't get that shit together.
From your child
your
support.
Daddy hightailed his ass away from Biafra.
Everybody in my family is married, Jonathan. Can you say the same? Is your sister married? All my sisters are married. All my brothers are married.
Brother married too. Yeah. You're talking to the wrong person about that. Brother, you said that marriage is the reason why Black Americans are not seceding. However, we still are seceding, unfortunately. But in your country where marriage is high, you're not getting anywhere.
Here's the problem. 75% of Black children are raised in a home with a single mother only.
And I would say that 80% of Nigerian children are raised in a house with both parents and getting nowhere.
Right.
So that ain't the answer, bro.
Okay, how does that affect the people living in America?
How does that, brother, if that what you're saying is true, that should be across the board. Not just America. America be having baby mamas and still seceding. Y'all have a baby. Y'all be married and crashing out.
All right, are you done? I can only control my own house. The point I'm making is this.
No. If what you're saying is true, it should be true across the board. You can't limit to being, marriage is only important in America with Black people. No, if it's that important, then where you guys are married at, y'all should be seceding across the board, and you're fucking not. You're fleeing to America.
The point I'm making is this: the ethnic groups that have the highest marriage rates have the highest median incomes.
Have the highest poverty rate in the world.
I'm talking about in America, the ethnic
groups. No. You have to go across the board. You can't just limit it to America, sir.
Talking about a Black American.
These baby mamas in America are doing way better than everybody in your country. You cannot do that, sir. But you got to be across the board. If you believe that marriage is the foundation and it's the reason why people succeed in countries where people are highly married, like your country, you guys should be outperforming like a motherfucker, and you're not.
You're making an economic.
So cut the crap. Your daddy fled Nigeria because he had common sense to realize that he had a Black American woman that was willing to save his ass. And she saved him. She saved him, and they made your dumbass. And your dumbass is so stupid, you ain't learned nothing from your mother. So your mother, she's a charitable woman. She got a heart. She saved that guy from Biafra.
I did learn marriage is important, right? And it's up to
It's so important that your country is overwhelmingly married and felon.
Hold on.
Jonathan, you gotta let him. You gotta give him a chance to explain himself too, Jonathan.
I don't want to get into a war. All I'm trying to explain to the young man, trying to get him to understand, you cannot go out and get married, right? If you cannot take care of your children.
But people are.
And so, excuse me 1 second. Let me finish. Let me land, please. Okay, so. The situation is that when we left the South and we moved into these urban areas, okay, a lot of us worked in these entry-level positions, right? We worked in factories. Those were the number one things for us to do. And once we did that, we were able to go to college. Okay, some of us got work in the post office. At one time, most educated people were Pullman porters, right? These were the kinds of jobs. These were the kinds of jobs that were available to us. And so we were able to put that together, okay, and we were able to marry and take care of a family.
Black Americans had the highest marriage
with this
rate
factor.
Coming out of slavery.
I told you. Didn't I just tell you back in the 70s?
So what are you talking about now?
So well, see, now we're talking about economics, and we're also talking about because women have an opportunity. You don't want to listen and you don't want to understand. You're African, and all you want to do is like half of you, and is the only thing you represent.
Your argument fails. That's why
you can't even represent. You can't even represent and
Dollar Bill,
understand
you are
anything
arguing
that I'm
with a
saying.
clown.
No, I
You
know
can't
he's a
argue
clown.
with a clown.
But I'm not doing it for him.
This is the only dummy that we understand that white people have had a war against
And
Black
he tells me
Americans from
about
the
his
beginning
father,
of time.
who's a doctor, and his father probably got
I
his
don't believe that
citizenship.
shit.
But even if he did, he probably got his citizenship from his mother. Okay, and that's why he
You
was
can't tell me a doctor produced this type of dumbass child.
Well, DNA is not
God
necessarily
forbid.
translate to exceptionalism, right?
Oh yeah, you're right about that because LeBron James
Because you
child
got
is
to look
trash.
at some people. So you didn't realize that he had education, probably even money, but if she didn't rescue him, he would have been a cab driver, a gypsy cab driver. But see, you don't understand that the privilege and the opportunity that afforded him to have your little African ass. Okay, he did that off the backs of African American people.
You know what's interesting, Dollar Bill? Chukwu was born in Nigeria, which would likely mean that him and his mother were his father and his mother were in Nigeria when they got married and when Chukwu was born. And then his mother sponsored her father to go to the United States of America.
Incorrect. You have no idea what the
hell. That ain't incorrect. That ain't incorrect.
All right, guys, let's give him a minute to explain
I
himself.
really don't want
Go
to
ahead,
talk
Chuku.
because he's an idiot for real.
He's an idiot.
We gotta give everybody a chance.
He's
Let
in
him
the background, always talking Black Americans. What are you?
Dollar Bill, let him speak. Let him speak, please.
He's an idiot, man.
Okay,
young idiot.
The ethnic groups with the highest marriage rates have the highest median incomes. This is a correlation. This is why the Indians and the Chinese and the Jews are doing so good. They have high marriage rates.
Do you know that Jews? Let me just say, hold on, no. Let me just say something because you're an idiot and all you do is read Google. Do you know in New York City that Jews have a bunch of baby mamas? They have their own welfare. I just
check this out. Hey, Dollar Bill, you've been to Coney Island, right?
Yeah.
You know those buildings out there that people luxury buildings.
I'm not hearing nothing this man is saying. It's garbled. I don't know what
they have their own welfare system. They have the women cut off their hair, okay, and they're baby mamas. I grew up with two of them that became doctors, and she was in they were living in the project.
Do they
know why?
Families?
Do you know why? Do you know why? And they're baby mamas.
They build
and they're concubines. And their concubines, you know why? Because the women are okay with it. They don't mind getting on the government dough and being a concubine and practicing polygamy here in America.
New York, they built a whole community. They kicked the Hasidic Jews, kicked the whole people out and built row of houses and whatnot. I had played on my Bomani show one night. Rows of houses that basically, guess what? Are Section 8. You know,
Section 8, and they're on welfare. And they're on food stamps.
And they're brand new houses one night,
if you want to tell people,
it'd be a riot, man.
If you want to tell, and the white people also did it in Utah. Okay, Brigham Young had 250 wives.
We're the face of Section 8, you know,
right? 250 wives.
1 second, guys. Let me talk to Igwe for a second.
Can I just get 10 seconds to land my plane?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so
hurry up and land your earpiece plane.
Damn, nigga. Dollar Bill mentioned earlier that Black Americans are too poor to get married, right? But they're not too poor to have children with random people and have not. And so you're too poor to get married, but not.
So women in Nigeria not having babies with random children. They're not out there practicing.
Dollar Bill, this is why I wanted to talk to him. Let me speak to him real quick.
You're an idiot, man. Shut up.
Let me speak to him real quick. You know, Chuku.
You're a pubescent sucker.
Okay, this is a sacred cow. I could tell that I've hit a sore spot.
Chuku.
You are a pubescent sucker. Your father probably got
$5 bill. Let it be,
your
bro.
mother's
Let
the
it be.
only one
Chuku, the biggest problem that you have is you're talking to a whole bunch of Black American men who are married.
Chuku, don't you
talking shit?
1 second, $1 bill. Don't you think having this having this perspective is always is divisive instead of, you know, because we as Africans, continental Africans, we have some of the same issues. You know, our women coming over to this country, some of them, they become baby mothers. You know, the economic hardship in this country maybe it deterred a lot of people from getting married. So you have to look at the picture holistically and don't have that stereotypical view of black people in America, because I see it in African communities here and back home.
It's not, and that's the thing, Elvis, because they come from these countries where, you know, you could be a man and go have all of these baby mamas, and you cannot take care of your kids. You can give everything to one child. At the end of the day, you can't pull that shit off in America. Good luck with that.
And the social safety net is what's encouraging these men abandoning their children and women having.
You don't have a social safety.
Y'all don't have social safety
net.
That's
why
in your country,
you guys
buddy.
abandon your children. The reason why your daddy couldn't abandon you, okay, like Bam Adebayo's Nigerian daddy abandoned him. Okay,
like Barack Obama's daddy
abandoned him. Like the other, what's the other girl? That's the woman that's a comedian whose father is from
Tiffany Haddish.
Tiffany Haddish. So don't come in here and talk about
Gianna Antetokounmpo. We can go all the way down the line when we start talking about your people, bro.
Don't make me put on the K&K squad where you have young Nigerian women coming to Ghana to be prostitutes. And you know who they're servicing? Okay? They're servicing married men. White people in this society, okay, were able to practice polygamy. Brigham Young had 250 wives. And in Utah, there's some of the richest white people in the country. Stop telling me that nonsense.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a baby daddy or a stepdaddy? Because you never really landed that.
I'm a real daddy, nigga.
No, but
I have two children. I have two children, and I married their mother. I'm a real daddy, nigga.
Chuku, you understand that a lot of African Americans are married and raising families. It's not just
dumbass.
All of them are not baby daddies and not getting married. It's a lot of them who get married and have families,
baby
right?
Daddy? I just told you that my daughter's doing her doctorate. Why would I be a baby mama?
So you're
baby mamas.
A stepdaddy then?
No, they came from my sperm.
Chuku, why? I mean, let's not do that, man.
Okay,
no, Elvis,
I got a sore throat, so I'm not trying to talk too much.
Why baby mothers in the United States could produce well-off children, but y'all asses are married and can't produce the same thing?
You live in a country, you got over 200 million people, and they have all kinds of problems. You come in this place,
America,
where you're a small minority.
We know you do. Your punk ass scared of your own country.
But in your own country, what are you doing?
Well,
what are you doing? You're not doing shit.
Area.
You have a whole.
I got a couple of schools and catering businesses over there.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You're catering to
Shut that shit up.
You're not doing no damn goosey soup from America. Who do you think you're talking to? You and this little punk.
This dude thinks sending remittance bad means he got a restaurant.
Exactly. You got a couple of
Chuku, I think you need to reevaluate your views, bro.
You out of your league, son.
You know.
Chuku, you lying.
It's true. You know, there is a portion
you got a
of
restaurant or a school in Nigeria, I will go to that motherfucker tomorrow.
We had a conversation about it last night on the show.
Send me the address, nigga.
About black men not getting married and what's the fear and all of those things. We had a really good conversation last night about that. I wish you would have been here.
And you so racist against your own mother. How do you deal with your own family?
Yeah, I don't want you to generalize it like that. When you come in these kind of discussions, I'm telling him, don't generalize it.
He said he's half African.
Generalizing.
Right? He's half an American.
Right.
That his mother is an African American.
My mother is.
You know what I think?
And he comes.
You know what I think, Dollar Bill? Because this typically happens a lot. What I've seen in Nigerian families is that there's a lot of disdain between the parents. Even though they may be married, there's a hell of disdain. And they will trash talk each other. And maybe Chuku done picked up from this.
Are your parents?
That's the only way he can come out with this dumbass idea.
Not only did I cut my kids, legitimate, not bastards. My father and his mother, his family, and my father's 89 years old.
If I remember correctly, Jonathan said he's never even met his father. So what the fuck is he talking about?
What are you talking about? I never met my father.
Hey, wait, hold on.
Now you Dollar Bill. You said Jonathan.
Wait. Hold on. Jonathan has never met his father, and Jonathan, his baby mama mother, preceded a child that's doing way better than your two parents are.
Doubtful.
That's a common thing.
If you want to believe that, then go ahead.
But what's all of this about baby
It's a
mama
fact.
situation?
I'm in your country. You're in mine.
75%.
I provide jobs for your people. You leech off of mine.
Do you
There's
know
a
that half
difference.
you got so upset because a Nigerian woman, I was listening to the program. You got so upset because she was saying something that was true. It bothered you, but she's a full Nigerian, unlike you, who is a African.
She got a
African. I've never heard that before. He's a African. He's half what?
That's what he is. A African.
Good.
She got a brain. This one don't have a brain.
African. It's all good. I'm a
what's happening is that his father's brain has infiltrated his brain, so he don't have a brain.
And you can't understand nothing that she's saying.
Chuku, bring your father on this.
But Chuku, let me ask you this, right? Chuku, you think your mother have this perspective about her people that they just don't get married, the fathers are not home, it's the majority of black men? You think she have that perspective about African Americans?
Say my mother is part of the talented 10th. She grew up.
Oh man, Chuku, man, come on, man.
Get out of here, nigga.
Come on, man.
Get out of here. You probably got cousins on welfare. Shut up, nigga. You a liar.
She got it.
She's from a different generation.
Oh, get out of here, nigga.
Oh, Chuku, man.
Chuku be lying his ass off.
Not only are you a liar, you're a fraud. You're a African lion. Right. You're a liar.
Chuku is no different than
let's dig deeper, Dollar Bill. Let's dig deeper, because by him saying that, he's saying that his mother is an elitist. Yeah, and she has classism, mentality, and I don't think that's good, Chuku. Maybe that's why you think this way.
Even if you're an elitist, he's got a cousin on crack somewhere.
Don't put that in.
Okay, so stop lying.
Got a brain.
Get him,
stop lying. Cause everybody's got somebody.
But Dollar Bill, let him explain. Let him explain, Dollar Bill. Chuku, why do you say your mother is a part of that talented 10? What does that mean? Explain it to us.
She is a product of a family where everybody was HBCU educated and everybody attained a high degree, master's or higher.
Yeah, everybody.
Right.
All of her cousins, they came out of slavery.
Okay, so what's her perspective on black men and in marriage? What's her perspective on it?
Let me just tell you why I know you a liar. She has so much self-esteem, and she was part of the talented 10th that she married a Nigerian.
She married
a Dollar Bill. What are you saying? High esteemed women don't marry Nigerians?
No, I'm gonna explain. If she was from a Boule family,
she married
that was rich and had money, she would not marry a Nigerian.
Maybe.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with what you're saying, because they're trying to build legacies. It's like royal families. They're trying to marry other people that have a STEM name and economic status, and not just economic status, but somebody who has a long history in this country as well. That's probably true.
Not only would she be a person who would not marry a Nigerian, okay, she also wanted to marry somebody who would be Boule like her,
and who was probably light skinned, half mixed.
Exactly.
That's probably true too.
The fact that she had low enough self-esteem to marry your daddy makes you
live in Nigeria.
Let him explain though. Let him talk. Go ahead, Chuku. What is your mother's take on black men getting married in America?
What is my mother's take on it?
Yeah, you guys have conversations about that, the low marriage rate amongst black people?
This is not a topic that I usually.
I think his mother's white. I don't think she's a black woman at all.
That might be the case.
I think
give him a chance. White. You let him have at least a minute to talk.
I'm not giving him no chance because
you know what, Dollar Bill? Let me tell you something, Dollar Bill. This is where Chuko fucked up. When Chuko said he was in his 30s, and I did the math, and I'm like, so you telling me that black Americans were going to Nigeria when y'all was having coups and unrest and all kinds of shit? I don't know about that.
He's a liar. His father came over here on a student visa, just like the mother sucker, married his mother. Okay, she had low self-esteem, and she married him. That's why she didn't raise you with no African American pride. That's why you can't represent nothing in African American. You don't even.
I know my people very well. Man, we ain't rushing the coup d'etat countries for no damn reason.
A woman who's a boule? Do you think that a woman who's a boule is gonna run out to freaking Africa with no running hot and cold running water with lights and shit going off all the time? Do you really think that we're that stupid? To think that your
doing coup d'etats and unrest and civil killings all over the place? You think we that dumb, Chuko?
Let me tell you something. I have a cousin Her father, excuse me, I have a cousin. Her father is an engineer that put up Hartsfield Airport. And I'm gonna tell you,
Dollar Bill. Let's be fair, man. Give him a chance to speak. Let him speak
she's
too.
as white. Her mind is as white as a damn lily.
All right, Dollar Bill. Chuku, go ahead. Go ahead, Chuku.
See,
Continue your lie, Chuko.
Why there's all this feminine attitude and
you the feminine, you little punk.
Chuku, don't do that. Don't do personal attack. It's gonna just go ahead and make your points, bro. Go ahead, Chuku.
Your mother was a ghetto hoe, married this damn.
Hey, Dollar Bill. You see, you don't go there, bro. Let's not devolve into that.
No, don't call
his
me
mother was not. His mother was not a ghetto hoe.
He's not gonna come.
She just wasn't a black American.
He's a little
we know the
sissy
truth.
ass. You know, talk about he's a African. He ain't even a full African, and he's talking all this shit.
All right, Chuku, go ahead. What do you want to say? Give him a chance to speak his mind.
You catch the most flack when you're over the target. The reason why Dollar Bill and Jonathan are getting so upset is because what I'm saying is very true.
You're lying.
Fraud. You're a liar.
You're lying.
Chuko,
the minute you gave me the age range, you're trying to tell me that your mother, at the minimum, would have to be close around the age of my mother.
Exactly.
And black Americans aren't running to coup d'etat ass countries.
She was going to run there.
With no electricity, no water, constantly unstable, insecure. I got black people that don't want to go to Nigeria to this day.
Why would she want to marry in Nigeria?
And it ain't that damn bad. It was worse back then, Chuko.
Well, Chuko, was your daddy special? Was your daddy special at that time? Was he already a doctor? Was he in a high, like an Ivy League school? Was he somebody of prominence at that time?
See, my father became a doctor in the U.S. and he got a government job in Nigeria. That's the reason why we moved back to Nigeria. He worked for the government for a while, and then he got a better paying job in the States, so we moved back here. He followed the money back here. So we had running water, we had electricity, we had drivers, we had house help, we had everything. So
they're wealthy. They're wealthy people in Nigeria who have running water.
They're wealthy people in Nigeria. I've been to a wealthy person's house before, and Lord knows when electricity came off, I said, "What?" Like this, we had that generator popping.
It seems like you can't be on him.
Chuko, you just lied too damn much.
He's a liar. And we know he's a liar, and we can. And I don't
lying
care.
too much,
Let me tell you something. I don't care if you run a Fortune 500 company.
Dollar Bill.
You cannot say unequivocally that everyone in your family, has not been afflicted somehow by living and being in America. Just the fact that he's saying that lets you know that he's a liar.
This nigga is lying.
Here's the thing about me. My grandmother, my maternal grandmother, is a
white woman, right?
Listen, hold on, let him spit. Let him talk, Dollar Bill. I want to hear this.
You see how he acts like a bitch every time I get.
Oh, Chuku, go ahead. Don't do that, bro. Explain yourself. We want to hear you.
I wish he would just.
Don't say his mom's a bitch. She don't deserve that. His daddy's a bitch, though. Go ahead.
Okay, my maternal grandmother is a black American. My maternal grandfather is from the Bahamas, so I have Bahamian and black American ancestry on my mother's side. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the typical black American experience I'm coming from. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like
this asshole.
Chuko, I'm gonna shoot that shit down too. Because back in the day, people from the West Indies wasn't bitch made.
What do you mean by
they were riders? They were the typical black Americans today. That's how we got a Louis Farrakhan. That's how we got a Marcus Garvey. That's how we
neighborhood upstate New York where there was lots of African Americans.
This nigga fooling.
What are you talking about? Not the typical African American. What are you talking about?
He's a liar. He's a
do you know you have places like Uniondale, Mount Vernon? These are all African American enclaves. Islip, Long Island.
Everybody in my family.
All the
I've been to the
Tyler, what he trying to say is that the Caribbean people y'all grew up with were coons. I don't believe that.
I've been to the Bahamas, and the black people there.
Listen to the.
They are rioters.
Go ahead.
They are rioters, and they ain't coons.
Yeah, they're definitely rioters. But he's trying to tell you. See, all of these things that he's talking about. Elvis, we know fakes and frauds and BS people who come out here and perpetuate lies. They come out here just to do it, to try to make themselves feel self-important, that they're tough, that they're gangsters.
Low self-esteem.
Yeah. Do that shit on Tariq's show. Maybe he'll listen to that dumb shit you talking.
He'll cook his ass so quick it'll be so bad.
All right, but
Chuko, the problem
what's
is
your
that
overall
you
point?
naming the worst time periods to say that your grandmother and your mother was that way.
Black Americans this, Black American this. Statistics show Black America. But the bottom line is this: no Black person in America will trade places with any other group of Black people. That's the truth.
Chuko, what's your overall point, Chuko?
Never trade places with anybody else. You know,
my overall point.
Everybody else wants to get here and live the life that we have.
First, he said that his family was from the South and that they.
I asked him a question, Dollar Bill. Let me answer, please.
I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to point out his lies.
Bro, you're very feminine. Can you just okay?
No, you feminine.
Chuko, you keep throwing shots. Don't do that, man. You're gonna get him talking again. Just make your point, Chuko.
About your crackhead mammy that married your fucking cab driver daddy.
Oh, Dollar Bill. Go ahead, Chuko.
Take that for feminism, bitch.
The biggest advantage I had growing up is that I had a father in my life, and I wish more Black American men had that, that same advantage.
Chuko, I've been to your land where they got fathers in their lives. They're eating dirt cookies right now, bro.
That's why.
That's not the answer.
The reason why Jonathan's so.
And that's why I got to come over here and save the youth, because the older are punks, just like your father.
So angry. So
they punks like your father.
He just comes.
So we Black Americans got to come to your country and help your people.
This is your new line. Is this therapy
y'all
for you?
Punks like your father.
Therapy for you, Chuku? Is this therapy? It makes you feel better when you come and you make all kinds of broad assertions and lies. Is this what makes you feel good?
The truth hurts. I get it, but
you don't hurt me. You don't hurt me.
You ain't got no truth, boy.
You can't hurt me, Jonathan.
You are lying.
You know what? One thing is for certain. I've raised a Black family. I brought property. I went to school. I have a high education, and I get a big paycheck. There is nothing that you can say to me to make me feel insecure. And I did it on my own. I did it, and I got it out of the mud.
No Black leadership, no nothing.
Okay? Out of the mud. I used to walk around and be a messenger and go to different places and save my tokens so I can do this. And then I worked at McDonald's.
Black leadership.
Okay, all day long, and went to school at night and on the weekends.
In the house.
And you know who was around me? A lot of people from the Caribbean and some people from Africa. I did it. And even people in America laughed at me and told me that I was stupid. Why am I wasting all my time? I didn't have online schools. I sat down for 3 and 4 hours to do lectures in them little tiny chairs. Okay, falling asleep at night and going on Saturday and Sunday. There is nothing that you or anybody like you who has low self-esteem can come and tell me and bring my self-esteem. I did it all. I did it all.
Now hold on, Dollar Bill, because you didn't cook them good enough. Now for me to have grown up with a single mother, been in jail, been in prison, no university degree, and still manage to build a life for myself in my country and in your country, and hire your people to work for people in my country, and your bitch ass grow with 2 parents and you still ain't shit.
Hold up. Take this video out. This video says there's 5,000
Some students are forced to relieve themselves in the bushes outside.
I think Black America is doing pretty well.
Equal Education says poor sanitation often means students skip school.
Social welfare is why
I want to
know any place outside
of they urine for the whole day when there are conditions that are just untenable. Untenable. Very tenable.
Okay, hold up. I fucked up. Okay, here we go.
very, very serious consequences on learners'
5,000
education.
schools
If
out
girls
here
are
don't
missing
have
school
toilets.
because
That's
of
sad.
their very normal menstrual cycle, then what are we? Then we're not meeting the educational
It's
rights
not to
and the
make fun of
educational needs
South
of that girl.
Africans or wherever like that.
Untenable.
But
See,
I'm
very,
just so
very
sick
serious
and tired of
consequences
people
on
coming
learners'
from
education.
countries
If
like
girls
this.
are missing
And
school
South Africa
because
is a
of
first world
their
country.
very normal
But they come
menstrual
over here
cycle, then what are
preaching
we?
to
Then
Black
we're not
America,
meeting
and
the
this is what they're
educational
coming
rights
from.
and the educational needs of that girl.
Built, unhygienic, and grimy toilets are the only
Hey,
option
shout
for
out to the
thousands of
panel.
students in
Sons
the
need their
Eastern Cape
fathers. Sons need
province.
their fathers.
Students
That's all
at
I'm preaching.
Hoho School outside King Williamstown have to use them
Hey, can y'all hear
every
me?
day.
What?
Toilets
We're
without
watching a
seats
video
don't
right now.
flush. Instead, human waste is collected in a pit underground. The stench is overwhelming. While the department should abide by the basic standards it set for sanitation, many of the toilets here obviously don't. Some students are forced to relieve themselves in the bushes outside. Advocacy group Equal Education says poor sanitation often means students skip school.
And overwhelming amount of learners said that they get bladder infections because they're holding in their urine for the whole day when there are conditions that are just untenable. See, very, very serious consequences on learners' education. If girls are missing school because of their very normal menstrual cycle,
Carla,
then
post the
what are
link,
we?
please.
Then we're not meeting the educational rights and the
All right.
educational needs of that girl.
Built, unhygienic, and grimy toilets are the only option for thousands of students in the Eastern Cape province. Students at Hoho School outside King Williamstown
I think
have to use
that's
them
it.
every day.
But that's basically what I'm talking about. And not to make fun of anybody. We've always been like, we're empathetic towards our people as suffering on the continent and the Caribbean, outside of America and everything like that. But why is it these people come over here and we don't judge them or anything like that? We know things happen. They come over here and they got so much judgment for us. So we're telling us what we're not doing. I don't get that. I don't get it. And that's why I said we don't have any real leaders. If we had real leaders, we'd be speaking with one voice, and we have people want to protect us. There's nobody protecting Black America from enemies, whether they black, white, and anything like that. And it's a sad situation, We do not have leaders in Black America.
Leadership.
Most of our so-called leaders let people talk shit about us.
The father in the house is the first leader. The fathers in the house are the leaders.
Why don't you go to Nigeria and start telling them about the fathers in their house?
Yeah, that's
why
what I'm
don't
saying.
you go there
and
start telling them stop taking young girls?
I'm not talking about
and exporting them into
I know.
prostitution.
Why don't you guys? Why don't you, Chukwu? How come you guys aren't going to Nigeria, and making that like a Dubai or something like that? Show them what you could do. Show us the example you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm confused. But you got this elite family. Y'all should be over there doing big shit. What's the problem?
Chukwu.
Yeah.
You agree that there are problems in Nigeria as well, right? Even though African Americans have some problems here, you guys have problems in Nigeria too, right?
Very big problem.
Charity begins at home, Chukwu. You're not part of our community. You're not a part of our community.
My mother's a Black American, so
we don't want you.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You said
I get that.
I don't believe that.
So you said you're what your father is.
Doesn't matter what
you weren't born here, and you said
you distancing yourself. You were
distant.
You have a distant. You're distancing yourself from Black America by the way
we
you
don't
talk.
want you.
That means you're not part of us. We don't want you part of us.
That's okay. That's fine. Whatever. It's whatever.
So you
go to. You're not concerned, Chukwu. You're not trying to build Nigeria at all.
Don't come up here with Chukwu. Come up here with Leroy.
Why
you're not Leroy? We don't need you. Talking that crap about us.
Need their fathers. Do you disagree?
I'm not going to Nigeria and start disrespecting people in Nigeria. I'm not going to go to South Africa.
I agree with that,
Chukwu.
Chukwu, I agree with you.
I see a lot of problems in Liberia, but I'm not going to mock them for their problems. I know they got problems like everybody else, but I'm not going to sit there.
Kala, there's a problem that Chukwu doesn't understand. Is that you look, Chukwu, you are dumb. You think that Black people don't actually have their fathers in their life because you can find some that don't. Most people, even if they're not married, their fathers are still active in their life. The government said that already. And that Black parents, Black men, are the most active fathers in their children's lives. That's what
Jonathan, we had a new guy. We had a new guy on here who wants to speak. I think it's like W, the guy in the pink thing.
Okay,
go and speak, Dub.
I can't see his name.
Hey, what up, family? What up, family?
How you doing? How you doing, brother?
I'm chilling. Hey, shout out to Colin, man. I used to
What's
watch your videos.
What's going on? What's on your mind?
No, I'm just chilling, vibing. You know, you got a nice little program going on today. Hey, shout out to Frenchie.
What do you think? Do you think there's such thing as a black leader, or do we have leadership? And
of course.
that we never had leaders.
Oh, we always had leaders.
What?
I mean, our family. What do you mean?
No, I'm talking about politically. It's when people get. This is what I'm trying to say. I want everybody to comment on this, right? When I say leaders, right? White America, right? When they go look into Black America, I remember one time I see that idiot, that bimbo Kimberly Guilfoyle, you know, the one with the big moves that used to be on Fox News, whatever. She goes, yeah, I want to know what the black leaders is. She goes, I called every black leader today. I called the NAACP, the Urban League, all the black leaders. They couldn't give me an answer. I said, first of all, who told you that they were so-called leaders? And the consensus is, I'm like, so somebody picked up the phone at the Urban League. You got this. You spoke to the NAACP. You got this. You call this other. This what? So that's your friggin' thing of a black community. Who you know, the Urban League, the NAACP, all that.
I don't think those are leaders in the black community.
They're not leaders. But I'm saying, but that's what white America. If white America believes they're leaders, that's what they become leaders. Because they got power.
But I mean, that shit don't really matter what white people believe.
It does matter. It does matter because if you got nobody speaking for you, white people, and they're carving up the thing. See, you know something.
White people don't got leaders
when you talk like that, hold up. When you talk like that, hold up. When you say like the Brene Briffs and the ADL, those are actual leaders in the Jewish community. They know they got to friggin' listen to what they got to say or else. You know what I'm saying? Even the gays got that group called GLAD. They speak for the gay community. You know what I'm saying? Black people do not have one body of leadership that people say that they speak for them.
Right.
That's the difference. You know, so when you want something done, all they have to do is say, you know something? How do you don't speak for black people? We polled to say that so this was, but when they want to,
the white community doesn't have leaders,
they'll say, oh yeah, the black community said this one because Reverend such and such said so. Even though the black people are like, I don't know, I didn't ever give him no permission to speak on my behalf. You see, we're not organized like that, like other people. Mexicans, everybody else are organized where they do have leadership that speaks for them and lobbies for them and legislates.
Not really, man. This shit's been co-opted. Like all the black leadership is co-opted. The Hispanic leadership is co-opted.
Well, no, but I tell you what, they got DACA passed, didn't they? And the reason why you got illegal aliens flooding the country, right, is because it's Hispanic people want them here. And that's the leadership. They're the ones who got people like Kamala Harris in power, Maxine Waters, all these people deferred to the Hispanic community in California. Black people got no power in California. You see? The other groups.
You know why? You know why the Hispanic people want them? You know why the Hispanic people want them?
They want numbers.
Because not just that, you don't hear them on public platforms talking disrespectful about other Hispanics. You don't hear them saying, I'm Dominican. They might say it amongst each other, but you don't see them talking about, well, I'm Dominican and I'm better than you. They realized that they had to consolidate as a people. So they give respect as a Latino.
Islanders,
you know, y'all don't understand. Hispanics are a buffer class here.
We understand.
So all this shit is orchestrated. These immigrants come here and the government already has this shit laid out. Like there's no voices, there's nobody, no real leaders. They're all co-opted.
Well, y'all worried about Africans. It's the Hispanics that are replacing you in most major cities.
We're not worried about you, man.
I mean, that's
not worried about Hispanics aren't replacing us in most major cities either.
And let me ask you this question.
Policy, though.
Why do you think that we, African Americans, are worried about Africans? What made you think that?
The rhetoric, tether, delineation.
Did I call you a tether?
All that.
Did I call you a tether?
Well, you invited me to go back to Africa, so that must.
I didn't tell you.
You should want to go back to Africa.
I didn't tell you to go back to Africa. I told you.
I want you to come back to Nigeria.
Stop telling us what you think our problem is, and focus on your problem in your homeland. That's what I told you.
Okay. Well, I'm a dual citizen, so America is also my home.
But you don't recognize your African Americanness. You are anchored. You are anchored in your Nigerianness, right? You're anchored. You anchor yourself in being of Nigerian ancestry.
That makes
right?
We are.
This is what you're not listening because you don't want to listen.
That's how
you are anchored yourself in Nigerianness, not in African Americanness. So concentrate yourself on solving the problems of Nigerians.
African Americans are a matriarchy. You define yourself based on your mother. This is not how this thing works.
You don't tell me how to define myself.
I'm just
no. Are you sure about that, Chuku? How do you come to that understanding that they define themselves by their mothers?
Because most of them are raised in their mother's house without their
father.
father.
Come on, bro.
Shut up,
That's
man.
not
No. Wait, hold on. We are raised in the matriarchy, and we're still better than your whole damn country.
I don't think it's a matriarchy. We don't have a matriarchy or a patriarchy.
I think we do. I mean, the man still runs it, but the woman, like,
we are still better than your whole country with your patriarchy.
Hey, Chuko, Black America was built by a patriarchy. Now,
Frenchie's on. She want to speak too. She's been waiting.
There, bro.
Yeah, Frenchie want to speak too. She's been waiting in the back.
She coming up here with the spirit of Marie. Get him.
Go ahead, Frenchie.
So I just like to understand, Carla, what was your aim with this topic today?
Well, the topic tonight
all I'm hearing is just a bunch of tag teaming.
Well, the bottom line, hold on. Let me say this, Frenchie. Like when I put stuff out and whatnot, first thing to do, people come on the show. Like people will defend me, whatever, like that. They come on here with this nonsense and everything like that. Every time, if I say there's a problem in Black America, when I'm trying to deal with the problem, right? We got people coming here and make it seem like Black America is so irredeemable and stuff like that. And we simply point out that, hey, look, we got problems and you got problems, and that's how it escalates from there. This bottom line is this. And then what gets me is people want to come here and be like, Black America, your problem is your problem. Okay, well, that's fair enough, right? But when now Haitians are saying, there was a TikTok, I'm gonna find this TikTok. I think it was TikTok where the Haitians are saying they're disappointed in Black America. And why is that? They say because Black America is not coming to their defense in large numbers right now or not. Well, did you guys always come here and they talk shit about us all the time? They say they don't want to be with, they hate us and also like that. But now they see they're being attacked by white America and the MAGA people and everything. They want us to join their side. And it's like that guy Desaline and Traven Haven Bullets on YouTube. It's like, let's shock that Black Americans don't have our backs and whatnot. Well, the bottom line is you can't have it both ways. You can't be like Chuku, come here and talk all this shit about us, right? And then basically expect us to join you and whatnot when the shit hits the fan. It doesn't work like that.
But okay, let her finish her point. She was still talking. Let her finish.
That's where it starts from,
Well, I just find it mighty funny how you guys claim we're all a family. We should all get involved in this conversation. Yet when someone points the mirror back to reflect you guys, it's an issue. You hear insulting Chuku, calling him disgusting, vile names, insulting his mother. It's sickening.
Yeah, he called me a woman.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry because I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt any of you, and I'm sick of you guys constantly interrupting people on this panel. Let people finish. I'm sure you guys have self-restraint. Let people finish their points first, and then if you've got a retort, fair enough. But allow people to finish their point. It happens every single show. And Carla, I'll be taking a hiatus because I just think it's sickening. Honestly, it's embarrassing at this point, and I'm highly, highly, highly disappointed in every single one of you, because you all claim to be so pro-Black, Pan-African, but you're nothing of the sort. I'll be completely honest, you're not. None of you are. And it's embarrassing, and it's a damn shame. And this is probably why Marie left.
You got to understand something.
I don't agree.
The reason why the Pan-African haven't worked is because we got traitors and people like that. You know what is, Pressy? These people who talk shit about us, right? They're doing a bidding of white supremacists. Who benefits from people trying to degrade Black women in America, saying how black women in the conversation are ghetto and all stuff like this.
The manosphere degrades black women. The manosphere degrades black women.
What man? Well, I'm not part of the
We're not in the manosphere. Shut up.
I'm not in the manosphere. You know, and the bottom line, you guys come here and basically like we're all like Chuko, basically it's like black men are abandoning their children and stuff like that. That's what white supremacists say.
Only 75%.
So therefore, when I fight against Chuko and people like Mike O and all these other people like that, you know, I'm not fighting against Africans, right? Because they don't speak for Africans, right? Real Africans, right? I'm speaking against Negropeans and race traders who want to put the negative out there. Because the bottom line is, if you the only real threat to the world white supremacy is Black America. You know, that's it. And that's why these people want to turn the whole black race against us when that with lies, stereotypes. People don't know us. They don't know us at all. They really don't. And so the bottom line, when you see people and everything, when I'm talking about that, I'm trying to save our race, you know, from stuff like this. You guys keep going down
it's the bigger question. How can we come together? We've had these conversations many times, like Frenchie said.
When you come together,
and it's tiring. We don't want to continue to argue and cuss each other out.
Look,
we need to find common ground.
Look, I have this platform, right? I said, look, everybody's welcome here. You never notice that I'm the only platform that got Africans, African Americans, Caribbeans, whoever. I don't care about all that, right? But you can have like this. I criticize African Americans all the time, you know, and you feel free to, in fairness, right? But when you make generalized statements against all of us, like this guy said, Chuko said, most black people, his mother didn't live the typical African American life. What are you trying to say? We're all living in the ghetto and the projects and everything. That's a freaking. You can't get away with that, you know. That's basically dismissing my life and whatnot. Not saying I'm better or nothing like that, but I had a really good life in this country. I'm not gonna throw my grandparents, my parents worked for to give me a good life in America to let somebody say that that somebody had a good life in America, not the typical black. Well, I was very educated. You know, we had encyclopedias. I went to college.
Carla.
So what the hell are you saying that shit?
The bigger question here is: do you agree? I agree with this, and I'm going to ask you. And I think that's what Chuka was saying. Do you agree that African Americans have a marriage problem and a father not being in the home problem?
I told you, yes, we do.
You guys do, and that's it.
Let me tell you the reason why. Back in the days, right? It started, and I'm not trying to make excuses for our marriage problem, right? The thing is, in America, right, women are convinced that Black American women got caught up in feminism, just like we got caught up in civil rights and stuff like that. You know, when we were not part of really in the mainstream America, we did those things that the Bible commanded us. Now they took the Bible away from us. They took the Quran away from us. They basically attack leaders like Minister. What does Minister Farrakhan always talk about, Dollar Bill? He always talks about a man who takes a wife. They celebrate marriage in the Nation of Islam, right?
Yes.
Right. So
when I said that, Kala, the reason why, and the sister's angry and upset because of what I said to this guy, I tried to be fair to him.
She has
right. And I said to him,
it was too real,
that people shouldn't get married unless they could afford to take care of their children. But then he goes off on a complete tantrum, calling me a baby.
No. He asked you, should they have babies too if they can't take care of the babies?
Yeah, but if he listened, I'm talking from a man's perspective.
You just go off on another tangent.
I know. Excuse me. I'm talking to somebody who's civil. I'm not talking to you. Right? So I tried to explain to him that men cannot afford, if you cannot afford to take care of a family, that you shouldn't get married. That doesn't mean that I'm endorsing someone to get married out of wedlock. But these things do happen. I'm not. Listen.
Chuka, let him finish.
So when I try to talk to him about that and try to appeal to him, he starts asking me, am I a baby father? Or all of this stupid nonsense when he knows that's not true, because he's been on this show more than one time and he's heard me speak and he's heard me tell my story. And I talked about my daughter and I talked about my son. So obviously, I'm none of the above of what he's talking about.
Okay, Dollar Bill, I got you. Chuka, let me ask you a question. Kala has admitted it that there is a problem with marriage rate and out of wedlock kids. We know we've identified that problem. What is your solution for it? What do you propose?
I propose that people need to get married at higher rates. That's all I'm saying. I think.
Do you understand?
No, propose
how do you think they
that's
achieve
not the
marriage
answer.
at a higher rate? How do they achieve marriage at a higher rate?
Here's one thing I see. Marriage in Nigeria, it's much more pragmatic. People get married not for romance. In the West, everything is about romance and how this person
we
makes.
live in the West, though.
Okay, but what I'm saying is
living in Nigeria.
But you got to hear me out. My point is this: marriage should be pragmatic. It should be based on reason. It shouldn't be based on fleeting emotions.
Right. Did you understand what I said? Man. Over the years, they gave women rights. They gave women. Hold up. They gave women empowerment, opportunities, careers, and everything like that. So it wasn't really pragmatic. A lot of women like this. I want to pursue my careers. That would say about 80% of Black women like I want to pursue my careers and whatnot. So the bottom line, and then also. Let's be honest with ourselves. Unless those women do this, right? And nobody wants to talk about this. I asked Frenchie the same question, right? Women basically, although they say I don't want to put off marriage, that doesn't stop them from jumping on the sack and going to Ghana, searching for long stroke Kwame and having sex and whatnot. And then what happens?
Kala, he's trying to give us a solution to the problem.
No.
Let him proffer.
I did that. And I showed you, talked about the other day. You got a lot of professional Black women, right? That are having children, right? It's all good when you're like in your late 20s, early 30s and whatnot. By the time you hit like 40 and your son becomes a teenager or something like that, and he's got some sides on him, and he's telling you what to do and everything. I see it all the time. He's telling you, F you, mom, and whatnot, this and the other thing. I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. And if Black women are coming around to a Black man like, we need y'all help raising these boys. Well, no, you should have thought about that. When you decide to have your career back in the day, like I said about the white women, they'll stop what they're doing, right? They could be 25. I know them. 25, they got a career making 6 figures, right? They'll say, you know something, I'm going home to be a homemaker and whatnot. I'm gonna let them man. We don't have it like that in Black America.
I don't care if baby got a
Chuko, finish your answer, then I want to hear what Jonathan has to say about that.
So
go ahead, Chuko.
In Nigeria, women have inherent value. We have a bride price culture. So when
we don't have that. You don't say we're not in Nigeria. Don't you understand that we're not Nigerians? We're not in Nigeria. We're in America.
I get it. But I'm just pointing out.
Chuko, y'all gotta sell your daughter culture.
Whatever. Where's your father at? Now, the reason why
you gotta sell your daughter.
When you can't deal with
that don't bother me. You gotta sell your daughter culture.
That's what you do.
Is that something to be proud about?
Whatever you want to call it. But the reason why marriage rate.
Chuko, do you know the divorce rate in Nigeria is increasing? And once Nigerians get to the West, it increases like a motherfucker.
And all of
that. So explain them family values, Chuko.
And how many wives does your daddy have?
Not gonna let me talk.
Look at Ola. Ola says he's one of 34 kids. Now come on. We don't do that in America.
I put up here Kala in the stream a woman in Uganda who's got 44
I saw that video before. I saw that.
44 kids. You know what it is? This is the issue, Frenchie.
4 kids.
The issue is
their baby daddies.
When people say anything, you see, this is what we get tired of as African Americans.
You haven't addressed.
Excuse me, I want to make a statement.
No, you haven't addressed why.
Excuse me, nobody wants to address you.
You haven't.
Okay, nobody wants to address you. We don't. I am tired of people coming from outside of our community. They feel they have the right.
That's what it is. The community.
Okay, to come into our community.
We let anybody in.
Talk shit about us.
$bill,
and we're tired of
$dollar bill.
Go to your community and deal with your shit.
$dollar bill.
That's Chuko, why
Chuko. The divorce rate in Nigeria right now is 30%, and the separation rate is at 14%. That means a little bit over half of your marriages are surviving, bro. In Nigeria. And then we go straight to Igbo land. It's bad.
I'm tired of that crap. But he thinks he's got the moral authority.
You might want to look at your own statistics before you start talking, bro.
He's not even a full Nigerian.
Live in America.
He's a African.
Yeah.
He's a African.
But you keep trying to bring up Nigeria as if that's a standard to follow, and it's failing in Nigeria, sir.
I wouldn't accept it if I look. I would accept it from look. I would accept it. I would accept it from Chuka or anybody else if I saw it was coming from a position of love. But it's not coming from a position of love. It's coming from a position of somebody trying to look down upon you.
He said pragmatic.
Demonize us for our miscoming.
I wasn't demonizing. I think it's destructive. I think
it is
that
demonizing.
No, but the overall point I'm making is that
we're to find Mama Uganda. Harriet and I are in a market in a nearby town, and we're going to pick up a bunch of goods and supplies for Mama Uganda.
Yeah. Benefit from having a father.
6 kilos of beef. The bones are
I
flying
think we're
off.
gonna get to the lady with 44 kids.
Oh, we just bought a whole thing of much.
I gotta bounce. I'm gonna peace out. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah. No thanks for having me.
Which is kind of like playing tomato, and that's because they have British English here. Right?
Yeah, we speak British English. We say tomato.
Yeah, maybe the thing is running.
What are you doing?
I'm checking whether
in Uganda, super fresh because we're close to the.
Hold on, let me just stop.
You can take it off if it's not working.
Equator, and it's really tropical and humid out.
Hold on, let me see. Let me try one more time.
I can see if I can get a better one.
So you mean to tell me that Chuku never looked at the Nigerian divorce rate in the United States of America? I'll be damned.
All Chuku does,
got about a 2.5.
He hates the fact that he's a African. He hates his. That's why.
Uganda, starting now.
If he was talking from a position of love and like we're part of the community, we talk about this cause our community. We come with this judgment like he's on high, and when
the reason why Uganda is so significant in this story is because Uganda is actually the youngest country in the
past judgment on what we need to be doing.
50% of all people in Uganda are under the age.
We don't mind people speak, but if we talk about this, marriage is a problem in Black America. Compared to our problems, compared to other people's problems around the world, it fails in comparison.
Tell me about Mama Uganda.
Mama Uganda is just a lady who takes care of the younger children.
she produced many kids, more than 42. She takes care of those children, giving them food, health, medical.
Oh, come on, man. They're saying this is a lady who helps orphans. I don't think she gave birth to 44 of them.
No, she said she gives birth to. That's what the video says.
Mama Uganda, you're a superstar. I've heard so much.
No,
about
she
you.
had 44 kids of her own.
She's not yet.
So she must have been having multiple kids at once every pregnancy,
so
right?
happy for the food that you have brought for her.
I mean, we gotta be smart enough because it takes 9 months to have a kid.
Like 2 months.
It's surreal.
So you gotta do the math. How many years she's been having kids?
Miriam, also known as Mama Uganda. Her oldest are 28 and her youngest are only 6. As a single mother in her early 40s, how on earth does she do it?
There's nothing wrong with kids.
She did not plan her own self to be a hero, but it was God's plan that it happened just like that.
No community,
she's proud of it. Yeah.
Having so many kids here all the time, is it difficult?
The biggest struggle that she has is to complete the school fees and medical food. Sometimes they lack food.
Mama Uganda's story is a sad one. Forced into marriage at 12 years old, she gave birth 16 times to quintuplets, triplets, and twins before getting abandoned by her husband to raise all 44 kids on her own while working 3 jobs. I wanted to dig deeper and learn more about the reason she's so fertile. A medical
condition. She gave birth 16 times to quintuplets. That's crazy.
They told her if she doesn't give birth to those kids or to those eggs, she will have those fibroids. The fibroids will damage her uterus.
Got it.
Yeah, and she will not be able to survive for a long time.
At what age did you have your first kid?
Nobody teaching no boys how to fight though.
Her first pair of twins, she got them when she was 13 years old.
Your first kids were at 13, and now how many kids did you have after that?
So she has 3 5 times, 5 5 times, 2 5 times, then 1 is the last born. So she has 15 pair of twins.
And how did it feel to
man? That sounds fake
give
to me.
birth so many times to so many kids?
No, dude, it's real.
That sounds fake.
Giving back
Now, if this was in
Detroit,
Detroit, you would say
she
it was
was
real,
very
Elvis.
scared because she was
Nah,
like,
because
what
just
is
do the math on
happening?
the years.
But as it kept on
So
coming
from 13,
she kept on
I know a
moving
woman's
on.
got
Do you
10
have any
kids.
relationship with your mother at all?
My grandparents
Remember that
had
one
13.
African American
That
lady?
since that
Yeah,
day when
15
her
kids.
mom
Remember that?
abandoned her
And she was
when
only
she
like
was
30
bringing
My
years
her,
old.
grandmother
never
had at least
seen her
13.
mom. That
Yeah,
her
man,
father
Yes,
was
that's
I
all.
alive.
That's
look,
the
my
bait.
grandmother. But check this out.
Married her
Back in the
off
day,
when she
black
was
people used to
12
have like
years
20
old.
kids in a house.
How did that happen?
Household,
Because
you know?
when you were 12,
And she
So that's
came
not
from a
correct.
family
40's not that
of
far.
24.
My grandmother, her siblings, they had 40 boys and girls, you know?
For her, she believes her father
Not
sold
40, you
her
had 30
because
boys and
he was
girls.
given cows,
That was their family.
goats, and money. So it's like she was sold off.
oh, she was sold off
Yeah,
just so the father could.
yeah. Get those
That's
stuff.
terrible.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, there's one
Is this the
father
high
to all the
value that
kids,
he was
right?
that Chuku was talking about? Where a woman or a woman's uterus is basically sold off because her father needs money? Was this the high value that he's talking about that he wants African American women to have in the community?
Yeah.
And
you can take it off, Tyler.
Why is he not here? Help.
Stop coming in here and telling us about high values. Okay, when women can be killed and have no rights.
It's like an Asian dude
in
coming
America,
in here.
women have
shit.
rights. Women have rights.
There's a woman from Gambia who said that her parents sold her at the age of 11. At the age of 11 into marriage. What is this guy talking about?
Mutilation.
What is he talking about?
Over there shaving a girl's head because they want them to be focused in school.
What is he talking about? What values is he talking about? Is that the value to sell your daughter when she's 12?
The dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
Is that we made that up? So
and then get mad at them when they want to wear a wig. They need to wear a fucking wig.
And then you come here talking about baby mamas. Does that make any sense? When you live in a glass house, don't throw stones.
Yeah, you're a liar. You live in a glass house, bro. You don't do it.
You know better than anyone else, and no one is better than us. Stop
That's what I'm
with the
saying.
nonsense.
We say all the time, we don't consider ourselves better than anybody, but I'm sick and tired of people pointing out. And they're doing the work of white supremacists. White supremacists, you notice how they never go to the Appalachian and Kentucky. I want to play a video, and they're showing how the poor, the poorest counties in America are all white and Republican. And people on crystal method. But notice the comment section when you watch those videos. It's all sympathy. They don't call them lazy.
Because they're white. They have to give them programs.
Because when they're white, just like when the Dust Bowl happened. Remember the
of
Great
course.
Remember that dollar bill, the Dust Bowl, and all that? When white people failed in the Midwest and whatnot, and they had to go to Detroit and compete with blacks for jobs, no one ever called them losers. They said, oh, look, the weather, the dry, and everything. That's white fragility, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to black people, if we fail or come up short, we're just lazy. And a lot of Africans and immigrants have that same mentality when they look at America. They overlook white people's faults and their failures and shortcomings, right? And only focus on ours.
That's how it's set up, man. That's the optics.
What about the white people in all over the country that are in an epidemic, right?
Listen, the difference is that in these countries, they look at white people like saviors, okay? I'm sorry. I walk down the street and I see 8 churches on one block with white Jesus all over that motherfucker.
We're the only group of people that don't see white people as gods like they do.
They see white people as God.
They come here to get underneath them while we fighting them.
We
fight them. They look at these people gave me a green card. I am so thank you.
So when you hear me talking about people at Frenchie, I'm talking about the people that are trying to cozy up to our enemies in America. Not saying all white people are enemy, but this racism stuff that rules this country, if we let that take root, we could be put back into slavery, And all they want to do is discredit us all the time. They ignore our success in this country. Everybody does, right? And they make it seem like black people are just this problem and we did nothing, everything like that. They judge us we're the only group of people that get judged by our problems. Everybody else, they got problems and whatnot, but they're not even bothered by it because all you keep hearing about is, Hispanics are doing this. Immigrants, it's so
and they'll
great
tell you about the Hispanic neighborhoods
and everything like that.
in New York.
Black America, no matter what we do and whatnot, they always focus on the Pookies and the Ray Rays and everything and make it seem like that's all we are.
Could you play that one caller? That
There's
one.
No wrong with Pookies and Ray Rays. So
I just put that up in the
chat
in the chat. The last one about these white towns and white people. In fact, J.B. Vance, who's running with Trump, he's from those hillbilly people in the Appalachian. That's where he comes from. He wrote a book about it.
That sounds like Cap.
Poor ass
no
white
Cap.
people.
These are white people.
How you get to Stanford?
You got to read his book.
You can get to Stanford with a connection.
You know why? A white person.
I thought he went to Yale.
Because of racism.
I thought Vance went to Yale and not Stanford.
I said because of racism,
same thing,
and white privilege, a white person can grow up in those areas, and if he has the intelligence, he can get out of it.
That's not true.
People don't understand it. If it wasn't for coal mines, a lot of these people around here would be starving to death.
Feels like
white people are going through it in the rural areas of America. Trust me.
These are filthy immigrants that came over in the 20s.
I came from a long
These
line
are the poorest regions in America
users.
are
I will
white.
be the first in my
These
family
were
to
the
hold a
OG
college
tethers
degree.
right here.
Are you the grandma of the holler?
I guess.
Massive hit to a community like this.
I want to show people that we are more than just drugs and coal mining.
We work hard, we support our families, and we don't let nobody step in between that.
This place got me a little emotional. Good morning, guys. Here in Bluefield, West Virginia. And today we have quite an adventure we're going on, driving through the south side of West Virginia, all the way over to Kentucky. And this is known, arguably, is one of the most impoverished places in the country. Now, this is former coal country. The industry was booming at one time. It's retracted quite a bit. Many people have left, but some have stayed. So today we're going to get as far out as we can into the sticks to meet the locals, ask the questions, learn from them, and get a better understanding of what this region is like. Let's do this.
Yo, Zongo, join the chat, bro. Hit on the link. Come on the show, Zongo.
Yo, actually, these guys are more like the Hispanics today. They came over here to undercut us.
Here we are in McDowell County, and so this is the poorest county in West Virginia. 25,600 is the average family income.
I'm gonna pause the video right here and say something.
The coal truck here.
I'll pause the video. I'm gonna say something. See this comment right here, Zongo. See this comment right here. The whites are not gangbangers. The whites are not gangbangers. Now, when I hear a comment like this, Frenchie, how am I supposed to react to this stuff? When someone basically is making a mockery of the people, my people, how I love. Don't you think I have a right to be a little protective, or I should let people abuse me and whatnot in the name of Pan-Africanism?
Frenchie, should people be able to lie in the name of Pan-Africanism?
So I should sit there and take somebody's a lie and slander in the name of Pan-Africanism and unity.
And the biggest gang in America is the Aryan Brotherhood. It's all white.
The Aryan Brotherhood. That's
and then the Hells Angels. And then the Nazi lowriders.
I guess these guys don't know about the outlaws, the Hells Angels, the Mongol bikers, and also that Christopher Hellgate's the biggest bike gang is the Hells Angels and the Aryan Brotherhood. What are you talking about, Zongo? This is what I'm talking about. And these are supposed to be our own race. That means Zongo is a fucking enemy. You know? When you come to a country and whatnot, and you
race
basically
don't mean nothing to them, man. This is tribal.
So the bottom line is, I'm sick and tired of people riding on the black thing and whatnot, and they're against us. You know? That's what I'm tired of. You know? He didn't have to make that comment. Like, they're not gangbangers. Yeah, this place is infested with freaking biker gangs and stuff like that. Are you kidding me? You know, but
he'll find out when he goes to meet his white girl in the wrong place.
To them, you know.
You know what always gets to me? Why they never want to move to these white areas?
Yeah,
they
go
can
out there,
move to a
out there, see how much
Wyoming. They
they
can
love you
move
so
to
much,
a Utah. They can. They always want not. They always want to be in either Atlanta, or Houston, or
Yeah,
DC, or
stay
New
away
York.
from
Why
us.
they don't go to these
Go out
other
to the rural
areas?
areas. When they always come in the areas that we got, they always come where they're
The
protected by
government
us.
puts them there.
Why don't you go out there and move out there in them all right areas and whatnot?
Yes, Dongo, you lived in Chicago. Why you want to live in Chicago? You could have moved to anywhere else in Illinois. Why you want to move to Chicago?
Because he wanted to blend in.
You want to be with black people because he's scared of white people. That's all it is.
He just had to find the right white people. He figured he'd go to Seattle. It's close to Silicon Valley.
And they're very liberal up there, you know.
And so they're liberal and progressive. He
They
didn't
kill more. They kill more up there
Let
than
them
other areas. Don't fall for that.
Let them go to Kentucky.
It's like an old school, Switchback Elementary School. So these tracks right here have brought out tons and tons of coal. And since a lot of that coal has declined, well, this is what happens to the towns. These were once thriving, busy storefronts, people walking around. You got great homes up here above. I'm sure those were like the managers, the coal mines. You can see a lot of these homes, just nature coming back, taking them over. Got a little grocery deli. It's like a jungle out here. These forests, very lush, very peaceful, very closed. Look at this old place here. Looks like it's been around forever. A staple of the community. Pictures of families, people from the town, I'm sure. That's too bad. But what a different America out here. Look at this architecture, some beautiful buildings. What town is this?
This is the town of Kimber.
How long have you lived here?
It'll be 4 years this December. I moved here for work.
Cole?
Yes.
You don't think this video is going to make 100 million?
I don't think so. Maybe 6'5", 260 pounds full of muscle, maybe. All right. Hey, T. You all right? I'm doing good. Thank you, T. And that's my neighbor. He's T. You 76 yet?
I'm 77.
77. This gentleman is making a video.
Making a video
of this area
about Appalachia.
Come on over.
You want to jump in, T?
I wonder how long his family's been there.
T's got stories, I can tell.
His name is Fred Johnson, and his wife's school children. She's a teacher.
Okay.
Nickname of T. Is the story.
Yeah, that's right. How you doing?
Good. Good T. Nah, it's a rental truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Your name?
Peter Santinello.
Peter Santinello. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too, T.
You won't find a better man than
Oh, yeah, he
T.
look like a nigga.
I don't know.
T's the best man in town or all of McDowell County?
I'd say in all McDowell County.
Thank you, Clarence. Thank
T,
you, man.
did you grow up here?
No, I grew up in
tell how you pulled up.
Virginia.
So how's McDowell County?
It's good. It's good. It's a nice, wonderful place to live. People are friendly. Everybody's friendly down here. You don't meet a stranger.
Yeah.
You know, if anybody can help you, they'll help you. If you're sitting on the side of the road at night and got a flat tire, they'll stop and change it. Or if they can't change it, they'll bring you home. Because we had a flood here back in 2001, 2002, and a lady from Bluefield worked at the Welch Hospital. And the water was up all the way through there. And she got to the end of town, and somebody called me, and I went down and got her and brought her up, and she spent the night with us, me and my wife. I let her stay with me. So I didn't know her from Adam.
So a lot of old school values out here.
Old school values, a lot.
What about the younger generation?
Who's the honky interview?
They're gone.
They're leaving. They're leaving town?
They're leaving town, and the ones that are here, they don't really care about anything. They just, most of them on drugs.
Really?
Really, most of them drug problems.
Here.
Yeah.
So from my understanding, talking to some locals, it's
I guarantee you, If
people
you
are on drugs,
go to the video to
or
the
people are
comment
super
section,
hard working.
you're gonna
There's like no
see
in
nothing but
between. It's like you got two different
pity
groups,
for
right?
these people.
That's right.
No one's gonna call
Two
them
different
drug
groups.
addicts
Mostly
and
everybody around
stuff
here
like
is
that. You know,
elderly,
that's just the
except
way it
fine.
is. You know, but white people are
No matter
free to
how high
destroy.
on welfare they are, they'll never be called welfare people.
They'll never be called welfare, this, that, the other thing. Where black people, and then you know, but I expect that from white people.
That guy's black though.
What?
That guy right there in the t-shirt, he's black.
No, he's not black.
He is black.
That's a white man. You know?
Nah, he black.
What are you talking about? The black t-shirt
and the white t-shirt.
That's a white guy.
You don't got no people like that in your family?
What?
You can't be blind and stupid at the same time now. Be one thing. God damn, even one ain't that damn stupid.
Believe it or not, he's white.
Tell me this guy's white.
He just sounds like
Hey, he probably got a lot of high yellow people in his family, so it might look like one of his cousins.
That ain't high yellow.
Freaking white, man. Please.
Eventually.
That white, he's white, man. Let's get the thing.
Did you ever work in the mines too?
You know, in America,
No,
that dude's
I
a
was
white
an
man.
electrical motor repairman.
Okay.
I worked in that job for
that's a nigga.
43
That guy's a
years.
redneck, you know. He's a
Repaired
redneck.
mining motors, steel mill motors.
Yep.
I've been.
That's how you know these fools ain't been around white people before.
I've been around white people that got thick lips and curly hair, kinky hair, but it's still
But
white.
you know what the thing is? Like Frenchie's
We
saying,
know the difference between a white and black person.
I mean,
that
you
we
can call,
live
you call him
rent-free.
Melungeon, but I mean, he still got nigga in him.
Do you know what they say?
Doesn't matter. He's still white.
That we're living rent free. That Africans are living rent free in their
No,
head.
we don't think about Africans at all.
You should put up
Africans
there what
talk
you should
about
put
us
up
all the
there
time.
what Frenchie's saying. She sneak this and she's joined the sneak this community.
Frenchie.
Right?
It's not a sneak this, it's a fact. And I wasn't referring to the people.
We don't
on the
talk
panel.
about.
I'm having a separate
If you
conversation
go to
with
African
people
American
in the
gatherings,
chat
right?
who
If you
happen to be
well,
FBA.
everybody
But if
in
the shoe,
chat
if the
and on
shoe
the panel.
fits,
And the
the
last
shoe
time you
fits,
was at
then wear
a
it.
family reunion, anything, does anybody ever talk about Africans at a
Nope.
family gathering, anything like that? Never.
No.
I never had
Hell
a
no.
regular conversation. Never.
I think African Americans live rent free in Africans' heads. They can't help it
I mean, the
because
whole world
Frenchie's
does.
she's not in this country. But people who are in this country, they have so much disdain. I
Like
see
Zongo,
so many
and
people from
the Zongos and the Afrodamuses and Mike
I
Close
see
and
so
whatnot,
many
you know?
African Americans going to Africa, and some of them are so happy to be there, they won't even talk to other African Americans. They'll tell you.
African Americans stay with the local. They don't even talk to other African Americans.
So I don't understand. They have so much anger and resentment of African Americans. Why? I'm just trying to figure it out. Is it because of Tariq Nasheed? Where does it come from?
And we all denounce Tariq Nasheed. We don't believe in that ADOS FBA stuff. But I tell you what, we will defend ourselves. You know, that's it. You know, I think our people are great people, and I'm not going to basically throw my people under the bus in the name of Pan-Africanism. You know, it's just not like that.
Chuku comes in. He claims to be half African American. We know he's lying because of the things that he's saying, right? And we call him on it. And so people will say, "Oh, you double teaming him. You're saying bad things to him because he's lying. He's cosplaying. We know that he's cosplaying. More than likely, his mama's white. Because every time his story changes,
and you notice how you get. I know what Chuka. You know what it is. You know who we probably listen to? Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens and people like that. That's who we listen to. You know, and those people like that.
Ever call him here a tether on this show?
Never.
And any of our diatribes,
tether.
Did we ever use the term tether?
No.
Did we tell him to go back to Africa? No.
I did.
Well, you did.
I said he should come back home. I said he should come back home.
I say my whole thing
come
is
back home, Chuku.
I'm saying like this, like what the sister was saying, that Nigerian sister was saying, when people basically have this vitriol towards Black African Americans and they live in America, I just think maybe they should go back home, you know, to Nigeria or whatever like that. Because
I can imagine you living in a place surrounded by people that you hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all gotta redefine what Pan-African is, man.
I think Pan-Africanism unfortunately has been co-opted by self-hating black people.
You gotta redefine it.
By self-hating black people to use a Pan-African escape from their reality. And then what I have to realize too is the fact that when I used to hang around white people, right, I wanted their acceptance, right? So I would let them talk about black people in front of me. I tell them black jokes and talk about the ghetto people when I did that. And I would always go out of my way to make it seem like I wasn't one of them type of black people. So I've been there. I grew up in a white community. I've been there, right? So now I'm looking at Africans, right, and how we can get together, Pan-African, so-called Africans, and everybody will just be downing all the pookies and the people that have shortcomings in Black America. Then I started to realize these are brothers, sisters, aunties, and people that maybe not have never had a chance in life.
Right.
It's up to us to
protect our people
and defend themselves. So
that's why I used to contact Dynas all the time, and I said, you never see Africans doing that on their shows,
right?
Talking about themselves. You only see African Americans putting up platforms where people are just denigrating their people, and you agreeing with them. You agree with them. We know we have certain issues and problems in our community, and Kala comes out and he blasts them, right? He says there are things that we need to be doing better, none of which has anything to do with Africa, right? And I told them that what our problems are here in America, we need to solve our problems. We have many issues here that we need to tackle in our own communities. And when I talk to certain black people who are even my friends, and I say to them, why aren't you trying to solve the problems in your own community?
Why are we not getting a piece of the action?
Why are you not trying to help children read? And the other young man got up on the other day, anybody can teach anybody to read. That's not true. And you look at our literacy rates, okay, they're extremely low. Second and third grade reading levels. Why aren't people trying to get up on a Saturday morning and go to a library and try to help people read, try to help a child read?
Now, I want to say this, right? I'm not picking on Dynas. Dynas is my good friend. Dynas is like my nephew. I call him every day. He's a nephew, but I strongly disagree. And Dynas, you guys said something about Dynas, right? Okay, he grew up in Northern California. California is a different beast than growing up here on the Eastern Seaboard of the United. If Dynas would have grew up in New York and on the Eastern Coast of America, he would have a better appreciation and love for Black America.
Is he really black though?
I don't know what's going on out
He's
there.
He's black.
Huh?
Dynas is black.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is people say Dynas allows Africans to talk shit about Black America. I think, Dynas is like me. I basically the negativity of Black America. I see a side to Black America that he probably never seen, and so
I don't make excuses for him because I've contacted. I don't have his personal number, but I have DM'd him for years, okay, and I have told him exactly how I felt about what he was doing and how he was doing it. I'm not making any excuses. I also know that Dynas is an athlete.
Well, I'm not insulting Frederick. I'm not insulting Dynas, but I will criticize my brother.
But I'm criticizing him, and I don't criticize him.
I can criticize anybody I love. If I love you, I'll criticize you. If I was fake, I'll be sitting there saying, talking behind his back. Dynas have these questions.
I criticize Baruti. And Baruti is a good friend of mine. Most people think Baruti is not an African American. He's an African American. He's a very astute brother, but I don't agree with everything that he says. And he doesn't agree. In fact, he said I falsely represented him. So I'm not going to say anything that he says anymore because he claims that I'm falsely representing him. I'm trying to stick up for him like you would stick up for Dynas. I don't dislike Dynas. Dynas will tell you, has Dollar Bill ever contacted you and DM'd you, he'll show you paragraphs full of stuff that I've said, that I've been saying about the situation. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a good person.
I think he's what it is
when people are doing wrong, I'm gonna call it out.
He got some good platform, man.
Dynas is frustrated with the state of Black America, right? He just basically frustrated would say like, why do you think Dinah supports Trump? You know, he's everyone. Like I said, like if we were to have real leadership and real organization, Black America, we would not have that problem. But the bottom line is, Black America has been doing nothing for 40 years, and the bottom line, it seems like the worst elements of Black America are in control, and so because the media buys them up. What do you think? You know what's about to happen right now with Diddy? This thing right here. They're going to come out and show you that Barack Obama, Jay-Z, they're all connected, you know? But the people who have been put in front of Black America are all connected in some cult, some Illuminati cult. It's about to be exposed. And the bottom line is,
that, man.
I don't know about that.
I think he might be a proxy to like shit on Black Americans, but I mean,
Diddy gonna get free.
Yeah, man.
But I'm saying like this.
Election time, man.
Bottom line is this. Bottom line is, people starting to see now, we never had leaders. We never had anybody that looked out for us and everything. That's why the culture is ghettoized and everything. People put the worst culture.
Now,
and
man,
out of
speak for yourself, bro.
Like when Dinus goes to Africa, it's like a relief from this culture that we see in America. I know.
I got leaders in my family.
He doesn't go
I
to
got
the
leaders.
areas.
All my uncles, man. Oh,
nah, Colin.
Where he doesn't go to the areas.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. In America, check this out. When you look at in American culture, right, there's a lot of people who are sick and tired of this ghetto ass culture, and why we can't do nothing about it. So when Dennis goes to
Are you
Africa,
talking about your family?
And he's around Afro beats and African culture, voodoo and that. He feels like it's a shame that the ghetto ass culture is driving people so black away.
Colin.
It's an escape.
Colin.
That's not
on
true,
Dinah's
Colin.
own platform.
Dinah's is making money.
Literally,
Dinah's is making money. Every tour he takes to Africa, he makes money on it. So it's a business. It's not about the culture. It's a business.
No, Carla. I see the ghetto culture in Nigeria.
Yeah, but nobody like. I see it.
Dinah's don't go to those areas.
I don't know.
Afrobeats is just as ghetto.
Go there. We don't want to go there.
Overwhelmingly ghetto. Just in the language you don't understand.
Bottom line is this. Bottom line is this.
He's been there any amount of time. He knows.
In Liberia, I go to Liberia. Liberia don't have 1% of what Black America has, but those people over there are so peaceful and everything like that.
They were over there eating each other. Come on,
no, you can't hide that shit. If you go over there, you're gonna see it, man.
Yo, the bottom line is this: when I went over in Liberia, you don't hear no gangster rap music on the radio. You see people are peaceful and whatnot, and it's just it's like heaven, you know?
What?
On a resort?
That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm gonna say my experience, right? You come back to America. First thing when I was over there, right, and I turned on my CNN or YouTube, I see 3 people shot in San Francisco today. Drive-by shooting. I'm like, God damn, I'm glad I'm not over there, man.
That's the one thing I give
look, Carla, they had elections today, and I got it on video. I'll send it to you. It was such a beautiful day. The police were shooting people.
Obaseki, who won the governorship election?
Obaseki's not running again. He did his
not
terms.
running?
He can't run again.
Well,
with some new people. But they were busting caps and people, and I was recording it.
I don't know anything about Nigeria. I'm just saying, when I go to Liberia, it's so freaking peaceful.
Hey, were you there when they dropped off that rice? They had the protest.
You said what?
They had the protest, and then they ended it with rice.
You mean the NSARS protest?
No, it happened like.
What protest are you talking about?
It was like.
No, I was in the Bay when they got started with that.
We don't control America, and see, this is the issue that people
we don't have control. That's why people get frustrated.
This is we don't control this country. We don't control the neighborhoods. Who can come in and who can't come in. That's why they could send the paramilitary groups in, and they hook up with the Mexican mafia, and they'll get high firepower, and they can outdo and outmaneuver a gang, and then you get people like what's this kid's name? Pan-African Strikes Back, and he's talking all kind of smack, about African Americans, right? He's saying all this because he don't really know that these people, when they hook up with these other people, they have ties and connections with people in these places. That's why they're able to get those guns and those high-powered guns.
Yeah, man.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
To it.
Yeah,
Frenchie said Afrobeats is ghetto now. Burna Boy sings about doing drugs, doing alcohol, fucking on women, shaking their ass, clocking about money, blowing that money. That's what Black Americans rappers rap about.
What is Afro beats, man?
Just because you can understand it.
It didn't start getting
Don't do
ghetto.
that.
What is Afro?
It been ghetto. I can go back to Burna Boy's first, one of his top songs.
This, you know what it is?
We don't like denial here.
As long as we say things about African Americans and don't say anything about Africa and don't say anything to Africans,
Africa's a sacred cow. Africa's a sacred cow.
And that's Abraham Lincoln right there.
You guys just like tag teaming people.
When
That's
they say
what
it was black, that's him.
Frenchie, can you name a song that Burna Boy has made that isn't ghetto?
A song that who?
That Burna Boy has made that doesn't have ghetto shit in it, similar to, maybe a Young Thug or something like that.
Bank on it's not ghetto in the slightest.
Okay, great. And I can name a song by Young Thug that's not ghetto.
You asked me for one example. I gave you one. You said name one.
But I can name songs by Burna Boy that are ghetto, Frenchie.
Hold on one second. So
Afrobeats hasn't always been ghetto. That's lies.
Are you trying to
wait? So you admit that it is ghetto? It hasn't always been ghetto, but it is ghetto.
So what you're saying is
that's your admittance.
Frenchie. Is the African American
there are some Afrobeat artists that sing about trash. Yes, absolutely. Am I denying that? No.
Is the African American making
who?
No, I'm just asking. Is the African American making Afrobeats ghetto?
Yeah, that's a white supremacist talking point, man.
Wait,
no, I'm just asking a question.
I don't understand your question.
What I'm saying is, do you feel
who's making it ghetto?
Exactly? Do you feel it's being influenced by African Americans? Is that what you think, or you feel?
Well, Afrobeats.
Just asking. You're just asking. Yes, Afrobeats.
Oh, I wouldn't say African Americans per se. I would say
this UK culture,
rap culture.
No, let us speak. Let me speak.
I would say there's elements of rap culture in it, but I wouldn't put that as African American culture.
Let us speak. Let us speak. I want to hear.
Carla, rap is African American.
Guys, I want to hear.
I want to hear it.
I want to hear what her perspective is. Please, I just want to hear what she has to say. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't put that on African Americans. I would just say he's taken elements of rap culture and putting it in his music.
He's cosplaying. He's turned into an Akata.
Well, let me ask you a question.
What is rap culture?
In Europe, right?
He turned into Akata, right, Frenchie?
In England, you have rap artists there too, right? That are Caribbean and they have their own little ratchet ghetto culture too, don't they? In their rap?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all. And so it's not universal. Okay, when you're talking and you're dealing with people who deal in poverty, who come out of poverty, and they rap about the things in the impoverishedness of their lives, right? It's not unique.
I'm confused here. Did you guys invent rap or not?
We most definitely did.
Yes, we did.
So if you invented rap, then they've obviously been influenced.
We don't control it though.
Been influenced.
We put it out there. We don't control it.
Hold on.
Frenchie, what you're saying is this: the business of the hip hop industry we didn't create. We created hip hop, the culture. We didn't create the industry. The stuff that goes out to the world, we don't have no control over that.
Carla, that's okay. But Afrobeats could have copied Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole. You got so many other people you could have. Andre 3000. You could have copied.
There are so many different Afrobeat artists. What are you talking about? There are so many different Afrobeat artists. They're not all singing about rap and crap and all those things.
But the ones that I listen to, that I hear on the radio,
the most popular ones currently. You could say, I guess so. You could say that they are. Yes, I'll give you that.
Because they're trying,
but not every single Afrobeat artist is singing about the trash that you guys are talking about. They're not.
And not every African American artist is singing about the trash that you're talking about, babe.
I never said that they were, though. I never said that they were. I've never ever said that.
We're not
I never ever
accusing
said
you.
that.
We're not
Yeah, we're not accusing you, boo boo.
Oh God.
I
please.
love you, Frenchie.
Hey, what's the
I
difference
love you,
between
baby.
what's the difference
We
between
just
UK
having a
hip
marital
hop
argument
and
right
Afrobeat?
Jonathan, please.
Don't mind me.
You're embarrassing. Stop.
bro.
We're not all like that.
Jonathan is on another level tonight.
We're not all thirsty like that.
We don't do that.
I'm just saying.
Please don't do that to Frenchie.
I disagree with Dinas about a whole lot of shit. When he be like, Vegas is more safer than New York, I wonder what the hell Vegas he's been going to.
Oh yeah,
and he always finds
when he be like when he talks about Skid Row, I'm like, you ain't been to Makoko?
Hold up, New York's GDP is 4 times the size of whole of Nigeria. New York City GDP is 4 times the size.
I might
of
argue Africa. Africa.
So how does he basically say that you can make more money in Lagos than you can in New York City? What the hell is he talking about?
That's your boy. That's your boy.
No, what I'm
just
saying
is shit.
What I said exactly. The college Genesis always says.
Kala, my brother-in-law listened to something that Dinah said.
Of what?
Talked about the roads from Lagos to Abuja were nice. And my brother-in-law, what roads have you traveled on? Because I want to know too.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Check us out.
Somebody else is on.
Oh, roller coaster ass roads.
Who's
when
this?
when you're an enthusiast and whatnot, you exaggerate. You produce exaggerations. That's your style.
They thought that was a black
yo.
Nigerians,
I want to say something.
Yes, go ahead. What's your name? I mean, whatever you call yourself.
So,
who are you?
Dollar Bill, we spoke before. This Buana. So,
Buana man.
Yeah, so yeah.
Good evening.
Where you from?
So
he's from Haiti.
Evening. I'm from the Bahamas.
He's from Haiti.
Oh, okay.
So,
shout out to the Bahamas.
Yeah, shout out. I got family in the Bahamas.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
I'm gonna call me a wife in the Bahamas. Go ahead, brother.
You got them swirler.
No, I don't got no
so
swirler.
The brother.
On one side of my family.
What's their name, bro? What's their name?
I ain't gonna reveal names, bro.
Okay.
I ain't doing all that.
So the brother said that I might know them. Straight up. I might know them. So the brothers, yeah. So the brother said that Afro beats has always been like hood or ghetto. I mean,
I think I said that.
Do you know like the origin of Afro beats, bro? Yeah, you know the origin. So you know about Fela Kuti, them and
Fela Kuti, yeah.
And Sean. So why would you say that, bro? Why would you say that?
Because that's not the Afro beats. That's not the Afro beats that's being played now.
Yeah, that shit came out of UK.
Okay, the Afro beats that's being played now, maybe the music, but not the lyrical content. So so some of the beats are the same, but the music is completely different from Fela's music. So when I say Afro
you think
beats,
so?
I think so. Yeah. So when I say that, I'm not talking about the traditional Afro beats. I'm talking about the contemporary Afro beats.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, no sweat. Because because his son made like 13 albums. Like his son called Sean Kuti. He he makes he made like 13 albums. And even with some African Americans like the Roots and Common and stuff like that, he's still producing Afro beats. I think that what has happened sometimes is because a lot of people hearing about Burna Boy, they forget about other artists who still producing very good music with good lyrical content. And
probably
I think
something we haven't been exposed to.
Yo, name one, man. Because that's
we haven't been exposed.
I bring hip hop to me.
Yeah, I just did. I just did. His name is Sean Kuti. He was Fela Kuti's son. He produced like 13 different albums, bro.
Now, can I say, Buana Man?
Dinah's met with him. He was at Dinah's house a few years ago.
Buana Man, can I say something?
Yes. You remember?
And I know I'm gonna have some haters. I know I'm gonna have some haters in here because I can trace my ancestry on my father's side. Okay, I have a great grandparent that was born a slave in this country, right?
Okay.
And on one side of my mother's side, she has grandparents that came from the Bahamas, and people don't know. Yeah, people don't know. I think it was some kind of famine or something. That's maybe like over 150 years ago.
Okay.
He came to this country, to South Carolina, right? And so so when he came to South Carolina, of course, you know, he was with the Gullah Geechee people in South Carolina, and he married somebody from the Gullah Geechee culture, which is very similar to the culture that he had in the Bahamas. Right?
Yes.
And so when I went to the Bahamas, I saw quite a few women who looked like my mother. Right? And at one time,
yo, was he African though? Was he African or was he Caribbean?
When you say was he, I guess he was a Caribbean, but aren't we all? I call myself an African person, right? And I get a lot of
it was niggas on the islands.
I get a lot of flack about that because I call myself an African person, right? Because I recognize the culture, okay, of the Gullah Geechee people in South Carolina, right? And we still have the foods and the artwork and all of those things, okay, from Africa.
Yeah.
So I recognize that. And when some people get angry and upset, but I can also trace my family down to Guilford County, all the way to the early 1800s. And I have a great grandmother on my father's side, okay, that was actually born a slave. Right?
Yes.
So when I say this, people don't really know who the Bohemians were inside of the African American community, and how the Bohemians actually went, okay, and founded Miami Beach. Okay,
that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, of course, it's definitely a fact, right?
Yeah, and
so
people don't know that.
People don't know that culture. People don't know the culture, and so when I talk to people all the time, and I hear people saying negative things about each other, they really don't know history. See, I studied history as a child, right? So I know about the Bohemians, okay, and what their contribution was in Florida, okay, in Overtown. If anybody's ever been to Miami, they built Overtown.
That's a fact. Let me tell you something, Dollar Bill. I'll tell you something to build on what you're saying. When I hear the people from South Carolina speak, like their so-called Gullah language, it's like listening to my grandmother talk. It's crazy. Yeah, it kind of makes me kind of like tear up because I'm very familiar. We speak almost exactly alike. So I'm saying to myself, how could you delineate from people who are you? That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense.
I tell people that all the time. They don't want to recognize that. And so the thing is, we're essentially African
people. Though, it's not the African culture that connects them, man. It's this American culture.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue your case with you because I have problems even with people in my own family when we talk about these things, right? And so I understand that our experience here in America is different, right? That's the only thing I think about in terms of Africans, right? And even in terms of Caribbeans. And I could even go further about people who are from New York who really think that they have regular African American ancestry, but actually America was part of Amsterdam. It was actually called New Amsterdam, right? So you had people who were coming from the Caribbean who lived in America. If people don't know about a guy named Freddie, like Freddie's Dead from Superfly, he's a Jamaican.
Yes.
Right? So Godfrey Cambridge, he's a Jamaican. And most of the people who can trace that, if they're not part of the Great Migration from the South, they're Caribs. Right? But they have lost their connection to the Caribbean. So therefore they think that they're not Caribbeans.
Sure.
But I try to tell black people that
here's what I would say.
All the time.
Here's what I would say, Dollar Bill. Here's what I would say. We talk a lot of trash on these channels, a whole lot of trash
Indeed.
towards one another. But I see the act. I see the actions. You wouldn't spend 3 hours on a panel you don't like and continuously come back. So there must be something there that causes us to continue us to draw us to each other. We continually drawn to one another because of we are family. We are family.
Exactly.
We have issues among each other, but we are family. And I think that we are trying to work out after 400 years of being apart. I think that that's what we're trying to work out. And it's not going to be easy. So I applaud Carla in trying to entertain honest discussions, even if we have to curse each other out for a time. I think that we have to get over
because you
that
have
process,
to learn.
But and be honest, But at the end of the day, we are family. We cannot avoid one another. That's just the reality, bro. But I appreciate the conversation, Dollar Bill.
Yes,
and I'll
my brother.
continue to listen offline, bro.
Yes, my brother. Peace.
Yes,
you know that Caribbean connection was there. The Caribbean connection was there before the intercontinental slave trade. All that culture is still there.
Well, I don't know because before there was.
Yeah, what are you trying to say? You're trying to say that the Caribbeans were in the Caribbean before the slaves came from Africa?
No, that was coming from the mainland to the Caribbean.
You mean like the Indians?
You can call them whatever you want, but the Africans, when they moved in, these Europeans weren't setting up new trade routes. These just was already existing. Intercontinental slave trade.
I don't know. I got to see documentation to understand any of that. I go back to the slave trade. I can trade. If you go to South Carolina, they took meticulous records, exactly where people came from. And then when you start doing these DNA tests, like a lot of people do, like the brother who just passed away who was in the wire, his family's from South Carolina. There's several people. If you trace back there from the Mende people in Sierra Leone.
You mean Michael Williams?
Yes. And several other people have traced their ancestry back to Africa. And so I don't really know. I know that the island of the Bahamas has, I don't know, it's like an archipelago. It's got so many different islands. And and in essence, so is South Carolina. That's why they were able to retain a lot of their African culture, is because they were able to be Maroons and go to these islands where it wasn't easy to get to, right? Places like Hilton Head and those areas that now white people have made into resorts were places that black people would escape into slavery, into these little enclaves and live there by themselves.
You don't believe any of the indigenous tribes are still on the island?
Well, I don't really think about that because I'm not saying that there isn't a remnant of indigenous people. There's probably some indigenous people, a remnant of them. But see, what happened is
they mixed into the Africans.
What happened is when the whole reason for us being in this country is because of our mitochondria. The fact that the Portuguese were dealing in the slave trade with the Arabs, and when they had the plague in Europe, anytime you have a disease, it stays inside of your cells. So when the Native Americans came in contact with the European, because they had never been exposed to them, they began to die by the millions, right? Because whenever you're exposed,
that's a narrative.
No, it's just science. Whenever you're exposed by certain diseases, your body has an immunity to those diseases, and it's generational, right? So those people weren't exposed, and in fact, if you look to Bartholomew de las Casas, okay, when he was in the Caribbean, he saw that these people were being enslaved and they were dying off at an alarming rate. And he said, let us go to Africa and get the Africans and have them come to the New World. And that's how slavery. And you can look it up. You can look it up. These are facts.
What year?
Who was that person? Is that a black man or Arab?
No, this is a white guy. Bartholomew.
Okay,
Bartholomew de la Casa.
And he got permission, blessing from the Pope.
What is he like?
And they knew because it's his
Spanish or Portuguese.
Yeah, he's Spanish. But Bartholomew, they knew because he had his diary. His diary. He was a priest. Bartholomew de las Casas.
I don't know, man. You know, back then they couldn't bring that many people over on a boat.
Yeah, they can.
I mean, what I want to get what he's saying. Yo, you saying that Africans was already here?
One of those people that believe we were already here.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what he's getting at.
I believe a bunch of people came.
No, we all came from Africa, bro. We all came from Africa.
He has a book.
You got to get out of that. Let me ask you a question, bro. Do you believe in reparations?
Of course.
So how you going to claim reparations and claim that you were already here at the same time?
I claim the truth, man.
No. There's no evidence. There's no physical evidence that say you indigenous here. You're not indigenous to this continent. You're indigenous to Africa.
I'm mixed into the continent.
No, you're not. You're all
You're saying that, but I mean, I have indigenous ancestry.
I can tell
you follow Dean Calloway? You subscribe to his channel?
No. I mean, I can tell you about my history if you want.
So where did you learn that you guys was already here?
Oh, look, bro, your voice has an African pattern in it. I can tell. I can tell African.
Yeah, he sounds even more continental African too.
African.
You sound like a continent. Your voice, your bass of your voice. I can tell you're African.
I don't know what that means, man.
Oh, the bottom line, we could tell. I know Africans. I know black people when I hear one. You're not
Africans don't sound like Americans.
Don't worry, bro. I support your theory that some of us were already here.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it's evidence.
You really believe that, Jonathan?
What do you mean believe it?
What evidence can buttress that claim?
They'll say
common sense. There's dark-skinned people all over the world. Don't tell me America was the only one. Nobody was here.
Jonathan, do you believe your ancestors were already here? John,
what are you asking me for?
They mixed in. That's the story.
Do you believe your particular ancestors were already here?
If you got one
they're mixed in.
Already here,
no. That's not the question.
What do you say? I said I support this theory that there's a mixed in.
I asked we're not going on to I answer a specific question. I asked you a specific question. Do you believe your ancestors were already here?
What can you prove?
No, you don't believe.
That's not what you believe.
You know it's a lie.
Well, you believe you came from Africa, but what can you prove?
No, but dude, we came from Africa, bro.
I mean, where do you think black people came from? Black people came from what? China?
Just out of curiosity now. There's black people on every continent on the earth.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Doesn't mean they're indigenous to it, Jonathan. They're white people in Africa. They're not indigenous to Africa.
Africans and people
Afrocentrics, man.
Wait. I'm talking about Aboriginal dark-skinned people all over the place.
Yeah, but they're not the same as sub-Saharan Africans, Jonathan.
Dark skin don't make you an African.
Can I say one thing?
In India.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing? The brother asked me a quick question. It's time for the video for 1 minute. Can we take a deep breath?
No. We're not gonna watch those videos, man. We're talking about the videos, man.
The brother asked me a question about the Bartholomew de las Casas and who he was and what happened in slavery.
I'm sick of hearing about this.
Could you put that up for a minute, please, Carla?
Dollarville, that's that educator in you, man. You're always trying to put videos on for us to watch, bro.
Listen. Sometimes I make them with questions. We make them with the questions on it, so you can actually get a chance to see. And because I didn't want to keep arguing. I don't want to upset Frenchie. I know she's already angry with me, but I still love her. Even though she don't think I love African people. I love African people. I just don't want people disrespecting
like
me.
I said, I had no idea Africans are so freaking sensitive, I had no idea. Because like I said, the way they talk and whatnot, it's like, I thought there was strong stuff in that, But they really get triggered by everything we say, man.
Spain,
I'm like,
1550.
man, a lot of
Two
times
men
we're
of the
only
church
defending
stand opposed to one another in a public debate. The question is, do people have rights
I'm serious,
under the
I had
Spanish
no idea.
Empire?
Here it is, guys.
The
Let's stop talking over the video so you can hear.
Superior and therefore deserve to be subjugated. But the man on the other side has witnessed the atrocities committed by the Spaniards in the New World. In fact, he himself previously participated in those atrocities, and he's been spending his life trying to atone for it. His name is Bartolomé de las Casas, and he's the world's first human rights activist. This episode is sponsored by Wargaming's brand new podcast series, The Finest Half Hour. Give it a listen at the link below. Born in the late 1400s in Seville, Bartolomé de las Casas made his first voyage to the New World in 1502, sailing with his father to Hispaniola, an island currently divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. There, he did what so many young Spanish men did to make their way in the world. He pillaged the Caribbean. He fought as a soldier in battles against the native islanders, raided for slaves, and took captives. He also helped conquer Cuba, and for his service to the Spanish crown, was granted an encomienda. The encomienda was a Spanish system dividing the territory of conquered peoples into units of land and labor. In short, the crown gave Las Casas control over both a large tract of land and the indigenous peoples on it to exploit for his own monetary gain. It was a horrifying system that took people already scarred by war and subjugated them to conversion, slavery, and extreme violence. But at the time, Las Casas didn't question that system. Even in 1510, when he became the first Catholic priest ordained in the Americas, he continued to financially benefit from the cruelty that kept his land grant running. Then a few months after his ordination, a group of Dominican friars arrived and were appalled at the conditions of the encomienda system. The starvation, whippings, abuse, and wanton slaughter, which today we would most certainly call genocide. They preached passionate sermons condemning the system. They even denied enslavers the right to confession, including Bartolomé de las Casas. Furious, Las Casas and the other colonists petitioned the king and had the Dominicans recalled to Spain. A victory, and yet something began to stir in him. Then, in 1514, he was studying a scripture passage in preparation for a sermon when a particular line struck him. He that sacrifices a thing wrongfully gotten, it said, his offering is ridiculous, and the gifts of unjust men are not accepted. The Most High is not pleased with the offerings of the wicked. Whoever brings an offering of the goods of the poor does as one that killed the son before the father's eyes. The bread of the needy is their life. He that defrauds them of it is a man of blood. As he sat with the passage and grappled with its meaning, something truly amazing happened. Las Casas did something that took true strength and courage that few people, even today, ever managed to do. He changed his mind. From the seeds planted by the Dominican friars years ago, doubt grew until he realized that his actions, and the actions of the Spanish colonists in general, were wrong. He freed all of the enslaved people whose labor, skills, and knowledge of native agriculture he had stolen, and gave up the land he realized was not rightfully his. And he began to preach that others should follow in his footsteps. And as you can imagine, his colonist friends did not take kindly to this and rallied against him. So, in 1515, now unwelcome in the New World, Las Casas returned to his homeland to fight against the enslavement and abuse of native people at the source. But that was easier said than done. Most people in power either owned encomiendas themselves, or at the very least, profited from the vast wealth coming in from the colonies.
Die when they met him?
King Ferdinand was ill that winter. But even so, he briefly met with Las Casas on Christmas Eve to discuss the situation. Las Casas laid out the arguments, but due to the king's weakened state, the monarch said he would need to save the meat of their discussion for when he recovered. While he waited, Las Casas published papers and reports on the inhumane conditions he'd witnessed in Spanish America, writings that were met with scorn and mockery. But if he could convince the king, knew if he made the case and put his faith in King Ferdinand's ability to see what was right, the rest of society would follow. But sadly, that was not to be. For King Ferdinand died exactly a month after their meeting on January 25th, 1516.
I will always 100% recommend the Disney College Program. As a participant, we are some of the biggest.
So, Carla, you can stop it.
It's definitely helped me be able to grow.
Thankfully, he managed to snare a new patron as the next king came of age and the political regime shifted.
Just the whole video.
Yeah, what happened was De las Casas in his stuff was actually he was guilty because he was the one that suggested that they go to Africa and get the slaves.
Yeah, as an alternative, because that's a sticking point for all these people. Somebody got to turn their
somebody got
to turn their plate.
Are you getting me, or is that echo coming from me?
I think it's coming. I think it's coming. Whoever.
It's probably coming from you. So De las Casas was the one who actually suggested that they go to Africa and get the slaves and then he actually took the Indians, the native people, made them Christians and gave them Spanish names.
And they gave them more rights over the Africans.
Exactly.
It was that Bible.
Check us out. They created a tier system. So why when black people say that they're indigenous, all you're doing is admitting that you're inferior because they made the African hate himself, right? Because they brought the African into a new world where they had the whites on top, then the mestizos, then the natives, and then the African slaves, the unindigenous people from the continent. That shows you that you were not indigenous to the new world. You were something alien. And they said the reason why they did that is because Africans could easily be distinguished from the native people because of their skin color and their hair.
I really want to know why some people don't like to be associated with Africa. I want to really know
They
that.
hate themselves. That's all. It's self-hate. That's all it is.
These
Don't just make a blanket statement, Carla. We want to get detailed understanding of
all
it.
I think I can come up is the fact that in the society that we live in right now, it's still that hierarchy. White is on top, African and black is on the bottom, and nobody wants to be on the bottom.
Well, we talked about this last night, myself and Elvis, and I think it's deeper than that. I think it's in the psyche that we never really, and I don't think Africans from the continent actually come clear. They're in denial, a lot of them. Okay, about the idea of Africans selling other Africans into slavery. And so this becomes the biggest bone of contention in our problem with Africans on the continent.
So, Dollar Bill, let's ask the question to the panelists individually. Do you hold resentment for Africans selling your ancestors into slavery to this day?
Hell yeah.
What about you, Carla?
No.
The other guy who's R or K, what about you?
I'm apathetic.
He don't believe that. He came here so he's a Dane Calloway disciple.
Yo, the only African I came back to was a Zimmerman. He came from Africa.
George Zimmerman?
No, his last name was Zimmerman on my grandfather's side.
Oh, so you're saying your people didn't come from Africa, so nobody sold you into slavery?
On my grandfather's side, I got an African.
You just said they did.
His name is Zimmerman.
So I'm saying though, are you of mixed ancestry?
Yeah, I'm mixed race.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm like half African and half black.
Oh, come on.
Don't do that. Don't laugh at him now.
Don't tell him to laugh, man. He's mixed race, but he's half African and half black.
Don't do that, Elvis. Be respectful.
I forgot to mute myself.
I can't respect that shit, man.
Listen.
I mean, okay, we're a different race now.
I forgot to mute myself, man.
We got to learn how to stop believing in white people. Stop believing in white people.
I know the truth. And,
white people are the greatest liars that ever existed on earth.
You are 100,000% black African.
That's your propaganda.
There's no doubt about that.
Carla, listen. We listened to this video, and he said that white people were the first human rights activists.
You say you 100%.
White people also discovered America. We got to stop with the white people shit. Fuck white people. They lie.
Bottom line is,
let's ignore them.
You talk about that stuff. The topic of tonight's show: we don't have any leaders in America. Why is that? If you could figure that out, then we can have a conversation.
I agree that we got leaders in America.
No, we don't have.
You just don't like the leaders we have.
Let me guess. You think P. Diddy's your leader, right?
No, nobody said that.
I think Tariq is a leader. I think Dynas is a leader.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like Dollar Bill said, males and men. You don't sound like a man right now. You sound like a male.
Carla,
Carla, why are you going there? Why are you going so low? He's trying to answer and give you his perspective.
A leader.
I'm giving him answers. He just don't like the people.
There are leaders who are bad people, Carla. There are leaders who sow divisions, but they're a leader for their group.
I'm talking about the great black America. I ain't talking about freaking trash that freaking listen to Tariq Nasheed. He's not no damn leader.
I mean, he's a leader for some people.
The real black people out there that are productive in this world. We don't have
you're quantifying it, but
there's no leaders.
What are leaders?
Carla, do you think James Baldwin was a leader?
Huh?
Do you think James Baldwin was a leader?
Well, I don't know. James Baldwin was not a leader. No.
What?
He's homophobic.
He was an influencer and whatnot. He was an author. He wasn't a leader. Nobody followed him.
What?
Nobody ever followed James Baldwin. Tell me what thing he did.
He was a thought leader, Carla.
How is he? No,
On
how is
race,
he a leader?
on race, on the relationship between white and black in America.
This is what I'm talking about. The black race. This is why we're not getting a place. We don't even recognize what a freaking real leader is. You know?
I mean, who are your leaders, Colin? There might not be leaders to others. Who are your leaders?
I said this earlier. I think you may not like what I said about this. Donald Trump is a leader.
Man, we're talking about black people. Who are the leaders for black people, Colin? Forget about Donald Trump.
A black leader, Colin.
Hold up. When we have somebody like a black version of Trump right there, and we have people like maybe back in the days, and we would ever elevate people like Robert Smith, we had Reginald Lewis, made them leaders and whatnot, we get someplace. We used to have people like John Johnson. He was a leader. Ebony Magazine.
Who are your black leaders today, Colin? I'm not. Who are the black people you hold to be leaders today?
Percy Sutton was a leader. We don't have.
I'm talking about today. Who are the people you hold to be leaders today? Who are black Americans?
We don't have any leaders in Black America right now. All we have is people that do the bidding of the Democrats or the Republicans. We don't have any damn leaders right now.
What is a leader, man? We got community leaders.
How can you ask that, man? It shows you we're just that lost. How can you have how can you say that? You Asians have a leader when you don't even consider yourself black, fully black. You don't even embrace your blackness.
No, you see, he didn't say he ain't black. He said he's half black and half African American.
Half or not. That means
he's biracial. He's black racial.
You have a leadership. You got to have a single identity. I don't do
like colonization, bro.
This stuff like this. Like I said,
he's biracial, Colin. He's half black and half African.
Kamala, I don't say Obama anymore and whatnot. Because the bottom line, if you ain't coming from my lineage and whatnot, if you wasn't part of my struggle, you're not.
Earlier, I said Bishop Mason was a leader. You said you never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
And that's a damn shame.
That's a damn shame. Nothing. If he was a leader, I would have heard of him.
The person that built the largest Pentecostal church in America.
Hold on. What did he build?
Church of God in Christ.
Oh yeah,
largest Pentecostal church in America.
That's not a political leader. I don't consider preachers in
the Dr. Luther King was a religious leader.
No, he wasn't. But
Malcolm X was a religious leader. Elijah Muhammad was a religious leader.
You're talking about
Martin Luther King never had a huge following in Black America.
Who?
Martin Luther King never had a huge following in Black America. That's well known.
Lord.
Colin, that's why I said, who are your leaders then? I mean, you call these obscure names that people don't really even know about.
Colin, Malcolm X, God bless my leader. He had a black following. He got gunned down and nobody
was the Garvey movement. That was it. That was the last leader we ever had, and the last time in history we ever had a real leader was Garvey.
He wasn't even Black American. He was Jamaican.
Wait, hold on.
Black people made him a leader, and also,
Colin, what did Marcus Garvey create that stands today?
With the Million Man March, Dollar Bill. Let me get. I was talking about Farrakhan and Million Man March before you got on. I said Farrakhan squandered an opportunity with the Million Man March. We gave him the leadership.
Right.
Remember that?
Yes, I know.
These guys over here don't understand that because they weren't around when we was around. You know. Yeah, Farrakhan.
Well, that means we didn't squander the leadership. Someone else did before us.
Remember when he came out making speech when the pandemonium was, everybody was saying Farrakhan. Remember that? And we came out there with the Fruit of Islam, flanked by the Fruit of Islam. Everybody just erupted into friggin', oh my God, that was like a spectacular, something I've never seen in my life. But the bottom line is he had 3 years to take that momentum he had, and he didn't do it. He squandered it.
Maybe he did, and the people didn't follow.
No. He squandered it. People gave him advice, everything like that, but he squandered it when that because he was so wrapped up in Elijah Muhammad and a thing like that. He turned his back on the Black nationalist movement. He said he criticized the Black nationalists as being extremists and all stuff like that. He threw us under the bus. I remember that.
Are you a Christian?
What?
Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian.
Because, you pushing all this Black Messiah shit, man.
No, I'm not a Black Messiah. I'm just about a leader.
What is a leader? Define leader.
Well, if you don't know what a leader is, right? I don't know what to tell you. I'm talking about leader. It's not a leader. I'm talking about leadership. Leadership gives you a direction. There's no direction in Black America right now. Tell me what.
Carla, as a fan of Malcolm X, where did it lead us to?
Guys, can I say something for a minute?
Go ahead, Dollar Bill.
I got a little short. I'm trying to break up a little thing. It's not a long video. It's just short. You know what a short is? It's only maybe 20 seconds. Could you please
Dollar Bill, stop torturing us, bro. Stop it, man.
Could you please play the short?
These damn videos.
No, it's just propaganda short. Flick. It's just a short. Could you please put it up for a minute, please?
Hold up. What's the name of the video?
It's Dr. Juan Kunjunfu.
Jufu, that was the person who I first got into the movement. That was my first pro-black author I read. Jawanza Kunjufu on that. This conspiracy to kill, destroy black boys. You know, that's the guy who opened my eyes up to everything. You know.
Yeah, so it's just a short
globalist shit, like globalists.
No, this is right here in America.
I can't find that video. Hold up.
I got it right there on the thing. When you
I
pull
know,
it
but
up.
hold up. I'm saying
It's
I'm
a
doing my
YouTube
screen
short.
share. My screen share. Hold up.
You might have to let me have the ability to present.
No, I don't. Oh, wait a minute, Dollar Bill. You put the link in the thing?
Yes, I did.
No, it's a different one because the only thing I got in there is you sent me the Bartholomew de Casa video.
Yeah, I did that, and right after that.
Yeah, no, and I clicked on that. You know.
Yeah, there's one there that he just sent like 2 minutes ago, Carla. That's the right one, I think.
I'll send it again.
No, I don't see it in there.
It's in the private chat.
Only one I see is that.
Carla ain't got this technical shit down.
He sent at 11:28 my time, which is like 2 minutes ago. So that's the one.
Well,
just send it again.
No, check us out. No, it's at 12:30 right now. So
yeah, I just sent another one. I just sent another one.
I don't see it.
Just resend it, Dollar.
Look at the.
I see it. It's in there, Carla. I see it.
It's in the
Carla just don't want to play your video, bro. He's trying to filibuster.
Let me see. Let me refresh it.
He's tired of videos. He's tired of those videos.
Only thing I got videos. Elvis Morris name at 12:15. You know, but I don't see anything after that. All the last video I see for you, Dollar Bill, is at 12:11.
Just try jump on that, because that's not the one. That's not the one with Bartholomew. Just
it is. It's that one again.
Okay, let me see. Can I present?
Yeah, you can present. Go ahead.
Let me see if I can present and see if you guys share my screen. It says to share your screen. All right. Open the system. Google would like to record this computer screen. Okay. And I'm going to go.
Dollar Bill, you're showing your age right now, man. That's what old people do. Everything they do, they're reading it out. They're just doing your hair, bro.
Can you see my screen?
Nope.
You put screen
I don't see
share?
a damn thing.
Y'all can't see my screen?
No. Did you hit the screen share?
Yeah, of course I did. You maybe something there.
It says it will say screen share in the blue, and you click on what you want to share, and then hit screen share.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna stop.
Highlight what you want to share, and then click on screen share.
It says share screen.
Yeah, but you got to click on it. Click on it. Click on it. What you want to share. And then hit share screen.
Then it says share. You got it now?
I got $2 bill, but it's not popping up yet. I see it on the thing, but it's not popping up yet.
Let me press it.
Hold on. Let me add to your stage.
It's very, very close.
Now you see it, right? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the word
unfortunately.
A couple mysteries right now. The book is titled Great People, Past and Present. What happened to a people that built the pyramids and yet now live in projects? What happened? What happened to a people that were the first to read and write using a term called hieroglyphics and yet now can no longer read or write? In essence, what happened to a people in terms of Egypt? It's amazing. King Tut came to America, and we didn't realize that King Tut was one of us. Somebody mysteriously took Egypt out of Africa and placed it in the Middle East. Now, how do you take a country out of a continent and then call it something else? As a result, we didn't realize that Egypt is in Africa. Egyptians are Africans, and we were the ones that built those pyramids. But my dear, because this word right here, which is nothing but his story. You didn't know that? It's all history is. It's somebody's story. You know what I'm talking about. Columbus didn't discover America. He was lost. And the end discovered him. And Abraham Lincoln didn't free any slaves. Or no way to look at it, my story. It's very, very close to the word mystery. And I want to clear up a couple of mysteries right now. The book is titled Great People, Past and Present. What happened to a people that built the pyramids and yet now live in projects? What happened? What happened to a people that were the first to read and write using a term called hieroglyphics and yet now can no longer read or write? In essence,
all right, Dalville,
what happened to a people?
What
in terms of Egypt, it's amazing.
I guess he's talking about Negroes in America.
They talk about black people.
Negroes in America.
I listen to that at least once a week.
Black people went to the moon. We went we built everything, man.
We did go to the moon.
Negroes ain't built shit.
Black folks did go to the moon. What are you talking about?
Black people,
When did black people want to go to the moon?
Yeah, black people went to space. Richard Pryor said, and he was spacing out on me as I say.
Well, maybe we went to space. I don't know if we did the moon yet.
You ever see that thing with Richard Pryor, first black president? That shit was the funniest shit ever. Great as that. Yeah, white people.
Unfortunately, one of the people that died on a spaceship Challenger was a black person.
The black
Colorado.
Yo, come on, man, niggas in space, man. Come on, man.
But McNair was a great. You know, I have one of the stories about him when he was a child, and how he actually started educating himself in the public library when he began to read. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff people have never seen. People don't know. When you get here and you just see, I get it. When people get here and they see what things are, they don't know the history, then they feel this way, you know. But I don't have excuses for people who are born here who should know better. They should know their history, but I guess they don't know. I guess they don't know who they are.
Man.
You're absolutely
they
right.
Want to be everything else. They want to be. Let me ask you a question. Why does anybody want to be Native American? I don't get that. You know, what is it about Native Americans people want to be so much? Why do you want to be so-called Aboriginal to America? You know,
I think people want to be. I think people.
It's who you are.
It's not what you are, bro.
You know what people don't realize?
Most people say Native Americans are liars.
Of Native America,
black,
right?
You know.
You know what they don't really realize? That the Native
Americans,
you're
black African.
The Native Americans
in America, black.
You're sub-Saharan. You're sub-Saharan African.
Native Americans had slaves.
You know, you're Bantu, sub-Saharan African. All of them.
What I don't understand is why even care about what people claim that they want to be? Let them claim it.
Look, if somebody comes on my platform and if you're having a conversation with me, I care about it. I'll cut you off. That's the way I feel about it. I don't want to deal with people. I only want to deal in this platform. If you're not African like Elvis, he's a Liberian's a pain in my ass, but he at least identifies African, so we can basically talk. You know, if somebody says they're not African,
don't just start
black
that
African, we have nothing to talk about. We have nothing to discuss.
Yeah, the guy just said he built the pyramids.
What?
He just said he built the pyramids.
I don't know that. I do know.
He's talking about African people.
I do know
that
whether we built pyramids or not. It's my job as God put me as a sub-Saharan black African, and like that. My ancestors were enslaved in America and whatnot. I take ownership of that, and I want to do better.
And we know we have white people DNA.
That's all good, man.
We're not coming here and saying
I'll take
we don't
the
have
ownership.
white
I'll
people
take the L because I know me personally.
And some of us have Native American.
Some of us have Native American. I'm great in my personal life. There's nothing that can stop me from achieving my goals, whatever like that. So I don't walk around being ashamed of being what I am.
I got white folks in my family too, man.
Everybody.
Hold on. I don't want Kyla to forget what I asked him. Kyla, name a black leader, and where did they lead us to?
We don't have a black leader. What part you can't you speak English? What you said? There is no black.
I said name a black leader that we had, and where did they lead us to?
There's no black leaders. We don't have real men in Black America. First of all,
Marcus Garvey is someone that you praise.
Garvey was the last leader. We don't have real black leaders. We don't have.
Where did he lead us to?
We have no black men in America. We have black
males. Where did Marcus Garvey lead us to?
Well, the bottom, I said he gave us leadership. I didn't say he was a leader. He gave
to
us
where?
Leadership.
To what?
Leadership is he gave us direction. You know that if it
to
wasn't
what?
Garvey, there'd be no Kwame Nkrumah.
He pushed the Pan-Africans here in America.
You know, and everything.
They're very Pan-Africans, and no one can define today.
I think bottom line is those Pan-Africanists, right? They all the Pan-Africans you see that led Africa to independence and whatnot, they were all students of Marcus Garvey. So
but Marcus Garvey was a student, of someone else.
Edward Wilmot Blyden.
He came here. No. He came here to see an African American.
Booker T. Washington.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what he came here to see.
He came here from London,
and he didn't even coin the phrase Africa for Africans. It was Richard Delaney. So, when Marcus Garvey, a great man, but he's a sacred cow too. Black people,
he had his faults.
Black people.
I think he said it's back 100 years.
Black people were already were already going to Africa. They were already talking to people in Africa. And even
David Walker's letter to all the colored people of the world was 100 years before the Pan-African movement got started.
And so what happens is, if we say this, then Jamaicans are going to get all in their feelings.
Get in your feelings.
They're going to get angry about it. But he did not bring that to us. Okay, he came here to see.
We already had it.
Booker T. Washington, and we already had Richard Delaney. We already had Walker. We had already done all of that stuff before. Now, what he did do was bring the largest organization, put together the largest organization in America at that time. We'll give him credit for that, because
6 million members, man.
Okay,
Jeez.
that is exactly what he did. But those were us, mostly.
Yeah.
Right?
Who was funding all this though?
Black people funding themselves.
Black people, bro.
Black people in America were funding it.
We had money back then. We would pull our own banks. We had
Now, just out of curiosity though, when I asked y'all where did Marcus Garvey lead us, you named a whole bunch of shit that African people did. I'm talking about Black Americans. That's who we are.
I never said, hold on. I never said anybody leading someplace. I said he provided leadership. In other words, we had all these splinter organizations. They all came under the UNI banner. And it even lasts to this day.
He might also be the one who started this anti-African American rhetoric. Right?
I don't think so.
Because he wrote that letter.
We can't go by what you think, Kyla. We got to go by what he did.
He wrote that letter to those white supremacists. He's also the one that said that some African Americans are no good here in this country, and they would be no good in Africa.
I'll read that letter every day on here.
Right?
Read that same letter every day.
He also said that. He also said there were a lot of blacks that were lazy and shiftless here in America.
You know what he also said, Dollar Bill? When he said out of all the places he went to, he went all around the Negro world, right? London, he never been to Africa. He said, at least when I come to Harlem, I'm seeing the race doing something for itself.
Yes.
He was impressed. So he was
Dollar Bill. Talk to him about that letter he sent to KKK. Talk to him about the letter he sent to the KKK.
We got.
He just said the KKK. He said, I agree with you. America is a white. That's what he was wrong about. Evidently, he said America is a white Anglo-Saxon club and country and whatnot. And he said the black man. He said, look, read his book, Philosophy of Marcus Garvey, right? And that book really affected me. He said, look, the black man and everything. When I read his book, I remember one time it was like the year 2002. I sat back one night and read that book, and I don't know why I picked that up.
You started crying, huh?
But check this out. I picked that book, and one part that really stuck out of my head. He says the black man in America in the West is going to basically sit here in America and be disenfranchised, and the white man is going to perfect his civilization. And then once he perfects his civilization that you're not part of, you're going to have a group of people that's jealous and envious of the accomplishments of a civilization. And that's what now I'm seeing what he was talking about. Black people on the whole are jealous of America. They're jealous of white America. They're jealous of like that. And then you got African immigrants are jealous of what we got, you know? So it's like a jealousy thing about trying to fit into this box. We're trying to be white, and immigrants are trying to be like us. They want what we have. They want to replace us.
You want me to read it?
Whoa, who's trying to be white?
Yeah, read that letter, because I heard it's real treasonous, man. We got to read a letter.
Okay, it's from now this one says,
all right, treasonous leader Marcus Garvey.
Professor William Pickens,
right.
260 West 139th Street. And it says, Dear Professor Pickens, I don't know if this is the right one. I am directed by the Executive Council of the Universal Negro Improvement Association to extend a personal invitation to you to attend our 3rd annual International Convention of the Negro People of the World, to be held in New York City from the 1st to the 31st of August, inclusive of the present year. You will find herein enclosed a copy of a partial program of the convention, which will give you an idea of the important things to be discussed. But still, I'm directed to write to you on a more important matter, and that is personal. That is one that is personal. On the night of the 10th of August, His Highness and the potentate of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, who is the Honorable Gabriel Johnson of Monrovia, Liberia, will, in his official capacity as potentate, potentate will confer certain honors and titles upon certain distinguished Negro characters according to the instructives of the Executive Council of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Among the men of the race who have accomplished things singled out to be honored, your name appears. We feel that you have done exemplary work in the cause of Africa, and that your services should be rewarded and appreciated by those of us whose shoulders it falls to cognize of the things that are done in the name of scattered Ethiopia. You have been singled out to be honored with a title in the gift of the Universal Improvement Association. The designation of the title has yet to be announced, as His Highness and Potentate has not yet arrived in the United States of America and may not arrive until the 31st of the present month. But this honor will be conferred upon you at the court reception of the race to be given at Liberty Hall on 120 West 138th Street, New York City, on the night of 10th of August. You are therefore advised and requested to make every effort to attend the grand reception to receive the title that will be conferred upon you. If you cannot attend no other sitting of the convention, you're requested to attend this one, as several other dignitaries of the race will be honored on the same night. Feeling assured, you will be pleased in consideration that has been taken of you and the mentions an emeritus service you have rendered in the name of Africa. Okay, now that is not the letter. This is signed by, because I don't know who this guy is, but I put in the letter, and so there's another one. That's one. I want the one that he sent to.
Man, whose bidding was he doing?
I don't particularly know this one. I asked for the correspondent.
But you know what a potentate is, Dollar Bill?
No.
Yeah, it's usually like a king or somebody who is high ranking.
Uh-huh.
And that person name that he called, I mean, I think this letter is probably a scam because there's no kings in Liberia who has the ability or the power to confer titles on anybody.
This
So
is
I don't know.
this is in 1922.
Right.
And that
sounds like some honky shit, bro.
This is to William Pickens.
And he called somebody name that was coming from Monrovia. That name is not familiar to me. I'm not sure.
That was the mayor of Monrovia.
Okay.
This is a letter to him. It's not a letter he wrote. This is a letter that he was assigned. I have the honor to be your obedient service. No, it says signed Marcus Garvey, President and General of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Mr. Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Improvement Association, UNI. My dear President, your letter of July the 10th, 1992, on the behalf of the Executive Council of the Universal Negro Improvement Association has been received with an invitation, and summons to be present on the night of August 10th. Okay, you know what it came up? There was a mention of the Ku Klux Klan. And so if I go down to the third paragraph, I will first say, therefore, what is unnecessary that I have never dreamed never deemed myself. I have to look at this the way it's written. It's in the type form. Deem myself to good or quite good enough to receive any distinction from the hands of honest people, however humble they may be, and especially from colored people. On the other hand, I cannot feel myself quite bad enough to accept any honor or alliances with such an organization as the Ku Klux Klan or the Black Hand Society. I would rather be damned or murdered by an organization than
Sound
to
like
be
Cap.
honored and rewarded by it. So William Puckins must be from the Ku Klux Klan. Hold on 1 second. The UNAI, they must have been trying to get him to go to Africa. The UNAI, or at least has been whereof, regarded as in a class with those criminal organizations. But I gather from your recent plain utterance that you are now endorsing the Ku Klux Klan, or at least conceding the justice of its aim to crush and repress colored Americans, and incidentally on the other racial and religious groups in the United States. You compare the aim of the Ku Klux Klan in America with your aims in Africa. And if that be true, no civilized man can endorse either one of you. The Ku Klux Klan is boldly proposing to commit a great crime against civilization by turning the world back to the racial geography of 50 generations ago. It makes no difference that they cannot do it. Sick, their crime will consist in the trouble they will make trying to do it. It is fair to assume that the absence of their objective, that your executive council approve your endorsement of the Klan, which proposes to desensitize the American Negro. But I believe that the rank and file of the UNAI, if they can understand it, will disapprove of it as strongly as they do rank and file of the rest of us. If you're trying to fool the Klan, you have employed a losing stratagem. If you are sincere, you are more unfortunate to the American Negro than the whole Klan. You say, in effect, to the Ku Klux Klan, all right, give us Africa, and we in turn concede you America as a white man's country, in that you make a poor deal for 12 million people, you give up everything in exchange for nothing. And he said that in bold in capital letters, and that's screaming. For the Klan has nothing to give up in Africa. It does not own or control 1 square inch of Africa, but the Negro American citizen has everything to give up in America. You might as well tell the Klan that we'll give up our homes, our rights, our lives, our past, our future in a native land, providing the Ku Klux Klan will give us free and undisputed title to the moon. In fact, the Klan can give you much less troublesome titles to the moon today than it can give to you in Africa. The moon is, of course, a little further away, but so much better protection against the long range guns of England, France, and Portugal. What is the earthly common sense of bargaining what we have in the United States for what the Klan and nothing like the Klan can give us in Africa? It is over the possible, it is ever to the possible for you to negotiate a worse transaction than the Black Star Line. This must be it. And the deal for the line, if at a very great expense, you did actually get some boats that are safe when in a good harbor. But in this KKK deal, you get absolutely nothing for the group and for yourself. You only get a little.
Dollar Bill, sum it up. He was out of his damn mind.
No,
nigga was an op, man.
What I'm
he was out of his damn mind.
No, that's not what I'm.
Give
what
up
I'm
America, go be under colonization in Africa. What the fuck was he smoking?
No, he was against it.
Try to send niggas on a mission.
I think you guys are reading it incorrectly. I think that Pickens, I got to find out who Pickens is.
You talking about Garvey?
No, Pickens wrote him the letter. The first letter that I read, he was writing
down.
Yeah, he was.
Is this the second letter?
Yeah, this was the response to Pickens. Pickens wrote the first letter, and it was telling him basically that if he led the Negroes to Africa, to Liberia, that they would probably make him a king there, but they would have to give up their citizenship. And he was saying to them that they had no right to give him Africa because they didn't own Africa no more than they had the right to give him a place in the moon.
There you go, Dollar Bill. That's the right summation of it. You got it.
At the end of the day, Marcus Garvey was inspirational to a lot of people. But when you look back at this whole, when I ask people what is Pan-Africanism, none of y'all got the answer for it. And there's no organization that anyone has to lead us. So basically, whatever Marcus Garvey had going on, it failed.
Pickens
it's not something to look up to.
I believe in Africa for the Africans, white and black, and I believe in America for the Americans, native, naturalized, and all colors. But I believe that any of these Americans would be foolish to give up their citizenship here for 1,000-year improbability in Africa or anywhere else. So this is the response to William Pickens. I think Pickens was one of those people who were against us going to Africa, to Liberia.
Pickens had a brain.
Okay, so I guess what does the panel think? Is Marcus Garvey a hero or a traitor?
He ain't no damn hero. What do we get out of it?
Well, I'm going to
say... You can't name not one benefit that we got out of it.
He was working for Dole in South America.
I want the Garvey supporter to say something that Black Americans got out of Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, the family. Yeah, he was working for them in Jamaica.
I think what he did in America was a great thing.
What did he do?
His organization together.
Well, in Jamaica, his family.
Wait, hold on, bro. I want to hear what Marcus Garvey did.
I'm not saying what he did was give us the largest organization of black people in the world.
Organization to do what?
For improvement, the Negro and International Negro Improvement Association, right?
Yes.
Right, so what did Black Americans get out of it?
Racial pride.
I mean, it was something that didn't come. It didn't reach
racial pride.
Yeah, it didn't reach its peak, Jonathan. It was pretty much cut short. But I think the idea and the fact that he was able to get a lot of people to join the organization.
I found William Pickens. He was an American educator.
Black people already had racial pride.
He was actually from South Carolina. He was born in 1881. His name is William Pickens. He was born in January the 15th, 1881 in Anderson County, South Carolina. His parents were liberated slaves who migrated to Arkansas when he was a young boy. Young Pickens worked in the cotton fields and sawmills while he attended the local segregated public school. Then he attended Talladega College in Alabama in 1898 and left 4 years later as the school's most illustrious graduate in its history. In 1902, he entered Yale in Connecticut and was elected to the Phi Beta Kappa, where he won the Henry James 10 Eek Prize over 37 competitors in 1903.
This is the picky person you're talking about?
Yes. He became an expert linguist and graduated from Yale with a second BA degree in the classics in 1904. In 1905, Pickens married Minnie Cooper Alpine, and the couple had 3 children. He wrote a book called
Why are you laughing,
Heir of
Jonathan?
Slaves. I'm just trying to.
Why you read this shit?
Well, I'm just trying to find out who this guy. Here, this is what he said with
You
Marcus
know,
Garvey.
Dollar Bill. He sounds like he's part of the talented 10, right? Going to Yale, getting degrees.
Yes.
Yeah, he sounds like he one of the Boulay
So
members.
let me read what this says.
That must be Chukwo's great great grandfather.
Can I lead this? Just I know. Can I lead? No, he's dark. In addition to the academic accomplishments, Pickens was an active member of the NAACP. In 1918, he was named the organization's director of branches. Pickens now traveled the country, but particularly the South, encouraging the creation of new branches. William Pickens would hold various posts in the NAACP for 2 decades. On January 15, 1923, for example, Pickens, as an NAACP field secretary, was one of the 8 people who sent the Garvey must go letter to the U.S. Attorney General Harry M. Daugherty, which is widely credited for providing crucial African American support for the arrest of Marcus Garvey. In August 1927, Pickens, in a public letter to the New Republic, called for Garvey's release from prison. In 1930, Pickens, an NAACP official, was involved in the Scottsboro case, campaign to support Ethiopia after its invasion by Italy. Pickens' daughter, Harriet, was one of the first Black naval officers in World War II. Once charged with subversive activities by the House Committee on American Activities because of his friendship with socialist leader Norman Thomas, and with his work in the League of Industrial Democracy, Pickens in 1941 left the NAACP and became an employee of the U.S. Treasury Department. And he traveled across the United States urging the sale of U.S. bonds. Now listen to this.
He became a what?
He became a treasurer, a man in Treasury. And listen to this.
Stone Cold.
He died in 1954 in Mauritania while taking a pleasure cruise with his wife. Okay? Wow. So that's why I needed to know who that was. But I got to do more research and find out. But he was actually against African Americans going, and he was part of the people that got Garvey arrested, but he was also one of the people that tried to get Garvey out. So very interesting.
Dollar Bill, next time you go read us an autobiography of somebody, let it be about Elijah Muhammad.
Elijah Muhammad
that one would be a little bit more interesting.
Listen, I have no problem, no
Pickens had me going to sleep.
What can I say, bro? You want a video?
But brother, at the end of the day, what I have learned, please don't play no more videos.
Yeah. Don't do that, Dollar Bill. Don't even ask the question.
Dollar Bill, don't do that shit no more.
I'll get you.
At the end of the day, I have asked everyone, can you name a leader and what did they accomplish on our behalf? None of you named anything. Marcus Garvey, he gave us a little bit of self-pride.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts, he funded the country.
Thurgood Marshall,
first president of Liberia,
gave us more laws on the book
for Black America.
Okay, for Black America and the rest of America. Between him and Adam Clayton Powell, one being the first Thurgood Marshall Supreme Court Justice of the United States, and Adam Clayton Powell, who wrote more legislation during the Civil Rights era than almost any other senator in the history of America. The first man to bring Congress to Harlem. A phenomenal brother.
And I can get behind that.
And Kay would appreciate this. Had some
What,
mixed
what about
heritage.
what about Birdman?
Had some mixed heritage.
Birdman who?
And white people in his family. So he was black, but he was black as the ace of spades
Fuck
inside.
Birdman.
Did you hear that, Kay?
On Gladys, Jonathan, on Gladys.
Aunt Gladys.
Man, please. James Brown was more of a damn leader. All right.
Who's Aunt Gladys?
I'm just saying. I be getting confused when people be like, "Who's a leader? Who's not a leader?" You may not like Tariq Nasheed. He's a fucking leader. You may not like Umar Johnson. He's
Well,
a
they
leader.
claim
Not
that
my leaders, but they're leaders.
Every time
they
you
got followers that listen to them.
Every time you tie down an FBA, they will tell you that he's not a leader, and that FBA is a lineage.
he tried to disassociate with the.
They say FBA is not like an
it's
organization.
not a group. It's a lineage, and he's not ahead of it because they can charge him a RICO and all type of crazy shit when he crossed the line. But no, he's a leader. I guess he's a thug leader.
He's for sure a leader.
Yeah.
I think
colleges hate him because he has a bigger platform. College be hating.
I know. I just think
and that's a sad thing to hate somebody for, Collar.
I think he's
gotta get over that jealousy shit.
I think he's a comedian. That's what he is.
Yeah, he be roasting.
Still a leader. He got more pull than a lot of people.
To be honest with you, though,
I can call Tariq Ali is a freaking clown.
to be honest with you, I think he's a bit of a coward. He loves to mute people. He don't like people speak on his platform. So I think that's kind of a cowardly move. He always mute people when they try to argue with him, and you gotta let them speak, make their point, and you beat them with your argument, not with the mute.
Yeah, Tariq let everyone speak. Kyle, you gotta learn from him.
Tariq not what he is.
No, I'm talking about Tariq. He mute people a lot, bro. You don't really let people speak.
I let people.
You don't want to let people ramble on for your platform.
Look, I let Africans come up here. Even people don't agree with me. I don't block nobody, ban nobody.
Nah, you be putting me in the back.
You threaten to block me every single time.
You talk a bunch of shit.
If I was blocking people, I'd just kick you out. But I don't do that. I mean,
you put me in the back so you can have the only
put
voice.
me in the back chat all the time. Mute me.
Only time I put in the back chat was when you're being maniacal.
Maniacal. What I'm stating facts, and you don't like you put me in the back, bro.
Listen,
that's not fact.
That's true,
That's your opinion on steroids. Everybody come in here, and we old BAO, we used to say this: "Will you pull your philosophy out your ass?" I don't want to smell your ass.
Well, we're not talking philosophy. When I mean philosophical, we're talking about real facts
out the ass
and for different perspective.
Why don't you let Dog Migo come?
That's what I
post the link, Colin. Dark Migo want to come up and tell you who his leader is.
God bless Elijah Muhammad.
I don't see him up there.
He's right there.
Burner Boy's the leader. He's just trolling. Burner Boy's the leader.
The kid is he's a young kid. He's a young Nigerian.
Oh, not
Dark Migo.
Not Black
He's
Migo.
not Nigerian.
I think is he one of them FBA dudes, man?
FBA.
He hates older African American people.
Yeah, because like Colin said, he said you guys ain't do shit for him.
He said I'm not African.
Yeah, hold up. Hold up. The reason why we don't have leadership is because black people in America are in captivity. You only have leadership when you're free.
Oh, he said he hates everybody. I know he does.
You gotta heal that black heart, young boy. That shit get you in a lot of trouble. That hate.
I tried yesterday. I did.
It's a burden.
Best. I wanted to cuss him out so bad, and I said, "You know what? Let me try to give."
Carla, you gotta highlight this last comment from Immigrant Us. That's funny. That's some shot to Tariq right there.
He's a scammer. Dollar Store Museum of Hidden Lies. Why don't you come up, Immigrants Are Us?
Yeah,
Immigrants Are Us.
That's a funny line.
Immigrants Are Us. You gotta replicate what Tariq Nasheed has done. Then I'll take you serious. At minimum, you gotta replicate. Other than that,
is Jonathan undercover FBA?
That place is a fucking joke, man. That so-called thing.
Is Jonathan undercover FBA?
He is an FBA one now.
Sometimes I don't think Jonathan know what the hell Jonathan is.
I make it very clear. Okay,
he's married.
You gonna hate on someone, or you gonna dislike somebody's shit? You gotta at least You got to do better then.
Contrary. He's a contrary.
You got to do better.
Yeah, he's
Nah,
in
no
Africa.
contrary. You got to do better.
He's in Africa.
If you're gonna criticize that museum, you better open up a better museum, so I can take your criticism serious. Lead by example, not criticism.
We gonna open up.
I keep looking at that comment. Highlight the comment, Carla, from Immigrant on Us. He said he's a scammer. Dollar Store Museum of Hidden Lies. That's a play on history of hidden colors, right?
Dr. Umar
Hey. Y'all may be making fun of Tariq Nasheed's museum, but it's bigger than the museum that they got in State.
Well, the bottom line is
they got it what, Edo State?
Oh,
Edo State and a couple of other Nigerian states. It's bigger than those museums.
Any artifacts?
He should be FBI, functionally black idiot. But
they ain't got no. They ain't getting no artifacts in these museums until the UK decided to give them back.
Dollar, you went to the Brooklyn Museum when you was a kid, right? Remember that?
Yes.
You know that? You know what a museum's supposed to look like, right? At least
exactly.
Try to, right?
Nothing like a fish joint. Like
wait, hold on now.
Most people have endowments and all that.
Wait, hold on. Who created that Brooklyn Museum?
Following them. They call that a
Did
museum.
white people create that Brooklyn Museum or black people?
Okay, well, whatever. The bottom line is,
Carla, you just brush over that.
You can't brush over that, Carla. Who created that museum? Was it white people or black people?
This is my opinion, right? I'm sick and tired of people talking about what black people did. If black people don't create shit, fuck them. If white people create shit, I'll support that. That's the way I am right now.
Black people.
But Carla, you very well.
Yeah, but Carla, Tariq,
Tariq yourself.
Tariq created a museum. It's just small. It's not as big as the other museum, but he created one.
In Detroit, that's like a corner store, whatnot.
That's why this guy say it's a dollar store museum of dollar store museum of hidden lies. But it's still a museum, though.
I bet you Immigrant on Us is probably a Latino or somebody. I don't think he's an African at all.
No, I think he's a Liberian. I
don't think so. Immigrants are us, man. I don't think so.
Yo, the bottom line
is this guy Pierre, he don't like you.
What I'm tired of is people trying to pull the black card out every time. So people could be dumb, lazy, give you bullshit. When they can put bullshit on fucking a plate, and when you'll eat it because it comes out of a black ass.
Yeah, Carla. Why you hate black people so much, Carla? Relax.
Yeah, Carla, what's wrong with you today?
That's dumb nigga shit. I hate it.
Hold on, Carla.
Don't make shit come up here for you, Carla.
Carla, I want you to open up a Liberian museum. Man, you always pay tribute to Liberia. I want to see that museum.
You want a museum? Go to the damn library and read something. You know?
No. I want you to open up the museum.
I'm not gonna take nobody's money. Tariq took people's money. He probably spent like $100,000.
Well, he opened up a corner store though. At least that's something.
There is no $100. There is no $100,000 store in Los Angeles.
And he pocketed $2 million.
You're not telling the truth. Every one of these damn corner stores where they sell chopped cheese is $100,000 store. How much money you think they make in these little chopped cheese joints?
No, that area that he got his party is pretty expensive.
That area is not no $100,000 nothing.
I heard he's selling Newports. I heard he's selling Newports in there.
I hope he is selling Newports.
It was branded Pan-Africanism Strikes Back that was on Tariq, and he made that Bucci Bear commercial. That shit was funny. Tariq! That shit was hilarious. I don't like Tariq, but that shit was funny.
Oh my God.
Tariq is very funny. I give him that. He's very funny.
He's a funny dude.
He roasted Brandon though, man.
He roasted Brandon.
And Brandon even calls himself the Bucci man.
You know, he called himself Bucci Badass now. That shit funny as hell.
Yeah, part of that went up, but the Bucci man
Brandon was trying to build his platform. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's what it was.
He was trying to build his platform. He's like a nobody rapper dissing somebody.
Could it be that Tariq is handsome and tall, and you're just fat, disgusting, and uncertain? You went for the jugular.
But Tariq got that Beijing. He got that dye. He dyed his hair like every day. That should be looking black as hell.
What you call it? Didn't the Nigerian guy? Hey, you dumb kata, what are you doing?
That's Mike.
That's fucking funny. That's Mike from Walla Walla.
You see, you started shit, $1 bill. When Mike come up here for you, it's not gonna be pretty, man.
That's my. I
Come
would
up
say
here,
that's
Mike.
St. James. That cab driver.
I like
that
when Ola
Nigerian's
comes.
more like St. James.
I like when Ola comes in here. First you come in and you get the jollof rice.
Yeah, you get the
I
white
like
booty.
Cadola, honest.
With some of the white sauce.
Kitty Boy has like 34 siblings, man. God damn, man. What the fuck your
I
fault?
love
Cadola
Cadola
solid.
though. I love
Cadola ain't
Cadola,
cuckoo.
man. I love Cadola, man. I like the bar. You know
Carlo,
what?
you need to stop. You need to stop pushing people away from the platform, man. Mari's gone
Yeah, I
because
ain't
she's
pushing
tired of your
nobody away.
shit. Frenchie's on the edge.
Who
You know, people be.
No. We ain't doing that.
Look, I love
If
my
they
sister.
leave, then they ain't built
I
for
love
this.
her. But the bottom line is this,
tired of my shit.
Elvis, like, look, my whole thing, I can't sit here and let people attack us all the time and not say anything, right? Same thing, if I see African Americans attacking Africans, I'm going to say something, but that's okay. You ever notice that, $1 bill? That's okay when I check
as long as you say
No. Forget that, Kyla. Have you ever noticed that Frenchie will always come up and defend Africans no matter what?
I know that. I noticed that, man.
Well, she's an African lady, and you know she has every right to do that. But just she should
And we got every right to defend our people, and we will.
She has to understand that that they say a lot of foul stuff. And Chukwu, I double get him because he's a African. So I
Where do you get that word from, man? He's a African. don't be like the other guy who's biracial. He's black and half African. That shit was funny as hell. He said I'm mixed
At
race.
least that guy claims his Black Americanness, and he does it with pride.
But
Black American is not another race.
Chukwu is law.
But I know,
Chukwu.
Oh boy, I'm about to get a heckles Frenchie. Look, you guys did a heckles Frenchie.
Bring your sexy ass up here, Frenchie.
Hey, you guys
Okay.
ready?
Call in Mike. I know Mike was on earlier, but he left.
Hold up, you guys, everybody be quiet. We're gonna get it. We're about to get it, man. We got
Dog Migo, call it.
Oh, here we go. All right, Frenchie, you're gonna give it to us. So here we go.
Get money.
Hey, Frenchie, what's going on?
Oh, Carla, what kind of voice is that? What's going on? Was that your white man voice?
What you talking about?
What's going on?
I said, what's going on, dude?
That's a Playboy voice, huh?
Let Frenchie talk, man.
And I'm about to get a whooping.
I'm not actually here to address you, Kala. I'm more so here to address Jonathan for lying on me.
Ooh.
Since when do I
Get him.
always defend Africans when there's been moments where I've defended
even
those bloody
She did.
FBAs?
I
So
give her that.
why are you lying on me?
Yeah, she did. The other day. The other
You
day,
are lying. I don't always defend.
Hold on, Frenchie. I'm not lying on you.
I don't
I'm
always
not
defend
lying on you. Not always, but you do most of the time.
Okay, then say that. Don't say always then.
Yeah, not always.
Okay,
He just wants
overwhelmingly
your attention
majority
for
of the time
nefarious
you
reasons.
defend Africans. Is that fair?
I defend people when they're right.
You defend
and
black people
speak
too in
against them
America.
when they're wrong.
Don't try to corrupt.
But hold on, Frenchie. Let us make it clear now. Especially myself speaking, do I randomly talk shit about Africans, or am I responding to somebody that's talking shit about my people?
I think it's a bit of both.
And Frenchie, did you hear me the other night when I came and apologized to St. James yesterday?
Would you apologize for $1 bill?
No, I must have missed that.
Yeah, well, you can. It's on the playback.
Yeah, so yesterday's show.
Oh wait, was that the St. James from the other day?
Yeah, I was kind of angry
y'all
with
was
him,
tripping.
and I apologized to him.
Your Frenchie, like she said, she liked that when I was doing Zongo and Mike doing the bushmeat thing.
I apologized to him because
that was pretty funny.
He had said some things and it triggered me off. So then I kind of like went ham on the brother. But we had a long conversation at the end when the stream ended, and I apologized to him. He apologized to me, but I wanted to make sure that the beginning of the hour when Kala opened up, when he opened up the panel, that I apologized to him. So you can, if you want to check it out, if you care to check it out, you can go and check it out and see when I came on. I apologize.
Yeah, I want to see that. Because y'all was about to have genocide and ethnocide on the damn internet. Like, come on, y'all.
Yeah, I did tell him that I was very sorry that I responded like a
And
savage.
I believe even when, like Barnum was saying, even when we fight, it's productive, man. At least we're showing that, there's some sort of connection. If we stop talking, that's when I would be concerned.
Yeah, I think that certain things. I try not to offend Frenchie because she doesn't know. Maybe I'm assuming that she don't know how men get together. It's sort of like when you see two dogs.
Yeah, men talk shit, Frenchie. We just what we
when
do.
they get together. You see how dogs kind of like growl at each other.
Yeah, we talk shit. That's why Carlos want to threaten me. John did the contrary. Just being so sensitive, Carlos. Don't be that sensitive.
I ain't sensitive. I'm sensitive at all. Man.
And Jonathan gets on me
when people
for talking to
gaslight.
Chantel.
I hate that shit.
Yeah, Jonathan gets on me. No,
I would
Elvis
defend
too.
any African American woman on this platform.
But she, you know what it is? She gets up and she annoys the hell out of me. She always tries to elude
Chantel.
Yeah, she always takes little shots at Collar because his wife is younger. She does those type of things, and those things are not necessary. Like, this is a grown woman in her 30s. It's not any of her 40s. This is none of her business. Who you with? That's not. How does that take away from her? But then when she started talking,
like I was saying yesterday, right? People always say, "Marry a black woman, marry a black woman." Okay, I'm with a black woman, but she ain't black American. She ain't from this country. You had to go overseas on it. Oh, damn! You can't win for losing, man. Shit.
Yeah, anytime you do,
Colin, not when you have African American women who are not married. You leave and go to Africa and marry African women.
Bro. That's not my
They
problem.
don't like that.
That's my problem. That's not my problem.
Right.
They don't like what?
That's my damn problem, man.
They don't like Colin going to go get married to a Liberian woman when a lot of African Americans are not married.
Then it's called a set polygamy.
No,
There's always space for you, baby.
I think Chantel is fine with it. Colin can have two. He's fine with it.
I don't think so.
Colin don't want
Go on, Colin. Do your thing.
No, that's
Colin want his Liberian wife who he can control. He can't control Chantel like that.
That's a Jonathan Mills type. She's not my type.
Right. That ain't right.
Why is she not your type, Colin?
Well, I'm not attracted to her.
You barely seen her. Has she ever cammed up before? Or you just looking at her picture?
She has. She looks like a fine dime of wine. At 49.
I hope your wife.
She's in your age group, Carla, and she's a strong black woman. You need that kind of woman behind you, Carla.
She's close to the dollar bill age.
Oh, really, Carla? Carla, you calling her a car, bro? Come on, Carla. That's mean, bro. Don't talk about her like that.
At first,
how do you even know she's a big girl? You haven't seen her body.
She's a big girl.
Listen,
she says she's a big girl. I don't know.
She's not from Mississippi. Don't say that, Carla.
Don't talk about the big girls. I like
John's
big girls.
John's about to fly out to Nigeria.
I think that she.
Come on to Nigeria.
I thought Carla was being mean to her, but you were right about
Carla just likes her.
She likes the Pookie and Ray Ray dudes. When she started talking about 11 wives with one dude, then I realized I said,
that girl's
right.
crazy, man.
She's Pookie and Ray Ray.
We don't have shared his duties and whatnot, that's crazy shit.
Okay, sir.
No dollar bill. The only thing that got me is spending money on the female and you're not married to him. Calm down now. You won't spend money on a girl when you date her.
Most of these dudes, right, can't even afford a girlfriend. Talk about 10 wives and whatnot.
Can I tell y'all a story? I remember back in the 80s, a friend of mine hooked me up with a young lady like Chantel, and we had pretty good conversations until we met each other. So we met each other on a date at BBQ's down on 72nd Street. Remember that one, Colin?
No, I don't remember that.
Well, right there, not down the street from where John Lennon got killed in Strawberry Fields.
I remember that.
That there was a nice BBQ back in the days, and they had like a piano. It was really nice.
I've probably been in there. You know something? I've probably been there.
You probably
a lot of those small restaurants used to have pianos in there and whatnot. You got something like in Queens and Manhattan got those little places that like. So I mean, you just got to be from New York to understand what we're talking about. There's little tiny holes in the wall restaurants and whatnot, and the ambiance is incredible. They're trying to bring that nostalgia back.
Yeah, so I get in there with her, and so when I first meet her, I didn't realize she smoked cigarettes. I never asked her that she smoked cigarettes. So she pulls out, back then you could smoke cigarettes in a restaurant. So she pulls out a cigarette and she's smoking the cigarette. And we realize that both of us are not attracted to each other. So she's looking at dudes and I'm looking at women. And so
I
she
went out with
says,
this girl one time. This one girl I went to talk, and like I said, I'm not just trying to throw up on big girls, whatever like that. Well, anyway, she looked completely different in the profile picture when I'm on. I got to the thing and said, "Oh, motherfucker, man. That was a long ass date." And the whole time, I kept telling her, "You're gonna find that one man in your life with that." She was looking at me like, "But you're that man." I'm like, "No."
Oh.
I'll tell her, "I'm no good for you," or not. She's like, "Why not?" No. You got to get somebody that's gonna appreciate you.
Oh man. So
I never forget that shit, man. That was
so
funny.
let me tell you what happened at the end of. So I spent $40 back then. That was a lot of money. So at the end, it was
still a lot of money. Man.
It was a lot of money. $40 for a date.
Adjusted for inflation, what is it, like $100?
Yeah, I mean now it probably is like $200 or $300. That $40.
All
I
right.
had a whole meal. She had a drink and all this stuff. And so at the end of the thing, she says, we can do this again. And I'm saying, not on my damn dime, we're gonna do this again. And so,
no, that's okay to say you did it again.
Nah. So what happened
You didn't
was,
do it?
hell no. So I realized things were going south. So
oh no, here we go.
Who's
it? Is that Chantel?
Y'all about to get it.
Talked up.
Is that Chantel? Let's get it.
Y'all about to get it. Oh,
get him, baby.
Oh, there she go.
Let me be quiet.
Chantel, aka Terry's back in the building.
Okay,
get him, baby.
Let's address something. Hey, everybody on the panel in the chat.
You say you're not a big girl?
I just came in your chat not too long ago, and I was listening to y'all, and I heard what Dollar Bill was saying and what you said. I'm not a big girl, sir.
You said you were a big girl.
No, I didn't say
I
you
never
were a big
said
girl.
I was a big girl.
I asked you one time. I'm sorry.
Colin.
I could have sworn you told me you was a big girl.
Nah, she's not a big girl. You just think she's a big girl because she's strong and powerful, Colin.
Colin was the one that said you were a big girl.
No, I just thought you told me you was a big girl, Chantel.
Nah, you think that in your head.
No.
And Dollar Bill said, I talk about your wife's age, but Dollar Bill, Kyla talks about my age. And the reason why I address Kyla all the time, because he talk a lot of crap about Black American women.
No, I do. I do not.
One second, I didn't come to his panel and just start blabbing all kind of crazy stuff to him.
I
heard what he was saying about Black American women, and that's why I went there with him. So he came for my age, and I always go for his wife age, darling.
But why do you be coming for me?
I don't even know what's your deal with me. I don't care to know. You seem a little creepy.
Oh damn! Oh man!
I concur.
That's a left hook out of nowhere.
I'm just saying. You always trying
cut him right on the chin.
Creepy. You gotta admit that.
Creepy card. Come on, Chantel.
No, he's
if I seen Dollar Bill walking down the street, I'll cross the street. He creepy.
Why? Because he likes torturing us with these videos and reading to us and shit.
He read us a damn letter.
I love it.
Ian Pickens said unto him.
I'm not a big girl and all that. Good night, though. I'm busy, but good night.
Good night, Chantel.
All right.
Good night, my Black American queen.
Oh my God.
My queen. That was a
Frenchie,
queen.
do you think I'm creepy too?
Yes.
No, she did not say that.
No.
She said, "Yeah, hell yeah." That's what she said. Damn, Dollar Bill.
We're terrible.
You gotta stop scaring people.
So I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it.
Elvis, it's okay to be honest. You had me and Elvis spoke the other day. I was like, Elvis, bro, we about to get internet pop too.
Yeah, that nigga Dollar Bill was going on. He's like, nigga, I think St. James said, when you see me,
your ass on
when
YouTube,
you see me, ain't gonna be much talking. Dollar Bill, like, you don't scare me, nigga. I'm from New York. All New York niggas always say that shit. I don't even know what it means, bro. I'm from New York. What does that mean? New York niggas can't nobody beat him up. Can't nobody fight him. What does that mean, bro? I'm like, man, I can't even talk right now. I was tired as hell. Nigga was arguing. Dollar Bill was saying all kinds of crazy shit. You think you can't tell me, nigga? You can't tell me.
All right, people. I'm a freaking. I gotta go have a cigar, man. My cigar break. Anyway, check us out. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Where anybody else want to jump on? I give you 5 minutes to jump on, and I'm going to have my cigar. Y'all can
go
take it
smoke
away.
your cigar and then come back.
Yeah, go smoke
You
your
ain't got to
cigar.
close the show.
You shouldn't be smoking. You're trying to get healthy. I mean, imagine.
I told my doctor.
Imagine being an insurance salesperson and you smoking, bro.
I'm not giving him my
Kyle
cigar.
about to sign that $1 million deal and croak right afterwards.
Yo, check this out. I don't have my wife over here. The only thing I got is my cigar. It's like sex, man. You know. So
okay, we don't need to know that TMI.
Yeah.
Calm down.
I love my
And that
cigars.
ain't the best thing to say.
That smoker's lung is not going to give you that stamina, Colin, when you need it, bro.
You don't inhale. You don't inhale, bro. You don't
All
inhale.
right.
What do you do?
You don't inhale cigar smoke. You just puff in your mouth.
I'm glad you didn't say that when Chantel was online.
Ooh.
She already thinks I'm creepy.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, man. The bottom of some people, they got what they do. They go running the streets. They got liquor. They go chasing women. I don't do all that. The only thing I got left is my cigar smoke.
You got to open up a cigar lounge.
We have one up here. We have a cigar lounge right here.
I'm talking about in Liberia.
Oh yeah, they got one in Liberia now too.
Yeah,
in Monrovia.
Yeah,
nice they got one in Monrovia. Nice one too. You know, we got one in Monrovia. You know what? And I'll tell you this. I'm not bragging on myself when it's when I came there in 2021, right? I would walk around smoking cigars, right? And then after that, the people that own the Calabas and everything like that, everybody started getting into cigars when I got there. And my boy Ross was like, yeah,
everything is Collar. Collar's the trendsetter in Liberia. My God.
It is what it is. Hey, I put the Calabas on the map. Who do you think put the Calabas restaurant on the
You
map?
put Calabar on the map.
Calabas on the map, man.
You put Calabar
on the map. Put Calabas on the map.
Yes, everyone knew what the fuck that place was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Collar don't even listen to himself. What do you mean? That guy built a multi-million-dollar structure, and you put it on the map.
Until I put it on Facebook, then everybody.
Collar, my goodness, brother, man.
You ain't got 10,000 friends on Facebook to put anything on the map.
Right.
Bottom line is, look, I'm saying like this. My boy Ross told me, he said, yeah, man, ever since you did that and went on the BAO, everybody's been contacting me. Like, yo, I seen that video of Kyle. Everybody was referencing it. And one of the guys that's on there, Hassan Fajita, the Fajita twins?
Nope. Yeah, Hassan Fadiga.
Hassan, those guys, Hassan met me over in the Calabas. He came down from Guinea.
Bro, that's where everybody meets. That's a big place for all the politicians and socialites to meet, Collar. You didn't put it on the map,
you like
bro.
to connect yourself to successful people, and that's fine.
Viral. No one knew about the Calabas.
I mean, how can you say that, Collar? It's in a prime location. It's a big ass hotel. It has all the amenities, and you said nobody knew about it.
Well, no, I'm talking about nobody.
Do they have chicken and waffles?
Nobody in the diaspora know about it. Not everybody that wants to go to Liberia, they go to the Calabas. That's
God. How many diasporans Liberian you think follow your channel?
All I know is I took 17 people there.
Wow. That's such a big number, Collar. 17 people.
That was the one of the things that was the one of the things that
admit you put P. Diddy on too.
Yeah, Collar put a lot of people on.
I wish he was there. P. Diddy should have.
Collar, were you at them P. Diddy parties?
Nope.
No, he wasn't.
I don't party with that.
You sure?
I don't party with everybody, bro. I don't party with everybody.
Isn't it funny that Gene Deal, who was his bodyguard, is the main one telling on him?
Yeah.
They're all fake people. Yo, look, I used to be around Teddy Riley. I was hanging out with Teddy Riley's bodyguards back in the days. But these are all phony people. The phony people ever made in the record industry. Blackstreet, Teddy Riley. We used to do shows with them and whatnot, like security. These are the phoniest fucking people on earth. They're not even black, man,
Wow.
What do you mean? What are they?
Well, I know Teddy Riley lives in Virginia Beach. Bottom line is I used to see all those guys around town.
Well, you say they're not even black. That's what I'm saying. What are they?
Look, let me tell you something. This is how black people are. Oh, we love each other. We're black and everything. These motherfuckers had my boy Lowe that I used to train with. They fired him for no fucking reason. Because this chick just got in there and she was like, well, she said something to him when he said he got back to Teddy Riley. Next thing you know, Lowe goes to work one night and he's out of a job. This man had a family to feed and whatnot, They're fucking cold-hearted people, man,
Tyler, you said they're not black. What does that mean?
That means black means you care about black. You have a consciousness. These people basically have no consciousness. They are white people running in and out of Teddy Riley studios, everything. And there's no loyalty to the race or whatever like that. These people, they do what they
race traders, right?
They're all fucking traitors. They're all fucking race traitors.
Look at that crap that P. Diddy is doing to other
enough
black people,
traitors,
man.
you know?
He's a disgrace, man.
He ain't no disgrace. Don't do that.
Yes, he is, man.
You're all
That's
P. Diddy,
disgrace
damn it.
to have a
they're
grown
all
man with 1,000 bottles of baby oil, man. Something is sick with that. And then about
Hey,
700 and some dildos. That's disgusting.
Well, yeah, these people
Now,
are
how you
weirdos.
know he was about to start his own
You don't want to be around
baby
these
oil and
1,000
jet
bottle
on
of
mine?
baby oil
I'll tell
and
you
lubricant.
right now, I worked the clubs for years. You don't want to be around these type of people. You know, they're dangerous.
They're disgusting.
They're disgusting people, man. You know, really. All these entertainers, they all got weird fetishes and everything.
I thought I told you that. We gonna stop. I thought I told you that. We gonna stop.
Kids are fucking sick, man. You
I
know.
thought I told you that. We gonna stop. I thought I told you that.
You know that. You know that too well, Elvis.
He better not be singing that song.
Take that. Take that. Take that.
Where
Yeah,
they had that song, I Want a Girl.
Bad boy
Elvis,
for
I'm
life.
disappointed in you.
Nigga, that's Diddy. That's Diddy, man. We used to love Diddy back in the 90s and the early 2000s, man.
Elvis, how old are you? Like what? 41, 42?
Yeah, you older than me, nigga.
Nigga, please. No, I ain't.
Yes, you are, bro.
I want to know, can you get chicken and waffles in Liberia?
Well, Liberia is just like America, man. All the restaurants.
Man,
it ain't no damn like America. If it was, you would move there.
Greens.
You got everything. The bottom line is
Liberia.
Liberia is just like living in the United States for the most part.
Oh my God.
I followed
Carla,
two sisters.
what is the longest you ever stayed in Liberia?
I was there for a whole month. You know, I've been all over Liberia too.
A whole month.
The bottom line is, I've seen enough. I've been there 4 times.
I'm not gonna say anything, Dollar Bill, because you know where it's gonna lead. I'm just gonna leave it right there.
Leave it right there.
You're gonna get muted and put in the back.
Yeah, you're gonna put me in the back. I'm tired of that shit. Get the fuck off my fucking show, man.
No. Bottom line.
He's mad at me because I ain't lived in Liberia.
Yeah, you get so mad.
I wouldn't
about the proper vein.
Nigeria, these other countries, whatnot. But for African Americans, Black Americans, Liberia is like the perfect country, man, because you'll feel at home. You know, you won't feel like you're in Africa. Really, you won't. You be there for a while, you don't feel like you're in Africa.
Carla, man, are you serious? Are you for real, Carla?
Carla,
you don't feel like you're in
Carla, I don't believe that.
You don't feel like you're in Africa, right? You know,
well, this is the same Carla that would tell you that fucking we're primitive people. we walk this shit.
Hold on. Let me tell you something.
People don't got nothing to go.
Hold on. When you go to the nice,
you go to Chicago.
You go to Cooper's Beach, now Miami Beach, one night. That's nice, you know. When you go to Robert Johnson's Resort Hotel, you forget you're in a
yeah, he doesn't own it anymore. He sold it to a Ghanaian company.
We stayed at Nana's Beach. That's beautiful. You know, we stayed at the Labasa Lodge and whatnot. You know, the bottom line, it all depends on where you go. Now, when you go to areas
man.
and whatnot, like in Marshall and stuff like that, you know, where it's not really that good. Yeah, okay, you feel like you're in the third world, but when you're
there you go. There you go,
Boulevard and whatnot, it's really modern. I go to this place called have you ever been there? What's it called? Leela Brown. Remember that, Elvis? You ever been there?
Nope.
On 16th Street? You don't go to no place, Elvis. Man, I can tell it. You never been to Leela Brown.
Yeah, what happened to the other brother?
Dave?
Now Dave blew a damn screw the other night, man. You're talking about me going off. Dave went ballistic, man.
Well, you know why it is? A lot of people that lost everything that live in the States are just upset, and I don't know what to do about it. Like I say, look,
that's what I say. It's a trigger. It's a trigger, man.
It's up to them because the bottom line is this. Like I said, although I love Liberia, I love to visit there. I do want to take another tour in 2026. Whatnot.
Yeah, I like to go on that one.
Blessings and everything right here in the States.
I just won't tell you I'm dollar bill.
This is where I'm making my money, so I'm not really.
You can make that money in Liberia. I think you gotta at least live there for like 1 year.
That's only because you don't have a business like I do. I have a real business.
Oh God, man, Kyle, you always trying to flex on people, man. What do you mean he doesn't have a business like you do?
You cannot do what I do in no third world country. You know.
Oh, Kyle.
You know,
their insurance companies in Nigeria, right?
Online.
There's no pension system. There's no massive healthcare system. What are you talking about? This is what I do.
There's a pension system, Colin.
There's no damn pension system.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, they don't. No, they stop.
In Nigeria,
we have NASCORP.
In Nigeria,
we have NASCORP, Colin. Our NASCORP is our pension system.
Hold on. Name me one country, security in America that invest in any African securities besides South Africa?
I mean, you're talking about the security. We're talking about pension that people pay
When you
into every
think
month from their paycheck.
pensions invest their money in stocks and
Hold
bonds.
on.
Yeah, that's how you
Hold
do it in
on.
America, but
Hold
in
on,
Africa,
Elvis.
No, that's
Hold
what they
on,
do.
Elvis.
Hold
Hold
up.
on,
South
Elvis.
Africa,
Kyla, that means
people
there's
don't know.
industry available for you to take
They don't even
advantage
know.
of.
How do you think South Africa got rich? The world put their pension funds and treasuries in South African rand back in the 70s and whatnot. No other country in Africa ever was able to do that.
Kyla, it's okay to say that you're
nigga.
scared to put your money in Africa.
No, you can't put
it's
no
okay
money
to
in
say
damn
it.
Africa, man. Stop it, Jonathan.
Really?
Talking about nonsense. You
White
put no
people
damn
can
money
do
out.
it. Chinese people can do it. Indian people can do it.
Just throw it away because you ain't making no money. I've yet to see anybody make a return on their investments in Africa. Never. I've never seen anybody get rich or make a return on investments in Africa. Stop it.
Kyla, you gotta have a better vision than that, brother.
No, it don't work like that. No, I'm going for real. I'm at the point in my life where Africa got to either become real or leave me the fuck alone.
Zongo.
I'm not playing
said
games
I was
no
a
more.
coward. What? Because I apologize.
Zongo, bring your bitch ass up here.
Listen, you have to be man enough to know if you were wrong. Everybody can make a mistake, Zongo. Your parents made a mistake. They had you. But
no, don't say that. Don't say that because his wife had him too, but she corrected herself afterwards. She got intelligent.
So that means
we all
I'm
make
a coward.
mistakes.
Come on, Zongo. Why you say stuff like that? You're gonna have to get up here and represent and tell us why
The
I'm
Chinese
a
is getting rich to the motherfucker in Africa.
They ain't getting no
Get
rich in
over
Africa.
it.
They take the nickels and dimes and pennies. You'd be surprised. Chinese freaking go over there. They're dirt poor when they go over there. They make a little bit of money because they take their money, whatever they make over there, and they invest in other places. They're not getting rich in Africa. They're taking the little seed money that they make out of Africa.
Is Domino's getting rich in Africa?
Who?
Domino's Pizza's there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I want to try that pizza
in Nigeria. I can walk to Domino's. I can walk to Cold Stone. I can watch
Domino's Pizza. You can't do better than Domino's. In Liberia, they got this one place on in Sincor as a pizza place. The fucking pizza was good. It's expensive, but it was good.
I'm impressed. All these American companies, they see a future and they invest their money and they open up shop. They do this, they do that.
Well, no, it's actually Lebanese, and the bottom line is those people over there. When you go to third world countries, you got to live a third world life because you got to spend at least 10 years not making any money before you can see a dime. You
can't pull that off. No. You can't pull that off. That's an American
thing. I got a business here. I got an office, a business here that I'm doing I got big contracts with that I'm doing. So I don't need fucking.
But Kala, you can expand.
I'm like, there's no but Kala, nothing. I can make my money in America. I'm beating the system. I'm like, I have one of the top.
Kala just said you can't make money in Africa. It's okay.
Insurance agent. I got one of the top agencies in the state of Virginia. What the fuck? I beat my competition. I beat white people, everybody in the competition, Asians, everybody. We got the best agency, in my opinion, in the state.
Tyler, you work for your sister, bro. Stop it.
I don't work for my sister. We're partners.
Okay.
We're partners.
So I want Zongo to come up here tonight.
Bottom line, I made it in America. I don't need to go to any place else to make money. Now, when I wasn't making it in America, Africa looked attractive to me. But, I gave Africa 35 years to get together. So I said, look, I was supposed to be doing what I'm doing right now in South Africa.
Tyler, did you take a substantial amount of money and invest it in Africa? Did you have that kind of money to invest?
No, I wouldn't. No.
He did not invest in. He did not open up a store.
Now I send a lot of money to Africa. I help my.
That's not investing.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not trying to invest in Africa.
I had a stock that I was doing. In Africa, I made pretty good money.
Investment means that you're going to have a return on something, right?
Yeah, Jumia is a company. I don't know if it's a
return on.
I think it's a German partners with some Africans, and Jumia. I think they sell stuff like like Amazon.
Oh yeah, Jumia. Yeah,
that's like Amazon.
It's like Africa's eBay.
Yeah, and I brought it. I brought it a couple of years ago.
Not eBay though.
When it was like $15.
Yeah, it's like what you call it.
It went up to like 68.
You told us this story like 3 times, Dollar Bill.
Okay.
I hope you sold $1 bill.
Yeah, I sold it
No,
before.
he
My
sold it
God.
down at like 40 or something.
40.
What's
Yeah,
that? What's that
you know
one
the
that
story.
that dude Jack
That's what
Ma
I said.
trading platform?
He told us this story multiple times, bro.
What's that? Yo, what's that
Because
trading platform
Jumia
that
ain't
Jack
no
Ma owns? That
Alibaba.
Chinese one. What's that Chinese trading platform that the world uses?
Not
Not
Timu.
Alibaba.
eBay. It's,
Is it Alibaba or
Temu.
Alibaba.
Sheen.
Yeah, that's what
Sheen
pretty
and
much like an Alibaba, like an
Sheen.
African
Now
Alibaba.
everybody's buying their clothes from Sheen and Timu. Timu's another one.
My wife be buying shit on Shein all the time out here.
Yeah, everybody, all the kids, everybody I know buy. I don't buy, but I know a lot of people buy their stuff from Sheen. Little short sets and stuff. And stuff come from China anyway, so you might as well buy direct from buy them from directly, and they get better prices. Yeah, I thought that Jumia was gonna jump, man, and when
It
it
did
got to
nothing. Everything
68,
you
It
ever
did jump.
have in Africa is always a disappointment. You ever notice that?
it fell
I thought
down.
Jimmy was gonna jump too, man, but no, it didn't happen, man. I don't know.
I should have cashed out when it was 68, but I got it, in the 40s.
It's like the
my
continent
man.
is cursed or some shit, man. I don't know.
I don't know about that. I don't want to say that.
No, I just think you know what it is. There's no leadership in Africa. There's no leadership in Black America. We really don't have leaders. We don't really have it. The dumb people fucking promote people out there like Tariq. The dumb people got him in prominence and whatnot, and the dumb people always freaking rise to the top and take over and whatnot. And we never get the smart people. We don't have intelligent people leading Black America. We had intelligent people leading
Yeah,
Black
Kyler, lead us. Lead
It's
us, Kyler. No more excuses.
I'm not leading them. I'm leading myself.
It's
No, Kyler, you gotta lead us.
I'm leading myself one night. You guys, man, you guys made your choice. Follow Umar and follow Tariq. You guys do your thing. I wish you a lot of luck.
Yeah, I'm going to South America, Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico. I went on vacation last year. Man, it was really nice. Casquillo, Luquillo. I was up in the mountains past El Yunque. Man, I enjoyed myself. And if you stay there like 180 days, I think it's like your taxes are like 40% less. Man, I enjoyed myself. Yeah, man. There's a lot of big tax breaks for being in Puerto Rico. And I could probably still get Amazon. Huh?
It's still America.
All those tax breaks in Puerto Rico is really driving the people off the island, because all these companies are setting up shop there, and the local people aren't benefiting from that shit. Puerto Rico's a shithole, man, really.
I wasn't even that high. I was like up on the 4th floor, and then they have the trade wind, man. They have these like accordion windows on the doors, and I just let the air come down, man, because the beach was like right across from the back of the building, and that air just came in smooth, man. I didn't even have to have air conditioning, man. I got up every morning, man, and I went and walked on the beach. I said, I can live this. I can do this, man. Less taxes. My pension will go further. I just learned, learn a little more Spanish.
Like I said, Africa could be a great place if they were smart one night. All these Black people retiring one night.
Everybody in Africa travel.
There's D.
Yeah,
what's up, D? What's up, Dave?
Dollar, what up?
What's up, man?
Everybody, the average African want to travel out of Africa. Nobody want to be in Africa.
I think to me it's just a how far it is, right? Because if I would want to go to Africa, I probably would want to go to Southern Africa. And you thinking probably
Southern Africa is more developed.
22 hours, 24 hours, on a plane. But if I was a young person,
ain't that long.
Yeah, I'm talking about being in Zambia, a place like that. But if I was a young person, I probably would go to Liberia or go to Nigeria. Even though
Nigeria,
not Nigeria.
Hey,
Dollar you ain't that damn old.
Check out
Come to Nigeria, brother.
Going to Liberia, man. We're gonna have a business conference.
Oh yeah, I'll check that out.
2026.
No, dollar bill. One of the things that would probably stop you from going if you have a pre-existing condition, like if you're a diabetic and you need your medicine and shit like that, you can't. Because I have family members or extended family members who died from that shit. They're sick, but they still want to go to Liberia, and the health system is terrible in that country.
Well, hell no.
She goes there. She needed some emergency care. Doctors
And
are
they
not
like they
equipped to
got
help
3
her.
days left to live, then you go.
Yeah.
Go out with a shebang.
You
If you got health,
Jonathan's
if
crazy.
you got health issues, if you got health issues, man, you gotta make sure you got everything set up.
When you old, you're gonna get some health issues. So the whole thing is, I mean, if I was a younger person, like I said, like my son's age,
Why
I
you
would go
laughing,
out
Dollar
to
Bill? Not
Nigeria.
Dollar Bill, Jonathan.
We just Dollar Bill.
Hey Elvis, remember I was
That
on
last
Diners
people we had,
platform and I was talking
we
about
had
the
like half
fucking
the people were people over
infrastructure
70 years
and
old,
how
man.
they didn't really have hospitals and ambulances like that.
Right.
And it was like, that ain't true. You talk about, I'm like, why is in the KK ambulance?
Oh, they got a KK. They got a KK ambulance.
Somebody was trying to say this is African
You got
ambulance.
an ambulance. Where you see that?
Motherfucker was stuck
In
in the dirt.
Nigeria? John, this in
Somebody found
Nigeria?
on Facebook
Jonathan,
with
stop laughing, bro. That shit was serious. That's somebody help, man.
yeah, check this out. In Africa,
Yo, John, that's in Nigeria. I ain't never
they
seen
showed
Yes,
that.
bro. A
Oh my
KK
God.
ambulance. That shit
Oh
threw
my
me for a loop.
God,
and that was
bro.
funny.
Come on the show, Zongo. Come on the show, Zongo.
Yeah,
That's
Zongo like to
Zongo.
talk.
That's Zongo. Zongo has the idea of building an ambulance business in
Ambulance.
Ghana.
A KK ambulance.
With a freaking cart in the back with a big red cross on it.
All you gotta do is just paint your
Zongo is
KK
really
white
I told you that.
and put a red cross on. You got an ambulance
Yeah,
business
that's what I'm
right
saying.
there.
But you know, back in the days, listen, even in America, back in the day, the funeral director used to own the ambulance company. And so it was in his, in his jurisdiction.
I used to own an ambulance company.
That you don't live long
I used to
enough.
have a non-emergency and emergency ambulance company.
Yeah, that should
You get
be
that,
illegal, bro. That should be illegal for a funeral director to own ambulances.
Back in the old, that's what they
I
used to
got
do.
out of
Kyla,
it.
open up that ambulance
Margin wasn't
business.
that good.
I mean, you're
You know,
gonna
so
make a
I
bunch
got
of
out
money.
because the guy,
I'm
the
from the
vendor that I was
streets.
messing with was a fucking Nigerian and whatnot. You know, he
Oh, no.
and this guy was he was hooking up all his Nigerian people with all the good contracts.
Listen, Kala,
No?
what year
But why
was
you
that?
say oh like that, Dollar Bill? What does that tell you when he says he's a Nigerian?
No, that's not that. Because no, it's not about
Dollar Bill,
Nigeria.
like,
picking
yeah,
up the
you
human
fucked up right there.
sacrifice
Once you say he's a
victims.
Nigerian,
I didn't say
you're
nothing
gonna
about
get
Nigeria.
scammed, you fool.
No, I didn't say nothing about Nigerians. I was saying that because in 1992, I got my license to be an EMT. I didn't practice it because I went and got another job in the city. But when I was a
My cousin Rob was
caseworker,
an EMT. You know,
and they were
he
threatening.
put his own business too.
Yeah, and at the time, the biggest, the most prestigious ambulance company was the Bedford Stuyvesant. You remember them?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why, because there was so many shot victims in Bedford Stuy. People were getting shot all the time in Bedford Stuy. So there was a Bedford Stuy Voluntary Ambulance Corps. It was one of the biggest one. All of the paramedics, people wanted to be doctors. They would come to volunteer at the Bedford Stuyvesant place because they could deal with gunshot wounds and stuff like that. That's when before Do or Die was the way it is now. People don't know that Do or Die has been gentrified because there's more what do they call those houses in Harlem? The limestone ones.
Brownstones?
Yeah, there's more brownstones in Brooklyn than there is in Manhattan.
Yeah, Brooklyn. My aunt
Dollar Bill,
used
are
to
you
live
confessing?
in Bed-Stuy, man. That house was full freaking nice one. Now 3 floors, the basement, the middle, upstairs, whatnot, a brownstone. What that mean? I mean, just like
I had a cousin
right now, man.
We might
Black
be
people
we
live in
might be
Brooklyn.
relatives because I had a cousin. She used to have a brownstone. She we used to call her sister. Her nickname was Sister in the family, and she was actually her husband worked for Con Edison, and she was like a person who was heavy in politics, and she owned a beautiful brownstone over by Utica Avenue. Sister. I can't remember what Sister's real name was, but we used to call her Sister. But she was into politics heavy, in the Brooklyn, the Brooklyn arena. Had a beautiful brownstone.
Sister Bell. I remember this lady called Sister Bell back in the days. Did you ever meet Sister Bell? This is Bell, huh?
Not that I know of.
Check it out. Sister Bell was this one
Man,
lady.
they should always turn to these two old dudes reminiscing about New York in the old days, man.
You know what?
I'm
You
just
know,
saying,
Elvis.
Sister
I was
Bell
about
was
to say something about that.
because it's like we would have these
Because y'all are.
women in the church one night. They go to church and church, tearing churches up.
You remember when gas was 5 cents dollar? But you remember that, right? Yeah, I remember.
Well, remember you used to walk into the Italian neighborhoods and Hell's Kitchen.
And the Italian kids was calling us the N word and running chasing us out. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I remember that, man. There was
I remember.
good old days. See, these youngsters, they don't know nothing about nothing.
They don't know about
Oh,
that.
man. Y'all ain't right, man.
That's how you know you're getting old. Once you start doing that, you guys are actually doing it right now. You guys don't even notice it.
Oh my God. He done told me I done told him the story of Jumia already 2 or 3 times.
All right, fellas.
I know the whole thing. You bought it at like $15. It went all the way up to like 60 or
Everybody's
something.
on here, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the live stream. And we're gonna have my cigar. And I'll see y'all next time. What's tomorrow?
Sunday. Don't be trying to do a Sunday night, man. Then I get sleepy, man. I be at work
I might
drinking
take
a whole
night
bunch
off
of
tomorrow,
coffee,
mate.
man.
I don't know. I'll see.
I get in
If
there,
If I
man.
do Sunday, I won't do Monday then. Okay, Zongo wants to come on.
All right, let's see
Zongo.
Zongo.
Beat Zongo up, for me one night.
Let's tear him up. Come on,
That's right.
Zongo.
Bring your fake Muslim ass up here, Zongo.
Come on, Zongo. Come on, Zongo.
Better be careful, Elvis. He coming up here with the Quran today. He ain't about to let you whip his ass ever again.
He was talking reckless in the chat, clacking cheeks and all kind of craziness, man. Come on, Zongo.
That's all he can do.
Come on, Zongo.
You know Zongo's sensitive.
Yeah,
I got love for Zongo. He just
here he is.
sensitive.
Here he is.
Come on, Zongo, brother. Zongo, brother.
Yeah, man. I'm still having nightmares about you and Mike on that bush meat, man.
Zongo.
What up, Zongisti?
Why you can't talk, man? Your Obama phone is messed up. Zongo. Unmute yourself, bro.
Oh, what's up, fellas? What's up, fellas?
What's up, Zongo?
Zongo, what's up, man?
Oh, damn, Dave, man. The Liberian want to be African American. What's good, my brother?
Man.
Oh, God.
You know, you remind me of the
done ran
Negro that
Elvis
you love
off.
to hate.
Oh, man. Elvis is a coon, man.
Oh,
Elvis,
Why you do that, Elvis?